As of today, Count Leseltein said sternly, you are to step away from all the businesses run by the family, Rachel. Rachel Leseltein stared at him in disbelief. I tried to give you an equal opportunity as my second-born, the Count continued, but I was short-sighted. Turning to his firstborn, he asked, what do you think of this proposal, Raymond? Raymond Leseltein, the Count's eldest, responded coolly. The effort is commendable, but that is all. It seems like a business that would struggle to succeed, even within this empire. And as for exporting, honestly, the losses would be immense. The proposal was about a machine that makes baking pastries easier? Rachel, standing there, noticed. Isn't that just a waffle maker? She hummed thoughtfully. I'll have to keep that proposal for later. With a firm tone, Raymond addressed Rachel. From now on, leave all business matters to me and focus on your engagement plans instead. Absolutely. Speaking of which, the Count said, I've just sent a letter to the palace. Rachel's eyes widened. A letter to the palace? What for? I will support your engagement to the Crown Prince, the Count announced. Rachel's breath caught. Engagement? To the Crown Prince? After all, that's what you wanted, isn't it? He asked calmly. I gave the letter to Chin, so by now, the carriage should have already left. Rachel bolted upright. I'll take my leave then. What? The Count shouted. Where are you going? Rachel Leseltein. But Rachel doesn't stop and rushed to the butler. As he was about to leave in carriage, Rachel shouted, Wait! He stopped and turns to her. She was huffing and puffing. The butler asked, Milady? What is the matter? Is there a new item you'd like to get? Give me my engagement letter! She snatches the letter from his hand and ripped it apart. The butler fell in shock, bewildered. She said, You know how I constantly change my mind. In her mind she said, I've just blocked one of my family's paths to downfall. She recalled reading the novel, Stop Messing with the Side Characters, the ultimate heroine-centered, justice always prevails fantasy. 2 days ago, she was reincarnated into this story. She died in her past life. She recalled, I had lost my parents at a young age and spent my life as the breadwinner for my sibling. I had even managed to land a job in a major corporation's international sales department. But from what I remember, my life ended in death by overwork. All I wanted was to see my sibling get into school before I died. Still, I had no regrets except one. I never got to fulfill my passion for baking. My pastries were seriously delicious. I wanted to save up and open my own bakery. So once she adjusted to this new world, she started looking forward to making her dream come true. This world is filled with magic-powered tools of all kinds. And the family she was reborn into? They'd amassed incredible wealth through magical artifact production. Their name is Leseltein. And the one who completely ruined that fortune was none other than the Villainess, Rachel. Every business venture she touched ended in disastrous failure. In the original story, she tormented the heroine only to be destroyed by her in the end. But she remembers the story inside and out. As long as she avoids the pitfalls, she can escape the disaster. Now, the first thing she started is reading market research on the baking industry in Thean Empire. She felt determined. Nothing can stand in the way of my dream. And just like that, her passion for baking began to burn brighter than ever. So, the Count said slowly, You tore the engagement letter into shreds? Yes, I did, Rachel declared proudly. And this is my new business proposal. She laid out the plans before him. She said inwardly, the first business proposal of the reborn Rachel. Fine, the Count said after a pause. But there's one condition. If this business fails, you will marry the leader of the Denave Merchant Guild. The leader of Denave, Rachel whispered. That must mean Daniel Denave. She thinks so. He's already convinced my business won't succeed. Daniel is politically neutral, free of scandal, and a well-matched candidate for our family. He's also one of the male lead candidates in the original story. The Countess seemed to care for his daughter. He even considered an engagement with the Crown Prince, despite his neutral political stance. Though I don't like the idea of marrying someone just because my parents decided it. If my business fails, Rachel said solemnly, I'll do as you say. The Count sighed. Good. Once you clean up the mess, return immediately, she pointed out. If I fail. Where are you planning to open your bakery? The Count asked. She replied. Lilfrost, 7th Avenue, near Duke Hessen's mansion. That place has no strategic advan. He paused, then sighed. Never mind, she observed. I can literally see his last bit of hope disappearing. Anyway, the Count generously purchased a building for her. Even though he technically owns it, it's still a win for her. She doesn't have to pay rent. Later at a moment she was busy in thought. I may not have liquid funds in my name yet, but I do have an untouched mine. My lady, are you seriously going out alone? Matilda asked in disbelief. Dressed as a maid, without a guard. I promise you won't get into trouble, Matilda, Rachel assured her. She bribed her with an ornament and added, Can I count on you to keep a secret? Of course, my lady. You can absolutely count on me. Matilda quickly changed. I'll make sure you won't get caught before you return safely. Good. Rachel smiled. I'm counting on you. Rachel thinks in her mind. As expected, she quickly changed her attitude. Rachel trusted Matilda the most. But in the end, she had always been Raymond's loyal servant. Still, Matilda never hides her emotions, and that's something I appreciate. Later, You're here on an errand for Lady Rachel? The coachman asked. Rachel replied disguised as a maid. Yes, she said it's an important matter. You must be new, he said with pity. It must be tough working as Lady Rachel's maid. Most can't quit fast enough. Hearing that, she laughed bitterly. Being criticized for things that happened before I was reincarnated feels quite odd. However, thanks to that, he's letting me ride without a second thought. Then he asked, Where are we headed then? She replied, To the square. Citron Square. But her real destination is elsewhere. She doesn't want Raymond to catch wind of it, because she's about to secure funds for her bakery. At another place in capital, a duke and his companion were riding horses. His companion said it had been half a year since they last returned to the capital. We head to the borders every year for the monster hunt, and yet, each time we return, it feels as though ages has passed. Now that the reports are finally done, it is time to return to the mansion. Suddenly the duke galloped the horse, rushed towards something. His companion gets surprised. Coming soon! A colorful poster proclaimed. The finest strawberry specialty bakery. Opening on Lil Frost 7th Avenue. The duke was staring at the poster. What's the matter, your grace? His companion asked as Duke Carhan Hessen came to a stop, eyes locked on the advertisement. Someone posted this on a tree. The duke muttered, tone clipped. His companion said, I'll check right away if it's authorized. Never mind. The duke added coldly after a pause. His companion shrieked, he seems angry. I should take it down right away, the knight thought. But he approached the tree, the poster disappeared, only to blink in confusion. Wait, where did it go? The duke had already sneaked it inside his robe. Meanwhile, in a quiet hallway of the Citron Central Bank. The person you're here to meet is? The receptionist asked. President Robert Denave, Rachel replied calmly. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him regarding an investment. Ah, just a moment. I must have dozed off in the carriage, she added with a soft chuckle. The receptionist, unfazed, gave a polite smile. If you wish to meet the bank president, please schedule an appointment and come back again. After hearing that dry response, Rachel thought, as expected, they won't just let me in. Rachel took a deep breath. She hadn't wanted to draw attention, but now, she had no other choice. She plopped to the ground and cried out loud. Then let me meet the head of the Denave Guild instead, she declared. Daniel Denave? Her voice echoed through the marble walls. The receptionist blinked. Why are you suddenly asking for him here? Daniel! Rachel called out. The receptionist gasped. Guards! Someone stop her! But Rachel continued, calling Daniel Denave. The guards apprehended her and said, You're seriously asking for the man who's practically the bank president's mortal enemy? In here? What's all this commotion? A new voice cut through the chaos. President Robert Denave had arrived. Rachel turned to face him directly. Ah, there you are, President Denave. I'm here to inform you about a promising investment opportunity, specifically about expanding into the Avir Kingdom market. As he heard that, he flinched. Rachel continued, Do you have a moment to talk? The person looked at her suspiciously. He narrowed his eyes. Moments later, both of them were in his office. While entering, the president instructed his servant, You don't have to prepare tea. He went past by Rachel and went to his desk. Then he pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Rachel said, You don't have to put on an act. I know you hate the smell of cigarettes. Upon hearing that, he gets stunned for a moment. That's nonsense, he replied smoothly. Come on. You're literally holding your breath right now, aren't you? She said, one eyebrow raised. Standing before her was Daniel Denave, the leader of the Denave Merchant Guild, and Robert Denave, the president of Citron Central Bank. Or rather, they were one and the same. The twin brothers were infamous for being on bad terms, never meeting in public. But in truth, after Robert died, Daniel had been secretly posing as him ever since. Come to think of it, Rachel mused, He must be insanely busy running 2 identities, 2 reputations 24 hours a day. I kind of feel bad for him, especially since I died from overwork in my past life. As far as I know, Daniel said, slipping seamlessly into his role. Robert has never met you before, Rachel replied. I thought someone in your position would understand when certain sources can't be disclosed. She wore out her hat, straightened, and spoke confidently. I'll at least introduce myself. I'm Rachel Leseltein of House Leseltein. He looks at her for a moment, then said, I've never seen the lady in person, but I've heard she's an exceptional beauty. She went and washed her face, then came back. She said, Look, I'm absolutely Rachel Leseltein. He questioned, You? Beauty? Rachel balked. Does he have unusual standards of beauty? I never expected this to happen in a romance fantasy. Well, it can't be helped, she sighed. She again plopped to the ground. Wait a second, Daniel stammered suddenly. I'll have your tea ready. Just, please don't lie down on the floor. Moments later they were facing each other sitting on sofas. Before we get to the point, Daniel said, growing serious, I need you to promise to keep my identity a secret, she replied casually. Fine, she took a sip then said, Next spring, diamonds will be the hottest trend in Avir's high society. If you invest in a diamond mine now, you're guaranteed an enormous return, he replied. Oh, well, coming from you, that sounds like such a reliable piece of information. The empire may be stable, but the rest of the world is facing famine due to the sandstorms, and diamond mines have practically dried up. Daniel countered, skeptical. If you can't even disclose your source, how can I trust you enough to make a deal with you? Rachel's eyes sharpened. You're preparing to export wheat, aren't you? She asked quietly. He stilled. She continued, The very wheat that serves as the empire's staple grain. I'm here to help you. Daniel, the world was in crisis. Massive sandstorms had triggered a widespread famine, devastating regions across the continent. Though the empire narrowly avoided direct disaster, its wheat supplies suddenly became a highly sought-after commodity. Sensing opportunity, merchant guilds rushed to export wheat at skyrocketing prices. But if this trend continued, even the empire's own reserves would be at risk of running dry. To prevent this outcome, the emperor called for urgent solutions. It was the crown prince who proposed a temporary ban on wheat exports, a bold move that immediately earned him overwhelming support from the people. Now, with strict enforcement measures about to begin, even powerful guilds like Denave wouldn't be able to slip through the coming crackdown. Before you get caught, Rachel said sharply, burn all your wheat. Daniel's eyes widened. That would be an unforgivable crime against the people. Then what are you going to do? She asked. Daniel clenches his fist and asked, You know another way out of this, don't you? You came here to offer me that alternative, in exchange for something you want. If you give me a solution other than burning the wheat, I'll compensate you accordingly. Rachel smiled faintly. I like how quickly you get to the point. I want a shell account. Under Citron Bank. President Robert. Daniel stiffened. That's impossible. It would compromise our bank's credibility. Besides, account access is strictly limited to the owner. So, there's no need for a shell account, she countered coolly. Well, but what if someone in my family bribes a bank employee to access my funds? Not everyone can resist that temptation, he replied. In that case, I'll lend you an account under my name. I don't want to do anything shady that might tarnish my brother's name. Rachel raised an eyebrow. That means you could just pretend later that the money was always yours, he said. I've built my entire career on trust. If you can't trust me, then you can't trust anyone. Bold words, Rachel said, amused. Fine. I'll use your account. There's a large warehouse behind my building on Lilfrost 7th Avenue, she added. You can store all the wheat there. Daniel's brows furrowed. Isn't that near Duke Hessen's estate? He's the crown prince's close ally. That's too risky. The best place to hide, Rachel replied with a smirk, is right under the enemy's nose. Don't worry, just move it. Besides, the warehouse belongs to Rachel Leseltein, the ultimate symbol of business failure. Stockpiling ingredients without much thinking? Completely in character. Daniel paused, thinking, this confidence, she's serious about this. As warehouse rental, Rachel continued, I'd like you to sell me a portion of your wheat at half price. Since I need to get rid of the wheat anyway, Daniel said, I can sell you all I have. But she could sense hesitation behind his calm exterior. He probably wants to donate some of it. Unbeknownst to most, Daniel had been secretly making charitable contributions to the poor for years. When famine strikes, it's never the nobles who suffer, it's the poor. especially the children in foster homes. There's a foster home on Lilfrost 12th Avenue, Rachel told him. I plan to donate all leftover bread and pastries there every day. She stands up and announced, and just I'll be making a lot of delicious bread and pastries. Daniel blinked. You're really planning to donate that much? Are you sure? She replied quickly. Of course. I can afford to thanks to low-cost ingredients. Now, she added, shall we draft the contract? Agreed, Daniel said, placing the document on table. Let's do it immediately. Wait, suddenly he asked. Which diamond mine are we contracting? Hector mine, she replied casually. He raised a concern. Wasn't that an abandoned site? It only ever yielded some copper at best. Soon, it'll produce diamonds, she said. You trust my intel, don't you, Mr. Alias? His eyes narrowed. What will it take for you to tell me your source? Name your price. Rachel only smiled. You'll have to wait. And just like that, a contract with a massive penalty clause was finalized. But that wasn't all. For now, Rachel explained, all extracted diamonds must be exported exclusively to the Avir Kingdom. That will cause diamond prices within the empire to skyrocket due to scarcity. But the wealthy nobles, Daniel said, catching on, will still pay any price to get their hands on them. Which means, she concluded, we can sell at insanely high prices and donate even more, he remarked. Sounds good, then said. It's an honor to do business with you, Lady Rachel. That's my line. She grinned. With a strong appeal centered on charitable donations, she had also secured a distribution contract. Mission accomplished. She now had all the wheat flour she needed for her bakery. Back at the shop, she examined her freshly cleaned workspace. Is this clean enough? She murmured. Still, I want to bake at least one batch before sunset. She readied herself. White bread recipe. Ingredients: bread flour, yeast, sugar, salt, milk, eggs, butter. The ingredients here taste slightly different from the ones in my past life, so I need to rediscover the perfect recipe. She measured the flour, yeast, and sugar into a large bowl, adding a pinch of salt. In separate bowls, she adjusted the ratios slightly and took careful notes. Then she whisked the eggs into the milk and poured the mixture in. As the dough began to come together, she rolled up her sleeves. Time for some serious kneading, she exclaimed. I'm so happy. I want to bake in my own bakery forever. She thought, when I first started baking, my younger sibling always ate my failed attempts without a single complaint. I wonder, are they doing well without me? While the dough rose, she started making meringue cookies. Then she remembers, wait a second. I also have a sibling in this life. After giving birth to Raymond, Countess Leseltein suffered multiple miscarriages. Overwhelmed with grief, she adopted a child, Rachel Leseltein. And against all odds, she gave birth once more. That youngest daughter became the very reason Rachel turned into a villainess. She decided, I was planning to give the best loaf to the Count, but maybe I should give one to my little sister as well. Staying on good terms with family would definitely make survival easier. Second proofing complete. While she waited, she took the meringue cookies out of the oven. Then she shaped the risen dough into neat portions and placed them in the bread tins. Into the oven they went. I'll keep doing this over and over, until I find the perfect golden recipe. A few days later an aide delivered a report. It said, it seems we'll need to delay mining operations to avoid the Crown Prince's scrutiny. So that's basically what he's saying, Rachel mused, just carefully worded. She thought, I guess I'll have to subtly let him know I'm counting on him to handle the money laundering side too. My lady, Matilda said timidly. Young Master Raymond asked you to stop by his office after lunch, she replied. Did he? Tell him that if he has something to say, he should come see me himself. Just then Raymond came burst opening the door. He said sternly, just in case. I decided to come myself. She felt annoyed thinking, what does he want from me now? She stands up and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. Raymond asked. I heard you're leaving the house, she said. Who told you that? So did you come to praise me for it? He grits his teeth then aggressively grabs her collar. He shouted, don't be ridiculous. After what you did to Annabelle, do you really think running away from home makes it all disappear? Father isn't disowning you because of Mother's last words. That much is obvious, she thought. Mother's last words? Thanks for sharing information that wasn't in the original story. But tell me, Raymond, did you actually ask Father if that's true? You a hole, he continued shouting. You should be grateful to still have a place here. How can you act like nothing happened after you pushed your little sister into the pond? Upon hearing that she concluded, Huh! Am I the a-hole too? She whacked his hand and said, I have no intention of leaving. In her mind she said, because my bakery is here. Then she said, if you're done talking, could you leave? He lashes out. So you plan to leech off this house forever? You orphan! Saying that he left. After he left, Rachel asked, Matilda, guess what Raymond is thinking? I'll give you a bonus if you get it right, she said thoughtfully. Sister leaving home, gets angry. Sister staying home, gets angry. Maybe he didn't think that far ahead, Rachel said. Yeah, let's just go with that. So she gave her the bonus and said, by the way, Matilda, the maid asked. Yes? Rachel asked. Is what Raymond said true? Upon hearing that, Matilda gets stunned for a moment. She hesitated, saying, I don't believe those rumors, not one bit. Though within the mansion, it's treated as a fact. After hearing that, she thinks in her mind, not having Rachel's memories makes this even trickier for me. In the original story, Annabelle played a big role in making Rachel the villainess. She overreacted, exaggerated stories, and spread baseless rumors. I thought she was too young to start displaying that kind of behavior. But could it be? Then she went to Annabelle's room. A doctor was present there to observe her situation. The doctor said as Rachel approached, Lady Annabelle hasn't woken up yet. Rachel was holding a plate. She said, could you step out for a moment? I'd like to be alone with her. The doctor looked concerned. He said, Lady Annabelle is not in a condition to eat yet. Out of consideration, please refrain from eating in here as well, Lady Rachel, she replied. I wasn't planning to eat this myself. This was for Annabelle. If she were awake, the doctor took the plate with himself. While leaving, he was wary of Rachel. Rachel sat beside Annabelle's bed and started observing her. Her hair looked like fresh strawberry jam. Now that Rachel had seen her in person, something felt off. She stroked her hair and wonders, why does it feel like Rachel never hated her? Why does it feel like she actually liked this girl? She said, Wake up, Annabelle. When you do, I'll make you all the delicious treats you want. How about a slice of cake topped with fresh strawberries? Or thick slices of bread studded with blueberries and slathered in homemade cream cheese? Maybe we'll dig into a moist tiramisu together, even if it leaves cocoa powder all over your mouth. When you wake up, I'll drown you in pastries. So get better soon. Later, Rachel turned her attention back to her baking. I need to cool the freshly baked ones and pack up the ones that have cooled completely. Once the shop opens, I should focus on making bread that consistently sells well. But before that, she had to experiment with a variety of recipes. I won't let a single customer slip away. If I do this right, I'll be able to buy this building from Father even sooner. Just then a small figure appeared peeking from the door. She called out, Rachel! Rachel turned to her and saw Annabelle. She gets surprised. Annabelle said, I was so worried you might die. Thank you, Rachel. Annabelle grasped her hand and started snuggling with it. Rachel asked, Thank you? For what? Annabelle asked. What do you mean for what? You saved me when I fell into the pond. That came as a surprise for Rachel. She asked, How do you know that? You were probably too out of it to remember anything. Matilda was hearing to their conversation from a corner. Annabelle replied, I wasn't sure at first, but when I heard your voice yesterday in my sleep, I just knew. Rachel realized this is completely different from the rumors. How am I supposed to react? She decided. For now, let's just give her some food. She offered the sweats she was currently baking. Do you want to try this? I made it for you, Annabelle. Annabelle gets excited. Oh, really? Thank you. It looks yummy, Rachel said. Good. Go ahead and take a bite. Just then Raymond came there and shouts, Rachel, what do you think you're doing right now? Annabelle hiccuped. So Rachel felt annoyed. Ugh, what does he want now? He stepped closer and shouts, You! What do you think you're doing? Bringing Annabelle here and feeding her whatever you want? Raymond's voice rang out, indignant and sharp. I didn't know she'd come here, Rachel replied calmly. But since she's here, I'm giving her some of my homemade meringue cookies. She turned to Annabelle with a gentle smile. How do you like them, Annabelle? They're amazing. Annabelle beamed. Rachel's cookies are so sweet and yummy, so don't be too mean to her, Raymond, she added, puffing her cheeks in protest. Hurry up and say you understand. Raymond hesitated, clearly taken aback. Since I reincarnated as Rachel, no one has ever defended me, Rachel thought silently. And yet, Annabelle just did. Annabelle turned to Raymond, her voice trembling slightly. And what were you doing when I fell into the pond, Raymond? I was so scared. But Rachel used a whisk to fight off a giant octopus monster, and she smacked a lizard the size of the mansion with an oven tray. Both Rachel and Raymond gets bewildered upon hearing that. Annabelle continued, "And she promised to make me lots of yummy pastries when I woke up. Did she have some kind of fever dream while I was visiting her?" Rachel wondered, utterly confused. "Well," Rachel said, shrugging, "Annabelle says that's what happened. I don't care what you think about me," she continued, her gaze steady. "But are you really not going to believe your precious little sister either? By the way," she asked gently, "Annabelle, how did you get here?" "I offered money to anyone who could tell me where you were," Annabelle explained proudly. "And your servant brought me here." "Ah, I see," Rachel assured her. "Next time, I'll make you something even more delicious, Annabelle." With just one day left until the bakery's grand opening, Rachel's thoughts buzzed with things to do. "I really need to clear out the weeds today," she muttered to herself, surveying the garden. "But I also want to test a few more recipes." She was experimenting with letting bread dough rise in the oven's residual heat. Daniel's wheat stock, originally meant for export, had now been milled into various types of flour, which means, lovely, bread flour, cake flour, all-purpose flour. She grinned. "I have everything I need, so today," she decided aloud, "I'm making buttercup squash muffins." They were a beloved snack, enjoyed by people of all ages if done right. Buttercup squash recipe. Ingredients: buttercup squash, cake flour, butter, eggs, sugar, almond flour, baking powder, etc. First, she boiled the buttercup squash, cutting some into delicate crescent shapes and slicing up the rest. Then she mixed all the ingredients to create the batter, carefully piped it into muffin liners, and topped each with a squash crescent before sliding them into the oven. In the meantime, the bread dough had proofed beautifully. Rachel decided to top it with some leftover squash. "I'll tidy up the garden a bit and then," with the sound of ding, the buttercup squash muffins were done. She gets excited upon hearing the bell. Rachel took a bite, her eyes lighting up. "The texture is so soft. This is why I used real buttercup squash instead of some pumpkin powder." She smiled to herself. "They'd be amazing with fresh whipped cream." Then a thought struck her as she looked at Teehee's stack of them. "By the way, did I bake too many for a test? What do I do? And there's bread in the oven too." "Oh, right." She had already decided to donate the leftovers. "Guess I should bake even more. I hope the kids will love them." At the Star Valley's foster home, a woman greeted her warmly. "Nice to meet you, Rachel. I'm Catherine, the head of the foster home." "It's wonderful to have such a good neighbor," Catherine added. Rachel replied. "I'm lucky to have such a welcoming one, too." Rachel offered a bashful smile. "I guess there's no need to mention my last name," Catherine said. "Thank you so much for donating these leftovers. They smell just as warm and inviting as if they are freshly baked." It's just that I had trouble adjusting the quantity on my first day," Rachel admitted. "Also, could I ask for a small favor? I'd love to hear honest feedback on these muffins and bread. I'd really appreciate your objective opinions." "If that's the case, of course," Catherine agreed. "I'll let everyone try it right away." Moments later, the room was filled with delighted voices. Children's mouth drooled looking at the muffins. They began gnoming as soon as they were allowed to. Happy voices arose in the hall. "Wow, this is so yummy. I could eat this forever." While eating, one kid said, "I want to learn how to make bread too." Another agreed. "Me too," Rachel chuckled. "The oven gets really hot, so it's dangerous. But once you're a little older, I'll teach you all kinds of tips. Until then, I'll keep baking for you." Just the Miss Catherine stroked her glasses while staring at Rachel. For a second, Rachel thought she saw a blue glint in one of her eyes. Was that just her imagination? "Does the bread not suit your taste?" she asked Miss Catherine gently. "Oh, no, not at all," she stammered. "The aroma and texture are exquisite. They'd make perfect gifts too," Rachel replied. "I see. Thank you for the kind words." While escorting her back, Catherine exclaimed, "This is some of the best bread and muffins I've ever had." Catherine said sincerely. "Your shop is bound to succeed," Rachel beamed. "Since the kids love it, I'll bring some over now and then, even when I sell out." Then she said, "I'll see you again soon." Catherine waved her. "Take care, Rachel." Catherine thought, it's her first day. Does that mean her bread didn't sell well? Everyone who tasted it gave genuine, glowing reviews. She decided, looks like I need to teach my kind-hearted neighbor the joys of making money. The next day there were more customers at her bakery. "Do you have good morning bread?" Someone called out from the entrance. "Excuse me, can I place a bulk order in advance?" Another customer asked eagerly. "What time do the bread and muffins come out?" Someone else chimed in. Rachel, smiling but clearly overwhelmed, directed them patiently. Good morning, bread is on that display over there. I'll help you with the checkout, she added. We're still setting up the reservation system, but for now, bread is ready in the morning, and muffins are out by lunchtime. As she rang up orders and directed traffic, a single thought echoed in her head. Why is business suddenly booming like this? Still, she kept smiling. Thank you. Have a great day. Today's sales were a huge success, she concluded at the end. So life really is just luck, huh? She thought to herself as the crowd finally began to thin. Maybe when I get some free time, I should turn the second floor into my own little hideout. But first she needed food. Her stomach growled. I'm totally craving mint chocolate cookies today, she said to herself excitedly. But then she paused. Wait, I was planning to bring some to Annabelle too. Her eyes narrowed. What if she's not a mint choco fan? She imagined the worst. Annabelle spitting it out in front of Raymond, who would then shout, How dare you feed her something so disgusting? I knew you were evil, you villainess. I'd better make some chocolate chip cookies too. Rachel sighed. I'll add some nuts for extra flavor. Mint chocolate chip cookies and nut chocolate chip cookies. Ingredients: mint chocolate, chocolate chips, nuts, cake flour, butter, eggs, sugar, baking powder, salt. By the way, mint chocolate wasn't available in stores, she muttered. So I made it myself. She melted white chocolate, then mixed in peppermint oil and a bit of green food coloring. Once piped into small drops and hardened, they were done. Now it was time to prepare the dough. She mixed everything together and split the dough into two batches, one with mint chocolate chips, the other with regular chocolate chips and crunchy nuts. She was careful not to overmix. Too much kneading makes them chewy, she warned herself. Scooping dough onto parchment-lined trays, she added teardrop-shaped mint chips to one set and chopped nuts to the other. Just then, the oven finished preheating. Later, the smell of warm, nutty sweetness filled the kitchen. Done! The aroma is amazing. I hope Annabelle likes them too. Rachel! Annabelle squealed. Did you come to see me? Of course, Rachel said, smiling warmly. I made a promise, didn't I? To bring you delicious pastries and desserts. Guess what I made this time? Take a guess. Let me smell it first, Annabelle said, closing her eyes. Let me take a sniff. Okay, but keep your eyes closed, Rachel teased. Annabelle sniffs. That nutty smell. Did you make cookies for me? Rachel replied. Correct. Go on, try one, Annabelle. Yes, she cried, then picks one with mint chocolate. She tasted it and cheered up. It's really yummy. I'm glad you like mint chocolate, Rachel said, relieved. I'm so happy you made cookies for me. Annabelle beamed, jumping with joy. I like you so much, Rachel. Rachel also smiled. And I really like you too, Annabelle. But then she remembers the scene where the Count was worried for her and instructed her. Annabelle, it was the nuts that made you sick this time, Raymond added. You must never eat nuts again, Annabelle. Okay, Raymond, she whispered, tears dripping from her eyes. I won't eat them again. She looked at the nut cookie and thought, I was so scared I might die. But Rachel made these cookies for me. If I don't eat this, everyone will doubt Rachel's skills. They always say she's useless at everything. She looked down at the cookie in her hand. If I just eat this and say it's delicious, then maybe Rachel will finally get some compliments. Taking a breath, she raised the cookie and took another bite. How is it? Rachel asked gently. She trembled, saying, It's deli. Then coughed. Annabelle? Rachel's voice faltered. Annabelle suddenly collapsed, the half-eaten cookie falling from her hand. Rachel dropped the remaining cookies in shock. She called out, Annabelle, what's wrong? Then servant came there and asked, What's happening? And my lady? A maid shouted in panic as Annabelle was lying on the ground. A knight shouted, Call the doctor right away. Moments later, when the doctor came, he said, We need emergency treatment now. Hurry! Just then the Count also came there. He asked, What is going on? Rachel's voice trembled. The Count asked her, his expression darkening. Rachel, did you feed Annabelle nuts? The Count told. Annabelle has a nut allergy. Rachel fell in despair. I didn't know. It was never mentioned in the original story. But then her heart sank with a chilling thought. Wait, did the real Rachel know? Count Leseltein and Raymond had both shouted at her. Their anger was nothing new, but this time, they didn't even stay to see how she responded. With looks of disappointment, they turned away from her in silence. That moment made it clear, they had truly, finally, given up on her. Later Daniel Deneuve visited her. She was lost in thought, so Daniel called, "Lady Rachel!" She flinched, so he asked, "Are you all right?" "Ah, yes." She nodded, brushing it off, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Daniel asked, "By any chance, does the item you brought me have anything to do with the fact that you temporarily closed your shop at such an important time?" "At first, I assumed it had to do with the suspicious people lurking near your bakery," he admitted. "They were probably sent by my brother," she said grimly. "I'll explain later." "I see. The number of those people has decreased," he added, "but I'll keep guards stationed nearby. We can't risk the warehouse being discovered." "Decreased?" Rachel frowned. "They must think I'm about to shut down the bakery." She shook the thought away and changed the subject. "By the way, would you like a Madeleine? I grabbed a few leftovers since you dropped by unexpectedly. It's one of my specialties." "I don't eat anything that hasn't been properly vetted," he replied curtly. "All right," she said with a shrug. "Then I'll eat them myself." As she ate it, he observed, then began eating. "Well, now that I've seen you eat one, I suppose I can try." He bit into it, and his eyes widened. It's delicious," she smiled. "Starting tomorrow, I'll be making condensed milk and matcha madeleines too. Are you curious about the recipe?" He was stunned for a moment, then said, "If I am, would you tell me?" "For a price," she teased. "If business goes well," she continued more seriously, "I'm thinking of expanding the bakery." "I heard you had no talent for business," he said, eyeing her. "But that doesn't seem to be the case. Anyway," he cleared his throat, "let's move on to business. Lately, your bakery's products have been popping up everywhere," he said. "From what I've heard, even the noble ladies are talking about them." Rachel repeated, "Noble ladies," he replied. "Yes. Especially the Dowager Duchess Hessen herself. She's been singing their praises." He asked, "Do you have any personal connection to her?" She replied, "I don't believe so." In her mind she said, "If I could meet her, I would have done it already. Her son is the ultimate pastry enthusiast and a potential VIP customer. That only makes it more suspicious," he murmured. "It would be wise to keep a low profile for now. The Duke's family might be keeping an eye on us." "Well then," he said briskly, "let's discuss chain store royalties." After discussing a few details, Rachel said, "Agreed. Let's monitor sales for a while before finalizing the details." Daniel shows thumbs up. "I'll make sure your chain stores receive full support as well." This is going to work, he thought to himself, excitement bubbling inside her. Rachel said, "I always prioritize the best possible deal, you know." "Are you heading straight back to the guild?" she asked. While leaving, he was looking gaunt but said, "Yes, I'll be handling guild matters until dawn." "Wait a second, Daniel." She reached behind the counter and handed him a small package. "Take this with you and eat. Work is important, but so is your health. Don't skip your meals." His cheeks turned red. While hiding his face, he said, "Thank you, Rachel." He paused, then smiled faintly. "I'll consider this Madeleine as payment for the item you requested. The herbs, you'll have them before sunrise," he'd promised. Later that night, Rachel examined the small pouch Daniel had delivered. She thought this had better work like it did in the original story. She ground the dried herbs carefully, then wrinkled her nose. "Ugh, it smells awful. There's no way you can just eat it as is." Still, she was already forming a plan. "Well, I was planning to develop a new menu anyway. So, let's pair it with some fresh bread." Blueberry bread. Ingredients: standard bread dough, blueberries. The preparation method was the same as regular bread. She sifted the flour, kneaded the dough, then carefully washed the fresh blueberries and laid them out to dry. Once ready, she folded the fruit into the dough and popped it into the oven. Done! Now, she thought urgently, I need to get to the mansion. If I waste any more time, Annabelle. "You!" Raymond growled the moment she stepped through the doors. "You have the nerve to walk in here after what you did?" "Move, Raymond," Rachel said firmly, holding the basket tight. "I have something to feed Annabelle." "You've completely lost your mind." "Done!" Rachel snapped, eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you trying to kill Annabelle for real this time?" "No!" she shot back. "I brought medicine, something that can quickly suppress her allergic reaction." He slapped her and asked, "How am I supposed to believe that?" "Just trust me this once," she pleaded. "I'm your sister too, you know. I would never hurt Annabelle," he declared, cutting her off. "I have never, not even once, considered you my sister." Her hands trembled. She clenched her fists, fury bubbling to the surface. "Get out!" Raymond continued yelling. "Don't ever set foot in this mansion again. I don't even want to see your—" Just then Rachel smacked his face with the basket she was holding. Raymond whirled around and plopped to the ground. Raymond was unable to speak in shock. So what? Rachel snapped, deflecting her own emotions. If you want to leave Annabelle to suffer forever, then go ahead. Poor little sister, stuck with an awful sister and an awful brother. Murmurs began between servants. What? Raymond's face twisted in outrage. Without you, Annabelle would have been so much happier, she shouted. That's ridiculous. Then why do you think she came looking for me? Their argument was interrupted by a sudden voice. What's all this commotion? The Count entered. Rachel. His voice was firm. What are you trying to feed Annabelle? A few moments later the doctor examined the medicine. This is definitely a rare herb, and the combination of ingredients is unexpected. Snailweed, spiked mushroom root, fairy snot? The doctor said aloud, baffled. How did you even come up with this? Rachel exhaled. One of my talkative pharmacist customers mentioned it to me once. In return, I gave them plenty of extra bread. She lowered her voice. In fact, this was the medicine Daniel desperately crafted in the original story for the protagonist, Euphemia. Father! Raymond stepped forward, pointing a finger at her. Rachel is trying to feed Annabelle some unverified medicine that even the doctor doesn't know about. I absolutely won't allow this. Murmurs rippled through the room. How can we trust Lady Rachel? What if she's lying on purpose? Didn't she already try to kill Lady Annabelle? Rachel clenches her arm thinking, no, I want to say it's not true, but who here would even believe me? Their father stepped forward, his voice low and grave. This will be your last chance. Rachel stiffened. Pardon? The Count said. If the medicine doesn't work as you claim, then you are no longer my daughter. And today will be the last day you ever set foot in this estate, he continued. A family should have at least a minimal amount of trust in each other. However, you did put Annabelle in danger. This means we cannot fully trust you, so you will have to prove yourself. Do you understand, Rachel? She agreed. I understand. They administrated the medicine, and when Annabelle opens her eyes, they fed her the bread. Amid the tangled mess of emotions, a long and exhausting day finally came to an end. Later, hushed murmurs filled the halls. Did you hear that? Lady Rachel, she healed Lady Annabelle. Rachel! Annabelle cried as she threw her arms around her. Are you that happy you're feeling better? Rachel asked, surprised. Yeah, but... Annabelle grinned. I'm even happier that you came to see me, actually, she said a little concerned. Raymond told me never to eat things like peanuts or walnuts. She drooped. I'm sorry, Rachel. I tried to hold back, but I couldn't. Don't worry about it. Rachel reassured her gently. In the end, things turned out fine. Even I wouldn't be able to endure pain like that. But why did you try to do that, Annabelle? Rachel asked, softly patting her head. Because... Annabelle's voice wavered. If I had eaten it without complaining, then people wouldn't have said bad things about you. Then Matilda brought the bread serving. Aha! Annabelle gasped. It's the blueberry bread you brought. Even with just one bite, it was so good. Well, of course, Matilda chimed in. It's Lady Rachel's baking, honestly, the maid added. I've never understood why those malicious rumors about you spread. The way people kept making up stories. As she said that, she gasped and quickly left. Anyway, I'll take my leave now. Rachel gets suspicious. Now that Annabelle has recovered, it's time to dig deeper. The faint sound of Annabelle munching on her bread followed behind her. I think this isn't simply about bad rumors, Rachel thought. Something else is going on. Later at the Duke's manor, his attendant informed. For dessert, we have yuzu pound cake and raspberry cake, Your Grace. I'll pass on the dessert, came the curt reply. Just bring the tea for me, the attendant said. Yes, Your Grace. Across the table, a guest smiled brightly. How delightful! They say you must try the desserts whenever you visit the Duke's mansion, after all, the Duke added. The head maid has good taste, the guest continued. And surely, that reflects your refined taste as well, Your Grace. The nobleman gave a faint nod. I'm truly honored that you've chosen to invest in my accessories venture, the guest continued eagerly. If entrusted to me, I'll give it my utmost. Just then a servant served them the cakes. Oh my! He gasped, eyes lighting up. This looks absolutely delicious. He eagerly took a bite, then paused. This is the raspberry jam layered between the sponge. It's exquisite. If this were sold commercially, I'd definitely buy it. He turned his attention to the other plate. And look at this yuzu pound cake. The fragrance and texture are perfectly balanced. Another bite. I don't normally enjoy cakes, but this is. Suddenly, the Duke grits his teeth and stood up. He said, a pressing matter just came to mind. This conversation will have to end here. Count Dutchin, the guest said. Huh! But we haven't finished discussing the partnership, then the guest said quickly, sensing the change in mood. We can continue our conversation another time, Your Grace. As the nobleman left the place, the Duke looks at the cake and quickly snatches the cake away. In his study, the Duke ate the cake. His thoughts lingered behind. The flavor is excellent, but somehow, it's not satisfying. He pulls out the poster, Rachel Bakery. The name drifted through his mind. Thanks to my mother, I now have an excuse to go there. But, I've heard it suddenly closed just days after opening. What on earth happened to the bakery owner? And my lady? A nervous voice echoed in the corridor. You can interrogate me all you want, Matilda said, fidgeting. But I don't know anything about the pond incident. As I told you before, technically, I'm on young Master Raymond's side. So even if I knew something, I can't exactly tell you. Matilda continued, feigning innocence. I only heard rumors floating around the estate. Rachel bribed her with an ornament. Matilda quickly changed. And also, maybe help spread them a little. Well, I am the most well-connected person in this mansion, so... Matilda added with a nervous chuckle. But really, I don't know anything, she twitched. I mean, I have no idea who strengthened the rumor or where it really started. Rachel shows her more gems. Matilda looks at them, then gave in. Except I did hear it was Maid Joe and who made the whole thing sound credible, Rachel admitted. I really do admire how honest you are when money's involved, Matilda, she said. Oh, come on, my lady. Anyway, Matilda continued. Joanne gave the key testimony about the incident. It was the day Lady Annabelle and young Master Raymond went for a walk. Supposedly, after she slipped away from him to watch the fish by the pond, you suddenly appeared and, she hesitated, pushed her straight into the water. That's what she claimed. Rachel's eyes narrowed. Matilda added, and even with the mansion staff divided on the matter, Joanne has been allowed to keep her own private room for witness protection. Is that so? Rachel murmured. Matilda said. But the truth is, my lady, at a quiet corner of the estate, Rachel approached. Maid Joanne. The woman bowed stiffly. My lady, what brings you to such a humble corner of the estate? Rachel replied. Nothing major. I just have a few questions about the pond incident. Matilda was behind Rachel, she said. How much did you get paid, huh? Joanne stiffened and said, What nonsense are you saying in front of the lady? You're the one talking nonsense, Rachel said coldly, eyes locked on Joanne. I know everything about the false testimony you gave. And what proof do you have to say that, my lady? Joanne sneered. I saw it with my own eyes. Her words landed like a slap. How could you try to discredit a witness like this? Joanne added. Do you know how disappointed the other masters would be to see you stoop this low? Rachel's voice caught. She thinks in her mind. I may be adopted, but I'm still technically her employer. And she's this brazen about tearing me down? Then Matilda said with a low voice. It's not slander if it's true. You weren't even near the pond that day. You were in the inner courtyard, far away from the pond. What? Joanne gasped. Did you seriously think you saw me there? Not me, Matilda said. But the head maid needed an extra pair of hands that day to help carry a few things. A guest had come to meet the Count for business, and the maid saw you in the courtyard with that guest. Her eyes narrowed. If it were just a servant, maybe you could cover it up. But a guest of the Count? Lady Rachel would have no way of manipulating that testimony, Matilda continued. That maid thought she was just mistaken. But if we ask the Count, I'm sure he can summon the guest again to confirm it. Upon hearing that, the Joanne trembled. You heard her, Rachel said, her tone final. I'll give you one chance not to be kicked out of this mansion, Joanne. Then she asked, voice firm. Who told you to lie? Did you hear that? Someone whispered sharply. Lady Rachel. She's not really the late Countess's daughter. Unbelievable. Another voice replied. Why would Madame keep that secret until the moment of her death? Who knows? And besides, why do we even have to call that girl my lady? She's just a commoner like us. Exactly. What if that commoner ends up hurting Lady Annabelle? Maybe that's why Madame revealed the truth before she passed, to protect Lady Annabelle. I heard Marchioness Sealed was by Madame's side at the end, one murmured. Perhaps she wanted her closest friend to keep Rachel in check, so a mere commoner wouldn't dare lay a hand on Lady Annabelle. The head butler's thought raced. That's right. A commoner, someone no different from us, is living in the Leseltein estate? Unacceptable. The luxury, the entitlement, this entire charade. We won't stand for it, he demanded as Rachel approached him for correction. You're saying there's something that needs to be corrected in the report? What kind of ridiculous rumors have you been listening to? Rachel replied. Are you saying there's nothing that needs correcting? Should we ask Joanne then? Just then maid Joanne came appeared. Rachel added, maybe she can tell us if there's anything worth revising, like whether she's been making secret deals behind the scenes. Joanne admitted. The testimony I gave about Lady Rachel, it was all false. She bowed to Rachel and said, I wasn't even near the pond that day. I'm sorry, my lady, Rachel replied. Thank you for finally telling the truth. Then asked, so, who told you to lie? Just then the head butler shouted. Lady Rachel, she shot back. What? Does it bother you that I'm adopted? Rachel's voice rang out, raw with emotion. Don't act like I don't know. I know you can't stand that someone like me, born who knows where, was accepted into House Leseltein. And that makes me a thorn in your side, doesn't it? Her voice shook. I've heard more than once all the things you say behind my back. Yes, more than once. Just then someone knocks the door. Rachel thought. He's here. Rachel took a breath, then turns. Until now, I thought it wasn't worth reacting to. After all, it's true I am adopted. Raymond was standing at the door. Rachel continued. But when lies turn into real damage, that's where I draw the line, Raymond said skeptically. Isn't it possible that you just bribed that maid? Rachel's voice cracked. What? You seriously think I would? She didn't, Raymond! Annabelle interrupted, her voice clear. She defended Rachel and said, Rachel saved me when I slipped. There's no culprit in any of this. Rachel gets surprised. Annabelle continued. I've been telling you that over and over again. But why won't anyone believe me? She remembers her brother saying, You're a sweet girl, but you shouldn't be kind to someone who does this to you. Not you, Raymond. Annabelle cut in. Not Chin, not anyone. This isn't about covering up what Rachel did. I'm just telling you what actually happened. Upon hearing that, Rachel thought, maybe, even in the original story, Annabelle liked Rachel at first. But being surrounded by lies, by people whispering in her ear, she eventually believed them. She started to think I really was the villainess. Rachel smiled, her voice softened. Thank you for believing me, Annabelle. Later in the Count's office, the Count took a breath and asked, where is the head butler now? His attendant bowed. His involvement hasn't been fully confirmed yet, so we've placed him in temporary confinement, the Count said. I see. A response has arrived, his attendant said. They claim they saw a maid, likely Joanne, somewhere other than the pond. Upon hearing that, the Count said, Rachel was falsely accused. I can't believe something like this would happen within my own household. My lord, if I may, the servant interjected. If this incident spreads beyond the estate, the family's reputation could suffer greatly. If we punish the head butler appropriately, the truth behind Lady Rachel's false accusation will clear itself with time. Then the Count recalled his interaction with the doctor. At night, the doctor was carrying a tray with cakes. Greetings, my lord. A bow followed. The Count asked the doctor. Yes. What's that you're carrying out of Annabelle's room? He replied. Oh, it was brought in by Lady Rachel. I was going to dispose of it, just in case. Rachel brought that? The lord asked, brows furrowed. Give it here. I'll take care of it myself. The Count went to Annabelle's chamber with the tray. He peeked in and saw Rachel sitting beside Annabelle's bed. Rachel murmured, Wake up soon, Annabelle. When you do, I'll bake you all the delicious bread you want. The Count ate the cake he was holding. This is good, he continued after a pause. Reopen the investigation. Annabelle may call it an accident, but there could be a true culprit behind it, his attendant asked. Pardon? The Count said firmly. I'll personally deal with the head butler. And this incident, make sure it's made known beyond this house. After a few days, Rachel opens her bakery again. She processed an order. 2 loaves of good morning bread, right? The customer replied. Yes, she said, smiling. That'll be 6,000 kroso. Thank you very much. Please come again. The cheerful farewell was followed by complete silence, closing right after opening. Yeah, that definitely hurt business. It wasn't that no one was coming in, but still things weren't steady. I need to prepare more thoroughly, she thought, her eyes narrowing with determination. For my future VVIP guest, Duke Hessen, she decided. First, let's make some muffins. I'll decorate them like fancy cupcakes, with his favorite ingredient, strawberries. Just as she set to work, bell jingled. The door creaked open and someone enters the shop. She turns to the person saying, Sorry, we're closed for the day. She caught herself mid-sentence. She looked at the person and said, I mean, we're still open. Welcome, sir, Duke Karhan Hessen, the Empire's strongest knight, guarding the northern border against monsters and foreign threats. And yet, even he had been facing a serious problem lately. Few hours ago at Duke's Manor. What do you mean you can't accept it? Someone asked, stunned. Doesn't the Duke usually accept gifts only if they're food? Of course, the butler replied politely. We're deeply grateful for your thoughtfulness. However, my master unfortunately has little interest in desserts. I was told by the former head butler that he only accepted food gifts out of politeness. I truly apologize. I only wish to serve my lord to the best of my ability. Oh, no need to apologize, the guest said warmly. The Duke is lucky to have such a loyal butler. The butler flushed slightly. I'm flattered. Meanwhile, the Duke was watching from his window. His disheveled voice cried out. And no! My emergency supply, my emergency sugar rations, they're gone. He stumbled through the doorway. Perhaps I've gone this long without a single sugar fix. My legs just carry me here on their own. Thank goodness the bakery's open. I'm sorry, Rachel said kindly. We're just in the middle of tidying up, but please feel free to look around. His eyes sparkled as they landed on a loaf. This is cream cheese and blueberry bread? This bakery clearly knows its flavor profiles. Oh, I have a sample batch you could try if you'd like, Rachel offered. We don't have seating yet, so you'd have to taste it here at the counter. The Duke nods. That'll do, she said, of course, just a moment. Saying that, she went to pick the sample. She quickly handed him a tray. Here you are. A strawberry cream muffin topped with strawberry-flavored whipped cream and fresh strawberries. His heart raced as he looks at the muffin. A perfectly golden muffin, crowned with sweet strawberry cream and elegantly finished with fresh strawberries. He reaches out thinking, there's no way this could taste bad. He took a bite. The softness of the bread, the chewiness inside, his expression froze in bliss. This is heavenly. Like the food of the gods. He flinched as he ate, so Rachel called out, Sir? He clears his throat and said, I'll take some. Rachel asked, How many would you like to order? We take large orders anytime and offer extra services for bulk purchases, the Duke repeated. Services? She thought. Just a bulk order would help me restock desserts more easily. And there's bonus food involved too. We also have a membership tier system, she added, smiling. Our VIPs receive special gifts and special desserts that change every time, the Duke quickly said. I'll place a bulk order. Give me the most expensive item you've got, she said. Then I'll prepare 20 boxes, 5 macarons each, the Duke asked. Macarons? What's that? She replied. Oh, well, they look kind of like dakois, but they're actually a type of cookie. A crisp meringue shell on the top and bottom, with a soft filling in between. Few hours later, the Duke was eating it in his office. While eating, he thought, the name alone sounds delicious, but now her explanation has really piqued my curiosity. What kind of dessert could a macaron be? Meanwhile, in the Grand Mansion kitchen, the maid chefs were talking to each other looking at macaron. One asked, Are these actually from the famous Rachel Bakery? Others said, They look cute, I guess. Don't let the looks fool you, one warned. They were made by a woman called the reincarnation of the witch Margarita. What if they're poisoned or something? First one said. No way. The Duke himself picked them out. Everyone else was saying how good they were too, as the top 3 assistant chefs in this mansion, one declared. It's up to us to judge properly. Let's try and critique them mercilessly, they agreed. Fine, I'll be absolutely brutal, the third one said. All right. I'll try this one. As they ate them, they were mesmerized by the taste. One exclaimed, I can't believe this. This perfectly balanced sweetness. Crispy, chewy, and soft, all in one bite. And the presentation? Adorable. This dessert is phenomenal. Meanwhile, at the Duke's mansion, the Duchess was looking outside the window, concerned about something. Her attendant came and asked, You seem troubled, madam, the Duchess asked. Was it that obvious? The attendant replied, You don't sigh often, madam. It's hard not to notice. The Duchess laughed it off. It's nothing serious. No need to worry. A moment passed, then she shifted topics. Owen, there's something I'm curious about. You said these macarons were from Rachel Bakery, right? I overheard one of the servants say something odd. Then she added, The owner, Rachel, is actually Rachel Leseltein, the one people used to call the disgrace of House Leseltein. Is that true? I was curious myself, Owen admitted. So I looked into it, and it turned out to be true. She's the very same Rachel Leseltein, known for her bad reputation not only among nobles but even among commoners. I see. The lady's voice was calm, thoughtful. Thank you, Owen. You've been good company. You may go rest now. Owen bowed. Yes, madam. Then left. Alone now, she let her thoughts wander. As both the former duchess and the current head of the foster home, I've always spoken highly of this bakery. But to think it's run by someone accused of such cruelty, she frowned. And yet, the Rachel I saw was nothing like the disgraced people claim she is. She wonders which is right? Her gaze dropped to the macaron. She picks one and ate it. Is this roasted soybean powder? I'm thinking of making a version with soybean powder next, came Rachel's voice from a memory, cheerful and confident. It's a flavor everyone can enjoy, young and old. As I thought, the lady decided this matter deserves a closer look. Meanwhile at Rachel Bakery. Leave it to me, my lady. Matilda beamed. I'll work hard to make every crosser you pay me worth it. Yeah. Rachel waved a hand. The baking's all done, so just handle the packaging and check out properly, okay? Matilda replied. Yes, my lady. Have a safe trip. Rachel stepped outside with a bounce in her step. Why am I in such a good mood today? She mused. Oh, right. It's all thanks to Duke Hessen. His bulk order filled my wallet very nicely. Her thoughts were cut short as she arrived at the Merchant Guild. Welcome, Lady Rachel Leseltein. A familiar voice greeted her. As I mentioned, I've summoned you with good news. Since Robert couldn't be bothered to show up, I'll be speaking in his place today. Rachel blinked then thought. Today he's Daniel, huh? Living a double life must be exhausting. She eyed him coolly. While walking away, Daniel said, By the way, that carriage you arrived in looks quite modest. Is House Leseltein holding a funeral for its luxury carriages? Rachel replied. I came straight from work, thank you very much. And for your information, I rented the nicest one at the shop. When he's Daniel, he's the total opposite of stiff, serious Robert, Rachel thought. He's even friendly, almost to the point of being sleazy. If I hadn't read the original story, I never would have guessed they were the same person. While in his office as he was pouring her tea, she thinks, on the first day we met, he wouldn't even serve me tea. And now I'm one of his key business partners. She looked up at him and smiled. So what's so exciting you had to summon me to your merchant guild? She asked. There's something I think you'll be quite pleased with. He leaned forward. As you predicted, high-purity diamonds have been discovered in the mine. Daniel continued. Of course, to sell gemstones at high prices, fine craftsmanship is essential. Rachel asked. Are you planning to commission House Dutchen? He replied. No, I'm still considering my options, she asked again. But they're known for having the best craftsmanship. The thing is, Daniel's tone darkened. Duke Hessen's involvement is giving me pause. I have reason to believe we're being watched. Word is, Duke Hessen has taken a sudden interest in Count Dutchen's business lately. Nothing concrete yet, but... He lowered his voice. I also received word from our warehouse guards that Duke Hessen visited your bakery after hours. There's a good chance he's already on to something, she said. Possibly, but inwardly she thought. Though he's just a dessert fanatic. Sorry for letting the misunderstanding spread, Your Grace, but I wasn't planning to work with Dutchen anyway, so this works out as I intended. Because I know he's a con man with a rotten heart, she recalled. It's a shame that the original novel didn't specify who the heroine eventually liked instead. That would have been a great help. Well, Rachel resolved, I'll just focus on what I can do right now, she said. Fine, find another jeweler. If the Duke gets suspicious, we'll just deny everything. He smiled. I knew you'd say that. Just in case, take this. He handed her a card. It's a backup business card. I recommend halting mining for now. Okay. Rachel nodded. Instead, let's push forward the opening of the second branch. Once the diamonds are mined, I'll pay you in full. For now, find me a good location in the Denave territory. You're trying to consume the flour as fast as possible, huh? He teased. Luckily, we have a vacant building in the territory. You can use it rent-free for now, she replied. It's not like I can use it for free forever, right? Let's set a monthly rent in advance for when the flour runs out. He laughed. Haha, you still don't trust me enough for a verbal agreement, I see, she said. Trust like that has to be earned. No exceptions, he agreed. Fair enough. Let's sign the contract. Meanwhile, at her bakery, Matilda was sweeping the place humming. I love a boss who pays me on time. The day she misses payroll, I'm out of here though. But until then, you'll get your money's worth from me. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Matilda beamed. Oh, it's been a while, Irene. The girl blinked in disbelief. Matilda, are you seriously working at that Villainess's bakery? A few days ago Irene was talking to her colleagues. One of them asked, Matilda? You mean the girl who completely loses her mind over money? You're still in touch with her? The other frowned, arms crossed. I never liked how obsessed she was with cash. I understand, Irene replied with a smile. But have you ever seen how endearing she looks when she mumbles about money, her cheeks puffed up like a chipmunk? A few months ago before that, Irene met Matilda. Matilda had said it casually. Irene, starting tomorrow, I'll be working for Lady Rachel. Irene gets shocked. What? That Villainess? Yes. Matilda nodded unfazed. I volunteered, Irene questioned. But why? Isn't she the one with the worst reputation in the whole estate? That's right, she admitted. But being a personal maid means serious money. After that, life got in the way. They both got busy, barely kept in touch. But now, Irene wondered, could it be? She imagined Rachel as a villainess with her evil plan. Rachel ordered Matilda in her vision, I need to make a fortune. Come up with a plan that pulls in massive money. My lady, that could hurt a lot of people, Matilda warned her cautiously. Rachel throws a bag of coins to her. Do it right, and you'll be richer than you ever dreamed. Seeing that, Matilda agreed. You can count on me, my lady. I'll deliver the world to your feet. So she imagined both of them proceeding with their evil plan. Back to present, Irene gasped. Matilda, I knew you were always obsessed with money, but now you've really gone too far. Get a grip, Irene. Matilda scoffed. I've been doing just fine, Irene asked. Really? Of course. Honestly. Matilda softened slightly. I think I've started seeing my lady in a whole new light. Just then another customer came by. Welcome to Rachel Bakery, Matilda added brightly. Then she said to Irene, let's head inside. We can talk there. Yeah, sure, Irene agreed. Irene hesitated, glancing towards the customer that came now. Huh? Why does that lady feel so familiar? She shook her head. It's probably just my imagination. While the customer browsed through the shop, Irene and Matilda talked to each other. Irene asked, so what you're saying is, your lady isn't actually a bad person? Don't even get me started, Matilda said, exasperated. Turns out the head butler caused a huge mess recently. He's been bribing maids like us to frame her for all sorts of things. The customer that came twitches as she heard that. Matilda continued, he couldn't stand the idea of a mere commoner and adopted daughter being part of the noble house he served for generations. Are you sure the head butler really planned all that? Irene asked, skeptical. I just can't imagine anyone going that far, Matilda replied. Well, everyone else just let it happen. Especially the young master of the house. He absolutely hates my lady. Irene asked. Then what about those rumors? They said she kicked out maids she didn't like, in the middle of winter, with nowhere to go. And made one sleep in the stables, covered in horse dung, Matilda began. Well, that's... Just then another customer came, and so Matilda stopped and greeted him. Welcome to Rachel Bakery. Irene turns to the customer and gets flustered. Matilda asked, what's wrong, Irene? She replied thoughtfully. It's just those two customers. They looked oddly familiar, Matilda insisted. Come on. The two customers that came were the Duke Carhan Hessen and his mother the Duchess. As the Duke bumps into Duchess, he said, my apologies. The Duchess turns to him. That's fine. As she saw that it was her own son, she blurted out. Wait, Ka? The Duke also gets shocked to see her mother. Both of them flinched. Matilda was watching that, so she gets suspicious. She thought, eyes widened. This is extremely suspicious. Don't tell me, was that some kind of secret signal for a shady deal? Matilda gave her instructions quickly. Matilda remembered Rachel's instructions. If anyone shady or dangerous comes into the shop, use the back door. There's a storage shed past the backyard. Call the guard station nearby. But don't go inside. So she said to Irene, hands clasped. Irene, can you handle the counter for a bit? Just do some wrapping, Matilda said, already moving. I'll be right back. Irene called for her. Matilda? Matilda. She was gone. She must have really needed to go to the bathroom, Irene rationalized, nodding to herself. Digestive health is important. Maybe I can just follow the one she was making, she thought, eyeing the packages. But what if the suspicious customers speak to me? Just then, with the sound of jingle, Rachel came in. Oh no, another suspicious one? Irene braced herself, only to relax slightly. Phew, it's just someone who looks adorable, like a bunny, she greeted her. Welcome to Rachel Bakery. She was a natural for serving customers. Rachel exclaimed, Your package is flawless. Thank you, Irene stammered. Is there something you're looking for? Rachel smiled. No. Then she went up the stairs. Wait, Irene wondered, are customers even allowed up there? Then Matilda came in bakery with the guards. She pointed towards the Duke in cloak and said, Over there. Those two were acting totally suspicious. They might be here to hurt my lady. Upon hearing that, the Duke quickly left running. Hey! Matilda called out. Why is he running? He must be hiding something. Hey! Stop right there! While the Duchess whispered to one of the guard. Sir, it's me. The head of the foster home, remember? I'm in disguise for a very good reason. So please, just keep quiet, okay? Irene stood there, stunned, confused. What on earth is going on in this bakery? Matilda followed the Duke outside. He was nowhere to be seen. She looked around and grumbled to herself. Where did that shady guy disappear to? If I ever see him again on the street, he's getting a piece of my mind. When she came back, she saw Irene, who was busy folding the boxes. Irene! Matilda called as she returned. You've already folded that many boxes? Yeah, Irene replied. Matilda looked impressed. Maybe I should just leave the whole shop to you and go take a nap or? Irene asked. What? So Matilda quickly backtracked. And nothing. I just said you're doing great. Few moments later, shifting her tone, Irene continued. About what we were talking about earlier. Are you saying all those rumors about your lady were fake? I've been wondering about that myself, honestly, Matilda admitted. Even among the maids who claimed to have seen things firsthand, their stories never quite matched. And when I think about it, even before she opened the bakery, I never actually saw her do anything inappropriate in front of me. She was prickly though. So when people said she pushed Lady Annabelle, I thought, finally. But now we know that was all false. So, in short, your lady didn't actually commit all those awful acts? Irene asked, her voice quiet. She's just been suffering under maliciously exaggerated rumors, Matilda said, nodding firmly. Exactly. I believed everything young Master Raymond and Chen said and thought she was this monstrous villainess, then added sheepishly. But in truth, she's incredibly generous, and well, she pays me really well. Rachel was listening to all of this sitting at stairs. She laughed. Ha ha! After all, nothing wins over Matilda like money. Then her eyes shifted. Wait, that customer over there, isn't that Catherine? I'd like to pay, please, Catherine said, approaching the counter. Of course. I'll ring you up right away, Matilda said politely. Catherine added. Also, I'd like to place a large order. Actually, I'll buy everything you have in the shop right now. Could you have it delivered to the Starvillou foster home down the street? Irene and Matilda stood stunned. Then Matilda quickly said, Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'll have everything ready right away. As she hurried to pack the delivery, Irene commented to Catherine, You must really love this bakery's goods. You could say that, Catherine replied, a soft smile on her lips. I happen to know the owner fairly well. Did you sell blueberry bread yesterday? She asked suddenly. Matilda replied, No, we were too busy filling macaron orders, so no blueberry bread yesterday. I thought so, Catherine said. But Rachel donated a batch of freshly baked blueberry bread to our foster home yesterday. Wait, does that mean? Irene's voice trailed off. She baked a new batch just to donate? Exactly, Catherine confirmed. Rachel doesn't donate leftovers. She always bakes fresh, just for the kids. She's truly a kind soul. Sorry for eavesdropping earlier, she apologized. Irene replied. No, it's totally fine. Matilda prepared everything and puts them on cart. She then happily said, Delivery prepared and ready. Thank you, cheeky little lady, Catherine said with a laugh. Irene watched her go, a thoughtful expression on her face. So she is a good person. Just then, Rachel stepped up, but Matilda had to turn them away. Sorry, ma'am. We just sold out of everything. Oh, no worries. Rachel smiled. You're Irene, right? I'm Rachel, the owner of this bakery. Irene gasped. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you. It's such an honor. Rachel chuckled. I'm really not that amazing, you know. Actually, look at this. I admire your handiwork. May I ask, what do you do? I work at Duke Hessen's mansion, Irene replied, still flustered. As a kitchen assistant, alongside a couple of other girls. I see. Well, Irene, would you consider working at Rachel Bakery? Rachel asked gently. I'm looking to hire someone just like you. Monthly pay is 6 million kroso, plus bonuses, overtime, and severance. Me? Iron stammered. But first, Rachel continued warmly, let me pay you properly for your help today. She gently took Iron's hand in hers. I hope you'll seriously consider my offer. Then, with a graceful nod, she excused herself. Iron stood frozen. Lady Rachel, she's so cool. Outside, Rachel looked for the Duke. Gasping, she thought, I've lost count of how many times I've circled the block. Where is my future VVIP customer? She said aloud. Did he already go back to his mansion? She sighed, deflated. He's probably not coming back to the shop, is he? A ribbon fell from her ear. Just then, someone approached. She turns to him and he handed her the ribbon. You dropped this. Rachel Leseltein. She gets stunned for a moment, then said, Thank you, gold tier customer. I'll be sure to give you a lot of services next time. Then she froze. Wait, I'm not supposed to recognize him right now. I'm pretending not to know who this robed customer really is. She quickly retracted. What I meant was, the Duke cut in, as I suspected. We both knew who the other was. That came as a surprise for her. He knew I was Rachel. But how? I barely attend any social gatherings, and I'm almost certain he's never seen my face before. He must have overheard Matilda and Iron earlier. Not that I was seriously trying to hide anyway. She exclaimed, We've never met before. How did you recognize me? Well, regardless, you're right. I am the owner. She concluded, Okay, let's act really surprised. He's a potential VVIP customer. After all, a little customer service charm wouldn't hurt either. Then she asked, By the way, did you enjoy the macarons you ordered? She gave him a pleasant smile. I took extra care packing your box, you know, he replied. The strawberry ones. They were satisfying. Which strawberry ones? She asked, feigning confusion. If I remember correctly, your box was like 80% strawberry. You knew I liked strawberries? He asked, eyes narrowing slightly. Well, she said with a light laugh, it was hard not to notice your eyes lingering on the strawberry display the entire time. I see, he said. They were very good, very sweet. She thought, Karhan really isn't very expressive, is he? He can taste desserts like a connoisseur, but he barely says anything. She remembers, in the original story, he was always overshadowed by sweet, charming Daniel and the bad boy Crown Prince. He was the least popular of the three. But honestly, while the others flaunted wealth and power, Karhan was the only one who fought for the heroine with genuine sincerity. Plus, he's a total dessert lover. Karhan's actually a pretty great guy, you know? Later, my lady, Matilda chimed in, breaking her train of thought. Are you planning to make your spring ball dress yourself this year? What are you talking about? Rachel asked. Matilda replied. Well, I just thought maybe that was for the ball, since you're working on something right now. I'm just practicing, she replied. I'll probably just get mine from Sabril again, like last time. You're not going with boutique elegance? Matilda asked. Their designs have been really popular lately. I doubt I'll ever be welcome at Elegance again. Rachel said, guilt on her face. Matilda recalled. Oh, is it because of that incident? She remembered it clearly. She had said, Matilda, have the dress taken away. The boutique owner asked, flustered. What? But last time, you said you loved this design. Well, now I don't, she'd replied. It's not my taste anymore. Clenching his fist, Jack had grumbled. I suppose it's true what they say. Commoners have no sense of taste. Upon hearing that, Rachel lunges towards him, pushing him. Seeing that, Matilda said, Well, I guess I'm off to dispose of this dress. Then she'd paused. Those frills and jewels, they look really expensive, right? Her eyes beamed at the jewels. While Jack was returning, he thought, I let that one slip. I need to apologize and smooth this over somehow. But then he saw it, his designer dress torn apart, while Matilda was carrying it away. She pulls out all the jewels from it. Looking the dress in shabby situation, Jack's eyes couldn't believe. Is that my design? Hey you, he called out. Who told you to do that? Matilda replied. Oh, Lady Rachel told me to dispose of it, Jack grumbled. I won't forgive you, Rachel Leseltein. And that's how it went down. Rachel laughed. Ha ha ha, all right. Then she realized, wait, wasn't it Matilda who lit that fire in the first place? But she decided, well, it's too late now. What's done is done. As she remembers, Jack was supposed to catch the Empress's eye at this spring ball, wasn't he? After that, He rises and gets noticed by the heroine, and with the protagonist's benefit, reclaims his place as the #1 boutique. He also gets revenge on me later, so I was planning to get ahead of that. A thought crossed her mind. Rachel said aloud, "Wait. What if I get noticed by the Empress as well? That'd be amazing publicity." Matilda suggested, "In that case, why not use the ball's theme to your advantage? This year's spring ball is extra special. It's the 500th anniversary of the Empire's founding. I heard the Empress is putting in a lot of effort this time. Unlike previous balls, which were mostly attended by young nobles, many older aristocrats will be joining this time as well. And Count Leseltein is planning to attend, too." Right. Rachel mused aloud, then questioned, "But seriously, how do you even know all this stuff? Doesn't everyone just pick it up around?" Matilda shrugged. Rachel thinks in her mind, "I've thought this before, but..." She's way too good at gathering intel and doesn't even realize how valuable it is. Rachel gave her coin and said, "I've just come up with a brilliant idea. Here's your reward." "I don't know what this reward is for," Matilda beamed. "But thank you," Rachel concluded. I definitely need to keep Matilda close. A few days later, the Duchess in the disguise of Catherine went to Rachel Bakery. Rachel was out pulling out wild grass. Rachel?" Director Catherine called out, surprised. "Oh, good morning, Director Catherine," Rachel replied cheerfully. Catherine blinked at the sight before her. "Are you pulling out all these weeds by yourself? You didn't hire anyone?" Rachel smiled sheepishly, wiping some dirt off her hands. "I figured I'd get some exercise. And well, hiring help costs a bit, so I thought I'd do it myself this time." Catherine felt touched, then changed the subject. "What's the recommended menu for next week, Rachel? If you're working on something new, I'd love to give it a try." "Oh, actually, just a moment," Rachel said, rushing off for a second. She came with a box and said, "Would you mind tasting this for me?" Catherine accepted the macaron Rachel offered, studying it carefully. "Is this the soybean powder macaron you released recently?" "Yes. I've been tweaking the recipe a bit," Rachel explained. "Wonderful. I'll try it right away," Catherine said, delicately biting into the macaron. Rachel observed, though the soybean powder made it a little messy, she handled it with elegance. Catherine's eyes lit up. "My goodness. This is phenomenal, Rachel. The nuttiness and subtle flavor come through even stronger now. And it's not too sweet, it's so easy to enjoy." She smiled, pleased. "You've really outdone yourself," Catherine added. "Is there a special reason for all this extra effort?" "Yes, actually," Rachel replied. "This time, I'm holding a special event for the soybean powder macarons," Catherine asked. "Aren't they already popular with people of all ages?" "They are," Rachel agreed. "But maybe because the powder makes them look a bit messy to eat, they haven't quite caught on individually the way I hoped. So I've been refining the recipe." She looked down at her hands, then back at Catherine. "My dream is for them to become so well known that I get asked to supply them at a major event someday." "I see," Catherine smiled warmly. "What you really want is that kind of recognition. Something big enough to draw attention from important clients, isn't it? I'll be rooting for you, Rachel. You're going to do great. I just know it." Back in the kitchen, Rachel got to work. First, she whipped up the meringue. Then she sifted in the powdered ingredients and gently folded the mixture. After carefully piping the batter onto trays, she slid them into the oven. "Careful not to lose too much heat," she reminded herself. Once the shells were baked, she moved on to the cream, more meringue, a cooked syrup folded in, and a silky texture achieved. She piped it onto the shells and sandwiched them together. Then came the final step, rolling each macaron in roasted soybean powder, one after another, and another, and another. Before long, she had a mountain of soybean powder macarons, and she herself had become something of a human macaron machine. Her special event was a huge success. "This is weird," Rachel mumbled as she stared at the growing crowd. "Sure, I worked hard, but I didn't think it would be this popular. 30 boxes to go, please," someone called. "Hey, no cutting in," shouted another. Later she was looking quite worn out. "Are you all right, Lady Rachel?" a concerned voice asked. She turned to see Gray approaching. "Oh, Gray," he said. "I'll go rinse the griddles out in the yard. You're already doing enough with guarding, but thank you," she added, handing him a macaron. "Have one. It's on the house." Thank you." Gray accepted it. He ate it and liked it a lot. Looking at him, she thought, "Looks like Gray is one of us, a fellow dessert lover." Just then, Another voice roared across the yard. Lady Rachel, are you all right? She winced. This guy has a loud voice. You're not sick, are you? He asked. You look exhausted. You look terribly pale today. I know. It's just I've been baking nonstop, Rachel replied quickly. I see. I'm not very familiar with baked goods, the man admitted, more quietly now. I came to report some suspicious people nearby. Rachel's eyes widened. Suspicious people? He said. Yes. They were asking about some strange powder. Very suspicious indeed. You mean the soybean powder? She gasped. It's an ingredient for the macarons. They're customers. Don't go scaring them off. You should try one yourself, she offered. He blinked. Oh, I'm fine, really, he said hesitantly. Hound, do you have some kind of allergy? Rachel asked. He replied. No, Then no excuses. Try it, she insisted. She shoves one in his mouth. Moments later, he stood in awe. Isn't it good? Rachel asked. This deserves proper payment, he declared. I must protect this soybean pow. No, this bakery. No, you, Lady Rachel. Just guard the flour, please, she said, holding back laughter. Then allow me to assist with cleaning first, he said, already grabbing a sweeper. Rachel sighed. He really doesn't have to go that far, but if it makes things easier, I'll take it. Suddenly, Matilda ran in. My lady, a letter just arrived from the palace, Rachel asked. The spring ball invitation? But why'd it get sent to the bakery and not the mansion? Matilda told. It wasn't addressed to Lady Rachel. It was sent to Rachel Bakery. She quickly opened the letter and read. Regarding the upcoming spring ball, we would like to discuss a potential collaboration with your bakery's soybean powder macarons. For further details. Her eyes widened. Wait a second, is this a supply proposal from the palace? That's it. Just a supply proposal? Not even an imperial chef offer? Hound groaned in disbelief. Oh, be quiet, sir, Matilda chimed in. This is huge for my lady, Hound asked. So the shop will be closed for a while? We might need to hire temporary kitchen assistants, Matilda suggested. Rachel could hardly believe it herself. It's true, she admitted. The event was timed to get attention before the spring ball, but I didn't think it would take off this fast. What happened? She wonders. I don't have any connections to the palace. Maybe you're just really lucky, my lady, Matilda chimed in brightly. Rachel smiled faintly. Is that so? Well, whatever the reason, I need to write my reply right now. Later that evening, Rachel sat down with the palace's head lady-in-waiting. Rachel said, Sorry for the late hour, Madam Head Lady-in-Waiting. Not at all, the woman replied kindly. We already agreed to accommodate whatever time suited you best. I imagine you're curious why the Imperial Palace reached out to Rachel Bakery. Rachel nodded silently. As you know, this year's spring ball will welcome guests of all ages. Your soybean powder macarons are a perfect fit for the occasion, she explained. Rachel raised an eyebrow. And I heard there's a chance of a long-term contract, if the response is good. Can you clarify what qualifies as good? Of course. The requirement is simple, the woman replied, her expression calm but firm. Not a single macaron should be left uneaten, the woman murmured. Not an easy task, but Rachel's tone carried determination. She signed the paperwork. Here's my signature. Please ensure the display is elegant. She accepted such a difficult condition without negotiating? The lady-in-waiting thought, inwardly impressed. She said, Very well. An empty plate? I can manage that, Rachel mused to herself. In fact, this might be the best product launch opportunity one could ask for. She said, smiling. I'm grateful the macarons were recognized for their flavor and quality. I'm proud to offer desserts that live up to such high standards. The lady-in-waiting smiled to herself. I had meant to use that requirement to assert leverage in the contract. But she responded with poise, upholding the value of her product while remaining respectful. The rumors were right. She's an impressive businesswoman. Later Rachel visited the Sabre Boutique. Welcome to Sabre Boutique, Lady Rachel, the owner greeted warmly. Please, allow me to show you to the VIP lounge. It's been a while, Jorge, Rachel said as she entered. While sitting at the table, Jorge asked, I didn't expect you to come in person, not with how busy your bakery's been lately. I thought I'd drop by and say hello, she said casually. He asked, I see. Will you be wearing something eye-catching again for this year's ball? Actually, Rachel replied, I was thinking of something a bit more modest this time, like a fresh spring flower. Ah, yes. I'll go fetch a few alternate catalogs, Jorge said. Modest? Her? What's going on? He wondered. Sabril was a well-established name. Jorge was known for his humble personality and excellent craftsmanship, though he preferred safer, classic looks, refining trends rather than starting them. After boutique elegance teamed up with the rising heroine of society, Sabril had slowly begun to fall behind. She thought, but hey, I make a pretty great model too. Actually, she began. I came to pitch an idea. Is it a similar request to the last one? Jorge asked cautiously, remembering. She said, feeling embarrassed. I had something going on back then added, let me show you something first. She presented a small box. Jorge opened the box. Are these cookies? He asked. That's right. Iced cookies. I mixed the dough, cut it with custom molds, baked it, and then added the icing just as I'd envisioned. You designed this yourself? He asked, stunned. Yes. She beamed. I put a lot of care into them. They're especially for you, Jorge. He examined the cookies with interest. This is a design I've never even imagined. Very interesting, she hinted. It still needs polishing, of course. Then she said, Jorge, I'd love to collaborate with you. I want to wear this idea with your incredible embroidery, bringing it to life. Indeed, he murmured, already envisioning the potential. With Sabril's signature embroidery, it could be stunning. Perhaps an off-shoulder design that curves just below the collarbone? What are your terms? He asked. I'm so glad you're open to it, Rachel said, already prepared. I can pay 5 million Crosso up front as a contract deposit. Plus, the Leseltein family has quite a few prominent figures. We'll all wear Sabril designs to the spring ball. All of you? Jorge asked, slightly stunned. Even with your families, let's say, complicated dynamics? Rachel gasped, remembering. Right, everyone knows Raymond and I don't exactly get along, she said. But don't worry, I'll make sure everyone wears Sabril. And I know just how to make that happen. Then she went to finance minister of the house. As she enters, burst opening the door. Samuel stammered. And my lady? I heard you called for me. Is something the matter? He asked. Nothing serious, Rachel said with a smile. I just wanted to have a friendly little chat, Assistant Samuel. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. I'll be using every tool I've got. While pouring her tea, Samuel thinks, they're saying Rachel Leseltein has finally matured. Well, if she's barging in here like this, that rumor's clearly nonsense, he scoffed. Next time, please schedule a visit in advance, my lady. I'm sorry, Rachel said, voice calm, composed. I know how busy you are managing things for our family, but given the nature of this situation, I had no choice but to come directly. He gets surprised. Did she just apologize? And so politely, too? I'll be sure to let you know ahead next time, she added sincerely. All right, the aide replied, taken aback. May I ask what brings you here? There's been a lot of buzz about risky investments lately. Rachel began smoothly, looking at the newspaper. Especially with all those unexpected variables. She let the words hang in the air a moment before continuing, her eyes steady. For instance, like the Dainio mine, which was rumored to be a gold mine. I heard it turned out to be completely hollow, didn't it? Samuel flinched as he heard that but continued drinking tea. That struck a nerve. Panic stirred behind the aide's polite expression. He thought, why is she bringing that up now? Wait, does she know I invested in Dainio? No, there's no way she'd know that. Why don't you get right to the point, my lady? He asked stiffly. If you came for just small talk about current events, perhaps we can. What do you think of the hectare mine? She cut in. He asked. Pardon? You mean the one you own? Not anymore, she replied. I sold it recently, to none other than Robert Denave, president of Citron's Central Bank. Apparently, it's been confirmed to produce diamonds. If you invest now, you might just recover your losses from Dainio. And put back the money you diverted. His face turned pale. How did you? My budget allocations didn't quite match up with what I actually received, Rachel said, matter of fact. And as a direct member of House Leseltein, I do know how to read a financial report. He trembled. You knew, and instead of turning me in, you're offering a solution? What are you up to, my lady? I'm glad we're getting to the point, she said coolly. I want my brother and father to wear Sabril suits to the spring ball. That's not a hard favor to ask, he thinks cautiously. Sabril's already one of the top boutiques. Isn't she, in a way, helping me look good? But why? I happen to have a personal connection with Jorge, Rachel said. So, from now on, how about saying we have a connection too? He processed the unspoken threat. She'd keep quiet about his embezzlement, as long as he quietly let her influence certain family decisions for personal gain. He agreed. Understood, my lady. He thought, she's far more formidable than I gave her credit for. The day of the spring ball, the guard announced. Now entering, Lady Rachel Leseltein and Lord Raymond Leseltein of House Leseltein. A hushed stir rippled through the ballroom. Wait, the young lord and lady came together? One exclaimed. Is that beautiful embroidery on her dress by Sabril? Another murmured. The fabric's sheer, but not at all vulgar. It flatters her beauty perfectly. And Lord Raymond's suit must be from Sabril too. Another chattered. They say the villainous rumors about her were overblown. Maybe she and the young lord patched things up? Raymond and Rachel started dance. Raymond glanced at her uneasily and asked, Are you sure this is what you want? Come on, Rachel said with a faint smile. Do you think I'd mess around when Annabelle's life is on the line? And yet, Raymond murmured. You're taking royalties from the allergy remedy recipe, she replied. Considering I handed it over to your merchant guild, not mine, he said. After all, wouldn't handing it over to me, of all people, work out best for you anyway? Oh, stop puffing your chest, she muttered. Anyway, she added lightly, enjoy your dance tonight and brace yourself for what's next. Moments later the nobleman approached Raymond. Young master, we didn't expect to see you here. We've been following your latest ventures with great interest. Perfect, Rachel thought as she turned her attention away. That pulled him away naturally. The dress should have made just the right impression by now. Ruffled lace sleeves have been the trend lately. This look should spark talk of a new one. Well then, she took a deep breath. It's time to begin the real market research. Then the guard announced, Lord Robert Denave has arrived. Wait, he came as Robert, not Daniel? Rachel blinked. Usually it's Daniel, the carefree one, who shows up to events like this. Daniel saw her and quickly approached her. She thought, is he heading this way? The whispers only grew louder. Just then the guard announced, Duke Karhan Hessen has arrived. Rachel thought, Duke Hessen too? He never comes to events like this. This is odd. Rachel thought quickly. In the original story, they only showed up together when the heroine appeared. That was the first time. I'd better get out of here before more unexpected variables show up. Then Daniel called for her. Lady Rachel. She turned. He asked, Would you grant me the second dance? Ah, with pleasure, she replied, startled. She thinks he came straight to me. Does he have something to say? Her father whispered from across the ballroom. Rachel, bring Lord Denave over here, she said inwardly. Not yet, father. As they started the dance, she asked, Is there something you have to tell me? He replied, Well, to be honest, I didn't want to miss the chance to be your second dance partner. She asked. Pardon, we are business partners after all, he said with a small smile. She asked, Isn't Daniel my business partner? Why did you show up as Robert then? That's because... He hesitated, then composed himself. Having both sides visibly support Rachel Bakery is good for your public image, isn't it? Ah, of course, it is helpful. Rachel laughed. I thought you were coming to break some terrible news or something. Well, he said seriously, I do have something to say. And it's... After renegotiating the diamond mine deal with Rachel, and with production and profits now steadily rolling in, Daniel ended up with far more funding than he expected. But for him, things only gotten busier. Most of his time is spent swatting flies away from her bakery. Even the Emperor, who's been trying to summon Robert, has been thoroughly ignored. And now, somehow, he's been dragged to the spring ball. He thinks in his mind, well, considering the amount of interest he pays the bank every month, I suppose I have been a bit dismissive lately. I should at least show my face for a moment. When he was entering the hall, he saw Rachel. He blushed looking at her. That's Rachel. Just then murmurs began. No one's asked Lady Leseltein for the second dance. What a shame. She's wearing such a stunning dress for nothing. Daniel thought. I can hear the murmurs clearly even from across the ballroom. She must be feeling awkward. But her mind was focused on her macarons, so he realized, or not in the slightest. She laughs bright, easy, unbothered. That's just like her. The checker asked. May I see your invite, pardon me? Daniel replied. No, it's nothing. He approached her thinking, unlike everyone else around me, she's always worried about me sincerely, and I wanted to dance with her. even if it meant doing something reckless. I just wanted to spare her from everyone else's mocking. The problem is, I can't just blurt out something like a confession. How am I supposed to explain asking her to dance? During their dance, he thought, this is getting kind of awkward. You thought it was strange too, didn't you, Daniel? I mean, Robert? She says quickly, seizing on a distraction. Duke Hessen never shows up to these events. Yes, he answered, grateful for the shift. Very strange indeed. Maybe he came to report something to the Crown Prince? She muses. They're very close, after all. She looks towards the Duke and he keeps glancing at her. Moments later, the Duke turned away from watching and started walking. Thanks again for the dance, Rachel says, smiling as she turns to leave. See you later, Daniel echoed. Ah, why yes. Just then, the grand announcement echoes through the ballroom. His Imperial Majesty, the son of the Thean Empire, and Her Majesty the Empress, and His Highness, the Crown Prince. She bowed, thinking, now? Of all times? Her heart sank, thinking, the male lead of the original story, the one Rachel loved, and the one who destroyed House Leseltein. I really didn't want to run into him tonight. Then she realized, wait, Karhan. I've lost sight of him. No. If he reports anything to the Crown Prince, the bakery could be in serious trouble. So she rushed behind him looking for him. Outside, she observed, the lighting here is so beautiful. I wish I could decorate the bakery like this. But it'd probably cost a fortune. Still, I want to keep this VVIP connection going. If Karhan came here for any reason but the Crown Prince, that would be ideal. Just then a gust of cold breeze passes by, so she sniffs. She tries to cover her arms with hands. She said aloud, I've looked everywhere, but I don't see him. Where could he? Just then the Duke puts his cloak on her. What are you doing out here? He asks, approaching her. You seem sensitive to the cold, Karhan says. And yet you came out wearing this? He adds. And you're surprisingly fearless, I assume. She remembers. Make sure to dress warmly. Even in the palace, remote places can be dangerous. She thinks in her mind, he's worried about me. I'm starting to understand how Karhan speaks. Thank you for the cloak, she said softly. I'm actually glad I ran into you. I had something I wanted to say to our bakery's esteemed customer. He flinched, then asked. I figured. Is this about that? She began. Yes, regarding the baked flour. But he cut in. I'd prefer if you didn't mention it to anyone else. She gets surprised. Pardon? He asked her. The bakery's what? What did he just say? She stammered. And no, it's nothing. Never mind, she quickly said. You mean a different secret, right? He replied. Yes. The one you discovered about me, Rachel. So she realized, I see. He wasn't talking about the flour. He's worried that people will find out he likes sweet pastries and desserts. After his predecessor died in battle, Karhan's uncle rallied their retainers around him. To protect his mother and loyal followers from those coveting the duchy, Karhan inherited the title of Duke at a young age, and volunteered to go to war at 14. He miraculously survived and became the Duke who is respected and admired today, at least on the outside. But behind that strong facade was perfectionism, and an unbearable sense of responsibility. In the original story, Euphemia saw that burden and understood him. There's no need for me to steal that role. And yet, you can relax, she told him gently. I keep my promises. In business, nothing matters more than trust. Deep down, she knew. I can't just sit back and do nothing when it comes to Karhan. Then she looks inside her pocket to pull something out. What are you doing? He asked. She pulls out a pen and said, I once heard that if you write down something you love 3 times, it helps you feel calm. She writes on his hand. He looked at it. Marrow flowers? He questioned. He said, but I like pastries, not. She cut in. That's supposed to be a secret. From now on, marrow flowers will be our little code. She continued with a smile. Whenever you'd like to mention that, just say marrow flowers, and I'll know what you mean. He pauses for a moment, then smiled. I want to go see some marrow flowers. Her heart skipped a beat, but she said, Oh, see, come by any time. Why am I getting all fluttery about this? She thought frantically. He asked, Are you feeling unwell? Your cheeks have been red for a while. It's just a natural flush. That's all, she stammered. Anyway, I should head back in. See you next time. She turned, so he said, Yes. I'll visit you when I want to see marrow flowers, Rachel. As Karhan was walking back, he flinched, seeing the Crown Prince standing under a tree. He bowed. Greetings, Your Highness, the rising sun of the Empire. He wonders, this is the place I always come to when I attend a banquet. How did he know I'd be here? I heard you arrived but couldn't find you anywhere, so I came looking, the Crown Prince said casually. He added, well, did you see her home properly? Karhan flinched, but the Crown Prince continued. I couldn't quite see who the lady was. It was too dark. He dismissed it, saying, anyway, I've said what I came to say. You can go now, Karhan replied. Yes, Your Highness. The Crown Prince's expression darkened. I don't like it when people keep secrets from me. But Hessen is just a dog of the imperial family. I don't care what he does. What does matter is that the lady he just spoke with danced with the head of Citron Bank, and now whispers secrets with Hessen. He smirked. I thought she was a predictable, boring woman, but it turns out she's hiding something far more interesting. He smirked. Let's see what kind of fun you bring me, Rachel Leseltein. Later, when Rachel returned, her father gave her a list. What's this? Rachel asked, surprised. A list of servants we've let go and the new hires, her father said. Everyone who slandered you has been dismissed. As for the former head butler, he'll be dealt with personally after the interrogation. I heard you weren't feeling well and left the banquet early, he added, his voice softening. I've been neglecting you, Rachel. I'm sorry. He bowed sincerely. Rachel gets surprised. What's going on? He's actually apologizing, very sincerely, she said. Father, you don't have to apologize, but could you give me a hug? She asked, holding out her arms. Upon hearing that, her father recalled her when she was little. He thought, that's right. Rachel was once just a cheerful, innocent child. How could I have forgotten that? I'm so sorry, Rachel, he whispered, hugging her tightly. I truly am. The next day, as she was walking, her father approached her with a bowl. He asked, Are you heading out already? It's still early morning, she said. You're here again. He offered her the bowl. Here, eat this. It's supposed to be good for your health, she nervously replied. Thank you. He shoved it to her mouth. Why do you keep skipping breakfast? You shouldn't be working in that state. Mornings are always a rush, she admitted. There are backlogged orders, a new hire to train, and I'm preparing to open our second branch. That came as a shock for the Count. His voice became shaky. Second branch? Just how many of you are there? She replied. I'm finding expansion pretty fun, actually, her father said. Growing with the tide is fine, but don't let it wear you down, Rachel, he advised. And here, your maid mentioned that you need some new accessories, so he gave her allowance. She thought, I make plenty of money on my own now. She looked into the bag and it was full of coins. Father, she cried out, moved. I'll take better care of you from now on, he promised, she said. Thank you. I left some soybean powder macarons with the butler, so make sure to try them. She thought, at this rate, I might be able to gather the money for that auction even faster. You're here, boss. Her new employee greeted her cheerfully. Rachel asked, Why are you here so early? Your shift doesn't start for a while, Irene replied. I just feel better starting early like this. Rachel smiled, readying herself. If you keep this up, you can't avoid more overtime pay. Today, I'll teach you how to make blueberry bread, she said with a smile. Later, Rachel whispered to Irene. And about Duke Hessen, she replied. Don't worry, I'll act like I know nothing. So she said. Great. Then I'm heading out to the Denave Guild for a bit. Irene asked. Are you going to discuss the second branch? Will it be okay to come back here after that? I'm afraid it might be exhausting, Rachel replied. I'll be fine. I need to prep early anyway. I'll be baking lots of strawberry muffins tomorrow. As she opens the door, Daniel was standing there outside. She freaked out for a moment. Whoa, my goodness! Daniel? Rachel blinked. She wonders. I told him I'd be the one to visit. Did something happen? Why did you come all the way here? Rachel asked, surprised. I was planning to go to the Denave Guild myself, he replied. Last time, you showed up in that shabby carriage. As my business partner, you should be riding in something more fitting. Is that so? Rachel replied with a small sigh. Then next time, just send the carriage. You don't need to travel all the way here. It's no trouble, he stammered, clearly flustered. We can talk business on the way. Rachel noticed his mumbling. We've both been so busy, we hardly get any time alone, he added under his breath. Excuse me? What did you say? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Then she added, Anyway, I prepared these madeleines for you. We can share them on the way. Thank you, Lady Rachel, he added more formally. Rachel chuckled to herself. He really does love Madeleines. Good thing I prepared them. You said you'd show me a potential building for the second location, Rachel said as they rode. What kind of place is it? It's where I used to run a different shop. The location is excellent, Daniel replied. She asked. You're giving such a good spot to me? Well, it didn't do very well, actually, he admitted with a sheepish grin. Is it really a good location, then? Rachel wonders, now a little wary. By the way, he continued, which company handled the first shop's interior? Leseltein Construction, she answered. But for the second branch, I'm thinking of going with a different company, she said inwardly. Since Raymond is managing construction now, I see no reason to boost his portfolio, he replied. That might be difficult. Leseltein would be the ideal choice. I'm planning just a light renovation, so it's fine, Rachel said. Well, let's just go take a look. They arrived at the old building. The inside was shabby. This is the result of the last contractor's work, Daniel explained. I oversaw it myself. The furniture's all gone now, though. Rachel surveyed the space and frowned. To be honest, the vibe would kill everyone's appetite, Daniel admitted. I don't have the best eye for these things. Besides, your first store set the bar really high, Daniel added. Then she exclaimed determined. Okay then, I'll give it a try. A fresh coat of paint should be a good start, right? I'll help, Daniel offered quickly. Moments later, when they painted the interior, it didn't make any difference. She cried out thinking, yeah, I don't have the best either. Maybe we should just go with Leseltein after all, Daniel muttered. Rachel replied, not necessarily. I could ask Father directly, she thought. Most of the crew probably went to Leseltein Construction, so if Father oversees it himself, it'll be in line with his high standards. That'll definitely get expensive, Rachel sighed. Right now, what I can actually spend includes the allowance from Father, the earnings from the bakery, and the budget under my name. She looked at Daniel thinking, I haven't received the profits from the diamonds yet, so only one option remains. Well, it can't be helped, she muttered. I guess I'll have to pay Robert a visit soon. Upon hearing that, Daniel lit up. He offered, if it's money, I could lend it under Daniel's name, personally. Really? She asked. Then could I borrow 50 million kroso? There was a moment of silence, so she added, we'll put it in writing, of course. I'll pay every last bit back, no matter how long it takes. Daniel mumbled something. A new long-term contract with Rachel. I can write a check right now, he said. Let's start with the interest rate. Rachel watched him roll up his sleeves, startled. He's rolling up his sleeves for this? This feels like a trap. And somehow, she ended up agreeing to a pretty steep rate. Later, when she'd asked Matilda to pick out a cheap mask for the auction, she came back with a weird animal mask. Rachel sighed. I swear, Matilda never fails to surprise me. Anyway, it was time to head to the auction. As she was walking towards the building, a voice called, Lady? Pretty lady, spare a coin? A ragged voice called out to her as she neared the entrance. She turned thinking, he's talking to me, right? Rachel paused. She had a bit of cash in one pocket, and Madeleine's in the other. She decided in that case. Here, have this, she said, handing over the pastry. The boy blinked in disbelief. Is this a Rachel Bakery Madeleine? He glanced around. So she thought someone must be watching to make sure he doesn't pocket donations. Thank you, he said. She handed him the Madeleine. Go on, try it now. It'll be good, he said. Okay. He started eating it. You know, Rachel continued softly, if you want more bread, come to Rachel Bakery. Tell them the White Rabbit sent you. She leaned in and whispered, but remember, you should come alone. Then you'll be able to eat freely there. She turned away thinking, that's all I can do for now. I hope the kids can make it out and get the help they need. A voice scoffed nearby. Tisk, saving one kid won't change anything. What's the point of such a useless gesture? Rachel turned. And who are you to judge? Whether it's useless or not, we'll see. The person was the Crown Prince disguising himself. She looked irritated. Also, you're blocking the entrance. How about not wasting my time and getting out of the way? Upon hearing that, the person laughed. Rachel thought, what's wrong with him? I really hope I don't run into him again. But moments later, inside the auction house, the same person was sitting beside her. Welcome, everyone, to the Spring's auction, held only once a year. The host's voice echoed over the crowd, drawing curious eyes to the stage. Everyone claps, but the person besides Rachel kept staring at her. First, let me explain the special rules of today's auction, the host continued. We will now hand out one sheet of paper and one envelope to each participant. Please write your bid amount on the sheet and submit it. However, there's an important rule: if you want to change your bid, you may do so only once, and you must replace the entire sheet of paper. Murmurs spread through the audience. You may freely converse with others in the meantime, the host added cheerfully. What? Why go with a system like that? Rachel thought, her eyes narrowing. This is basically a mind game. Now then, the host called out. Let the auction begin. The first item was sold for 2.3 million kroso to enthusiastic applause. Congratulations, the host said. Let me present the next item. Although painted by an unknown artist, it boasts an impressive style. The piece is titled Twinkle Twinkle Sunset. Rachel blinked. What kind of name is that? Their naming sense is terrible. She raised her hand for bidding. She remembers. It makes the painting sound less impressive somehow. Maybe because it's one of the early auction items like in the original story? Though it's not like I have an eye for art in the first place. Still, the other participants probably aren't much better than me, except for the Crown Prince. The person besides her mumbled. That painting is incredible. He also raised his hand for bidding. She turned startled. What a surprise. I didn't expect this guy would actually have a good eye for these things. To the 5 participants interested in bidding, the host announced, please submit your bid. In the original story, Rachel recalled, the Crown Prince bid 50 million kroso. She scribbled quickly. Let's go with 10 million for now. Oh, my apologies, the Crown Prince said smoothly, deliberately flashing his own bid. Rachel wonders, did he just deliberately show me his bid? How do you evaluate that painting? He asked innocently. She thought, there's no need to add more competition for the Crown Prince, so... I'm not sure it's a great painting, Rachel replied. I think it'll fetch a reasonable, but not exceptional price. The prince grinned upon hearing that. He stands up and put off his mask. Wait, is that the Crown Prince? An attendee exclaimed. I agree with you, Bunny, he said with a smirk. I heard you've recently learned the value of money. Looks like you're developing a taste in art too, huh? Rachel thinks in her mind, he definitely saw my bid, and he clearly knows who I am. Wait, did he show me his bid because he thinks Rachel likes him and will just hand the painting over? She called out, standing. Can I get a new bidding sheet, please? The host complied. Here you go, my lady. The Crown Prince hummed quietly. I thought this would be entertaining, but she gave in right away. How disappointing. Still, it's better to be cautious. He also asked for a new bidding sheet. Here's your new sheet, the clerk said. Then he wrote his new bid. Rachel asked, standing. Do you not trust me? Who knows? He said lightly. I was going to bid this amount from the start. Time's up, the host announced. Please place your envelopes in the box. A hush fell over the crowd as the host reached in. Oh, now this is an interesting result. We'll start with the lowest bid, he said. First 5.5 million kroso. Rachel then called, Your Highness. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. Maybe you should have written a higher number? She teased. I could have raised mine, you know. Next, the host went on. 6.8 million kroso. Not that it matters, the prince murmured, since no one was going to top my bid anyway. Now, the last 2 entries. The host's grin widened. Prepare to be amazed. With only a tiny difference, the winner of Twinkle Twinkle Sunset is... The Crown Prince flinched, thinking, don't tell me. The host continued, 50 million kroso, and 50 million and 1 kroso. Sold for 50 million and 1 kroso. Congratulations. Gasps rippled through the room. The crown looks at her, stunned. The Crown Prince turned to Rachel, stunned. She smiled under the mask. See? I did say you should have written higher. He questioned her. Why would you want that painting for 50 million kroso? She replied, smug. It was 50 million and 1 kroso. He echoed, irritated. You cheeky, she said. And if you must know, it's because I felt the artist's desperate heart in that painting. Rachel recalled, in the original story, the painting was titled Emptiness, a name given by the Crown Prince himself. But if he really studied André Trois's life like he claims, he'd know. Even when Trois was a nobody, he showed up at his atelier every morning before dawn. I would know too. I go to the bakery at that same hour every day. She turned her gaze back to the painting. That painting doesn't show a setting sun, it's a rising one. The painting holds the hope that even a life spent in the shadows can one day see its dawn. She remembers. In the original story, the Crown Prince named the painting Emptiness, a symbolic move to solidify his role as the new rising sun. That decision, however, sparked conflict with the heroine, who had received the piece as a gift. I wasn't sure if I should use that knowledge. After all, meddling too much could disrupt the original plot. But, as someone who also clocks in at dawn, I couldn't just sit back and let the artist's message be misunderstood. She walked away from there smugly. The Crown Prince clenches his fist in anger, then ordered his servant, "Track that impudent rabbit, the painting Twinkle Twinkle Sunset." The servant complied. "Yes, your highness." The Crown Prince stands there thinking. I showed her my bidding paper and took off the mask on purpose. It was supposed to be a trivial amusement, and yet, he remembered Rachel's word, that painting isn't about a setting sun. It's about a rising one. It holds the hope that even a life spent in the shadows can one day see its dawn. He smirked to himself. Things just got interesting, Rachel Leseltein. Then he instructed his subordinate, "Clear my schedule for the rest of the day." At Rachel Bakery's second branch, the painting now sat temporarily tucked in the safest place she could think of. She glanced at it, then turned her attention to more immediate concerns. I can't appraise it properly, so selling it at a high price would be tricky for the time being anyway. Let's focus on what I can sell. She looked over the display. How should I market this launch day cake? Victoria Sponge Cake. As in, Queen Victoria's favorite. Should I maybe make up a cute little backstory for the name? She eyed the strawberry cakes, then recalled the Duke saying the strawberry ones were satisfying. She thought he was kind of adorable. Well, I'd better just rename this one, she muttered. She named it Raspberry Secret Cake. She checked the oven. Bread and madeleines are done. I can't make macarons alone, so let's go with some new drinks. These fancy machines cost me a fortune. That's it for prep today, she declared with a stretch. Now let's take a little rest before opening time. Is the owner in? A voice asked. Rachel turned. A man stood at the entrance. She opened the door. The person asked, "Are you Lady Rachel Leseltein, the bakery owner?" She replied. "Yes, that's me," he asked. "Where would you like these placed?" "Wait, what?" She blinked, confused. There were lots of flower wreaths from Daniel, her father, her sister, Catherine the foster home caretaker, and also from the Duke Carhan. He placed them beside the door. With them were written congratulatory messages. She questioned, overwhelmed. "What is all this?" The person asked. "Where should I put this one, ma'am?" she asked. "There's more?" The person replied. "Yes, this is the last one. I've never delivered something this big before." With that, the written message was, "I'll be coming for the painting soon." She wondered, who the hell is this lunatic? Should I report this? Then she paused. Wait, they called me Bunny, so could it be the Crown Prince? He instructed the delivery person. "Shove that one in the corner." She thinks in her mind, this is getting ridiculous. I really need to sell that painting soon and get him off my back. But who would actually recognize its worth? Moments later, a person entered the bakery. She greeted him. "Welcome to Rachel Bakery." A nervous young man stepped forward. "Ah, hello?" He awkwardly went in and picked only one. "Just this one, please." "And may I have some water?" she replied. "Just a moment, please." She returned with his order, then asked, "Sir, would you like to try this bread as well? It came out a bit misshapen, so I was going to use it for tasting anyway. There's a table upstairs. Please feel free to enjoy it there. All I ask is that before you leave, let me know how it tasted. I'm sorry if this is a bit sudden." The young man was visibly touched. "No, not at all. Thank you so much." The man went upstairs, but moments later, he rushed down and asked frantically, "Why is that here?" Rachel replied, "Sorry? What do you mean? Please calm down and tell me," he blurted out, slamming his hand on the table. "This is not something to stay calm about. Most of André Troyes' early paintings were destroyed by the artist himself. Almost none remain. How could something so rare be hanging on the wall of a bakery?" Rachel stared at him in disbelief, then asked, "Wait, are you? You wouldn't happen to be Andreas, would you?" The young man's eyes widened. "Do you know me?" she said inwardly. "How would I not know you? He once lived in poverty, painting landscapes. Later you were sponsored by the heroine and became so acclaimed that the emperor himself granted you a surname. The great master of landscapes Andreas Bryan," she said. "I'm a huge fan, Master Andreas." Rachel thought, heart racing. He's one of the few who can truly appreciate the painting. Later at Crown Prince's palace. What? The prince asked, brows raised. Karhan Hessen is tailing Rachel Leseltein? Yes, came the report. It seems that way. He's been spotted several times around Rachel Bakery. Why would Karhan do that? The prince thinks to himself. It's not too hard to guess. His Majesty was never fond of the late Duke of Hessen, and one winter, when monsters were rampant, he ordered a reckless deployment. The late Duke returned a frozen corpse. His son, Karhan, inherited the title and accepted his place, choosing to become the imperial family's loyal hound. Rachel once snuck into my palace, saying she had a letter to deliver. Maybe he's just trying to prevent any future risks. But then he recalled Karhan's meeting with Rachel. No, he interrupted himself. It's not some noble reason like that. Your Highness? The aide looked confused. I don't quite follow, he instructed. I'll ask him myself. Summon Duke Hessen. At Rachel Bakery's second branch. You're a fan of mine? Andreas blinked, caught off guard. Yes, Rachel said brightly. I really want to buy the painting you made, he questioned. But how did you recognize someone as unknown as me? She flinched. I'm not supposed to say, because I know the original story. Rachel forced a smile. I'd better deflect before he gets suspicious. I came across your work by chance, she said smoothly, and I thought it was amazing. I'll buy it at whatever price you name. I can draw up the contract right now. I'm afraid that's difficult. Andreas hesitated. In fact, I'm currently out of paint, so, in that case, Rachel offered, would it be all right if I paid you in advance? What? He exclaimed. How can you trust some stranger like me? Because I truly believe in your art, she said sincerely. She recalled. And in Euphemia's discerning eye too. At an auction, what matters most is the appraisal. If Andreas becomes famous, the value of Dawn will soar. She smiled. If you'd be willing to paint something, I'll hang it in Dawn's place for now. And you're always welcome to come by for bread. After all, you're the artist who'll shine on the second floor of Rachel Bakery. His eyes welled up. I won't forget this kindness, she chuckled. First, let's get some food in you. He emptied all the dishes and remarked. It's delicious. Rachel laughed. By the way, what kind of painting do you plan to make for me? He replied. I'll paint what I'm best at, she thought. Oh, in that case it must be… She was about to say a landscape, but he said, I'll paint a portrait. Wait, what? She blinked. A portrait? As in, a picture of my face? He stood up. Yes. I can sketch it right now. This is odd, Rachel thought, watching him. In the original story, Euphemia definitely said. Rachel recalled the scene where Euphemia said, Wow, Andreas, you have such talent for landscapes. In my eyes, you're more amazing than anyone else. Rachel thought that's what she said. Did she not know Andreas was most confident in portraits? No way. The most likely explanation is, my presence is probably altering the original storyline. Phew. Andreas wiped his hands. It's finished. Would you like to see it? She replied. Sure. He handed her the portrait. She gulped before looking at it. She gasped. Andreas, thank you so much. I'll treasure it. But then she said, now that I think about it, a landscape painting might suit the bakery better. And you do have amazing talent for landscapes. In my eyes, you're more amazing than anyone else. I am so flattered. You're too kind. Andreas stammered. Then I'll prepare a landscape painting as well, she replied. Yay! I'd love that. A change in the original storyline? Rachel thought. Well, she gave a mental chuckle. Andreas, please stick to landscapes before your career goes off the rails. Later that day, as the bell jingled, she turns and said, welcome, our VIP customer. The Duke strode in, calm and casual. I came to see Marrow Flowers. He looked charming. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. He asked, but when exactly do I become a VVIP? I was planning to bump up his tier a bit later. Rachel thought, sighing internally. First, she said aloud, here's your reserved raspberry secret cake. Oh, he said theatrically. She asked, would you like to have a slice now? He replied, sure. But as he strode on the second floor, he suddenly froze. What is this? He said, staring at the wall. Why is a painting like that hanging in the bakery? Karhan called out Rachel. Yes? Rachel responded, turning toward the voice. She realized, Oh, that's the portrait Andreas drew for me. Karhan stared at the painting. This painting, the more I look at it, the cuter it seems. Did you draw it yourself? Excuse me? Rachel blinked. It's neither cute nor drawn by me. Ahem. She cleared her throat. One of my customers drew it. That's me in the painting. But thanks for calling it cute. His cheeks tinged pink, and Karhan froze. Did I just call Rachel cute without meaning to? A beat passed before Rachel looked around. Come to think of it, I forgot to bring any utensils, she said. I'll go grab some forks and plates real quick. I'll get them, Karhan interjected. She moved to protest. I can't. But he was already gone. He's fast. Is he using some sort of step technique? She wondered, impressed. As expected of the Imperial Sword, if I ever open a dessert restaurant, I'd love to hire him for table service. Then I could focus more on the baking. Then she went down, and he was already there. She exclaimed, Whoa, you startled me! You're slow, Karhan said calmly, setting the utensils down. This is the first time in my life anyone said that to me. She muttered, a little dazed. Why did you bring 2 of each? She asked. We're eating together, he replied without hesitation. She asked. I'm eating with you? Rachel blinked. The real reason Karhan ended up as the least popular male character was, don't covet what belongs to others just because you've finished your own. That absurd line he threw at the heroine. He's that serious about pastries and dessert. But now he's sharing his with me? She glanced at the table. Is it because I keep feeding him good stuff? While eating, she said. It's a great spot here, with the foot traffic. That's why a lot of people are visiting the bakery, she added, munching thoughtfully. Honestly, I can't believe the previous business that opened here didn't do well. The current bestseller's the soybean powder menu. Karhan stared. You were hopping earlier, and the way you're munching food now. His gaze narrowed in amusement. You really do remind me of a rabbit, Rachel. What? Me? She sputtered. An ex-villainess being compared to a herbivore? What an indignity. She narrowed her eyes. Well then, you, dear customer, look like... But before she could finish, she noticed a pink flush on his face. Wait, are you okay? She asked, concerned. It seems like you have a fever. I'm fine, he said stiffly. No way. Rachel looked outside from window and continued. Come to think of it, you rode here on horseback for hours, didn't you? Just then she gasped and added. You should go out this instant. It's raining, she pointed out. Then you should go check on your horse, he replied. What? All right, I'll go now. He led the horse under the canopy outside. Both of them get soaking wet. Thank goodness we had shelter ready. Rain soaked the surrounding area. Maybe I should build a proper parking setup next time, she said aloud. Thanks to you, Karhan said quietly. I realized it was raining sooner. As they entered back and the rain intensifies. It was lashing and battering. Karhan quickly closes the door and guards Rachel from the sudden gust of wind. Rachel caught the scent of rain on him. Karhan, he smells somewhat cool and fresh. It looked like a quick shower, she said, glancing up. But it's not letting up. There's a room upstairs, she offered. Why don't you get some sleep until the rain stops? What? His eyes widened. Sleep here? I must decline. I vowed to remain chaste until... She cut in. There's a soft, comfortable wing chair up there. You can take a nap there, he groaned. She said. And for the record, this is VIP treatment. Are you really turning me down in weather like this? I mean, he hesitated, blushing. I'm grateful for your kindness. I'll be sure to repay it. He looks so downcast, she thought. Is he sad it's not a bed? Even for a VIP, I can't lend out beds. That's too much. Oh, but before that, she added, could you help clean up downstairs? Some rainwater got in earlier, he replied. Understood. Moments later, Karhan came after changing cloths. Rachel exclaimed, Thank goodness that outfit fits you okay. Is this Raymond Leseltein's? He asked suddenly. What? No way. Ugh. Rachel frowned. It belongs to my business partner. He dropped by to check on the renovations and forgot it. I haven't had the chance to return it yet, he replied. You should be more cautious, she sighed. Cautious about what? But then she noticed. Oh, it looks like the rain has stopped. So she added, That's a relief, Karhan. I mean, our VIP customer. He blushed again. She realized, I said his name out loud. I'll return to the capital, he said calmly. The rain has stopped, And there's no reason to stay longer. She turned. What? Oh, have a safe trip. But he was already gone. She looked to the door. Empty. She looked outside the window. He's already gone. Then she spotted the missing item. He still remembered to grab the cake, though. She pouted. He could have told me what I'm supposed to be cautious about. She mumbled. It's not like I'm careless. I just felt safer because he was here. She thought. They say you never realize the warmth of someone until they leave. Today feels oddly lonely. A few days later, Samuel reported to the Count Leseltein. He muttered aloud, so, Rachel recently opened a second bakery, and the Denave Merchant Guild supported her. Since I've had Daniel in mind as a potential match for her, this is good news. But when did things get so close between them? Samuel replied, well, it doesn't seem like there's anything romantic going on. Miss Rachel's simply been incredibly busy. According to the assigned guards, even after the shop closes she's still working, cleaning, testing new menu items, doing market research, tending the garden, sourcing ingredients. The Count gets shocked. Wait. Does that mean she's been doing all of that on her own? Samuel added, she's also been supporting a local foster home through the main store. Only recently did she start hiring more staff and even assigned her personal maid to help at the bakery. On top of that, she's begun sponsoring a little-known artist, a promising landscape painter with exceptional technique. Upon hearing that, the Count wondered, has my daughter finally developed an eye for people? Samuel continued, however, based on my calculations, at current flour prices, she's likely operating at a loss. As the Count heard that, he fell in despair. Alas, Rachel. If the business fails, she'll have no choice but to marry Daniel, just as I'd hoped. But I was really starting to be impressed by how much she's grown. Also, Samuel said, there's something you should urgently take a look at. He placed a document in front of the Count. The Count asked, what's this? Samuel replied, a resignation letter. Few days later, Rachel noticed renovations happening in front building. She went there and asked a worker, excuse me, can I ask you something real quick? He replied, sure. She looked at the sparkling building and asked, the new place opening in this building, it's a bakery, right? The worker replied, yes, as you can see. The owner stopped by to check on things before opening. If you're curious, go ahead and take a look. She replied, okay, thanks. She clenches her fists, observing a grand entrance, flashier than a wedding aisle. Opening a shop directly across from the same type of business, killing off basic business decency. And the name? Lapper Bakery. Lapper means rabbit in another language. Could it be? Just then a voice called out, you're later than I expected. I figured you'd come storming in right away, so I've been waiting. It was the prince, so. She gets shocked, thinking, this wasn't one of Raymond's schemes? After looking at her confused face, the prince said, I even gave you a hint with the bunny thing, for crying out loud. I see, she said coldly. But what does any of this have to do with you, your highness? He replied. I also sent a wreath, remember? While remembering, she said, that was you? Rachel then said, still, the interior didn't look like it was done by just any company. You've got an eye, I'll give you that. He smirked. I hired Leseltein Construction. Rachel's expressions changed quickly. I knew it. What the hell, Raymond, did he get bewitched or something? Why is he trying to sabotage everything I do? Anyway, he continued, you're still keeping my painting, aren't you? I mean Twinkle Twinkle Sunset. She refused. It's dawn, thank you very much. And it's mine. I won it fair and square. I don't get why you're going this far over it, she added. I like the painting, he said. And I've never let something I wanted stay in someone else's hands. Name your price, Bunny, and give it to me. Rachel thought, he's this obsessed? If he gave it to Euphemia in the original story, how much did he really like her? Should I just jack up the price and sell it? Of course, he went on. Once I have it, the title changes to Emptiness, she replied. What? No way, then I'm definitely not selling it, the prince argued. You might want to think that over. Just then someone interrupted their feud. Boss, where should I put this bread? Rachel gets shocked to see Matilda there. Matilda said, My lady, it's been a while. Rachel asked, shaking. Matilda? What are you doing here? She replied. Didn't you read the letter Iron probably wrote today? Rachel replied. I haven't checked yet, Matilda said. You didn't? Well then, that explains it. Starting today, I'm working here. A few days ago the Crown Prince approached Matilda. He said, They say you're the longest standing employee at Rachel Bakery, right? Have you ever considered leaving and helping me out instead? She replied. I'm actually pretty happy working for Lady Rachel, so I haven't really thought about leaving. The prince offered an enormous amount and asked, What do you say now? Back to present, Matilda said. Well, it was too much to turn down. He also said he'd compensate me properly, so I figured it'd be a win-win. After that, Rachel called out. Matilda, she replied. Yes? Rachel said. His Highness just opened his bakery. It would be rude to leave here empty-handed. Can you go ahead and pack up some bread for me? From there to there. All of it. Right now. Matilda scurried away saying, Wait a second, please, my lady. The Crown Prince giggled then smirked. He said, If you don't want to lose what's yours, you'd better think hard about what choice to make. With that tiny head of yours. His eyes gleamed. I won't be giving you much time, Lady Rachel. Before leaving, the prince said, I'll be going now. Think about what I said, Rachel. Meanwhile, Rachel stands there in front of Matilda silent. Matilda said, My lady, please say something. Rachel said. Matilda, come here for a second. Matilda asked. You're not going to hit me, are you? Rachel said. What are you talking about? Then she whispered something into her. Upon hearing that, Matilda felt chills. She quickly writes on a paper and said, Here, I'll ring you up over here and here. This is the receipt you asked for. When Rachel returned, she found the letter of iron. Matilda suddenly didn't show up for work. She just left a note saying she'd moved on to a better job. Rachel sighed. So that's what was in the letter. I missed it because I was so busy that day. Then Daniel said, I apologize. I should have prepared for this more thoroughly. As soon as I heard the news, I assigned some temporary staff to the main shop. Rachel replied. Thank you for rushing over like this. And honestly, this is mostly my fault. I didn't expect Matilda to go this far. She exhaled heavily. The truth is, my relationship with her was built on money. And in a money game, I lost to the Crown Prince. As for the recipe being leaked, I don't think that'll be an issue, Daniel said. But they copied every single menu item from Rachel Bakery. Rachel offered. How about you try some of what they're selling? Ah, sure. He unwrapped one and ate it. It was queasy and crumbly. Looking at another, Rachel asked, Do you want to try this one too? It's a strawberry yogurt macaron. It looks fine on the outside, Rachel murmured. But something smells off, she said. I was eating it earlier but couldn't bring myself to swallow it. Hearing that, he thought, She was eating it, then I'm definitely eating it. He tried again but throws out. Rachel offered her water. Here, have some water. After a pause, Daniel said, If this is their quality, we really don't need to worry, Rachel said. Matilda was only helping with basic tasks. The Imperial chefs will fix most of the problems soon, though. The bigger problem is that the Crown Prince is a brilliant magic item developer. You can tell the moment you step inside his bakery is filled with cutting-edge magical devices. And once people find out he's the one behind it, we won't be able to compete on equal footing. Daniel asked, Should I have him expelled from my territory? Rachel said, This isn't the time for jokes. I'm serious, he replied. I wasn't joking. Then he narrowed his eyes. In that case, Rachel filled in. An eye for an eye. A scheme for a scheme. That's what we'll do. Later she went to Matilda where she was staying. Rachel said, You bet on the wrong horse, Matilda. Before she whispered to Matilda, Listen carefully, Matilda. Once the Crown Prince finds you useless, you never know what he'll do. I'll come find you, so just draw me a map of where you're staying right now. Matilda's kneeled. What do you mean by you never know what he'll do? Rachel said. I mean your life could be in danger, Matilda replied. My life? I just wanted to make one big score. Rachel's expression softened. I know why she's so obsessed with money. I can't bring myself to fully blame her. She once said she has a younger sibling with an incurable illness. She's practically buying time for her loved one with every coin she earns. Still, stealing recipes is a serious offense. I can't just let that slide. Rachel asked, stepping forward. Did the Crown Prince happen to say this too? That he'd shut down the bakery as soon as he got what he wanted? Matilda replied. Yes, he did, Rachel muttered. Then I wonder how he'll shut down the people. Upon hearing that, Matilda flinched then cried. I'm sorry, my lady. I really am. Rachel looked at her with quiet resolve. So do you want to come back to my bakery? If you truly regret what you did, I'll forgive you, Rachel thought. The Crown Prince doesn't dispose of people recklessly. But betrayal? That's a different story. Someone like Matilda, who can easily be swayed by money. She's a liability. He'll definitely get rid of her. I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe, Rachel said. But you'll have to help me with something. Later, while working in her bakery, Rachel thought, being near the port means lots of foot traffic but few regulars. That's why a refined, classy exterior is important. Against that kind of opponent, there's only one weapon: excellence in taste. She smiled faintly. This time, I'm working on a new menu item. Brioche topped with whipped cream and fresh fruit. Its tangy flavor pairs perfectly with the sea breeze. It also goes well with the iced tea or Americano we serve. Hours passed as she experimented, tasting and retasting. At last she groaned, dropping her spoon. It's already 11 p.m.? I can't believe it. She sat down to relax. Lately, the days feel shorter and shorter. I've taste tested so much that I can't even tell if it's good anymore. If only Karhan were here. He never gets tired of sweets. Just then a guard interrupted. Lady Rachel, you have a guest. His Grace Duke Hessen is here. She went to him and greeted. Welcome to Rachel Bakery, he replied. Sorry to drop by so late. I stopped by Lapper Bakery and figured I'd come here as well. It's fine. I was hoping to see you anyway. Rachel's words slipped out a little too quickly, and Karhan blinked. Hoping to see me? Before he could respond, she beckoned eagerly. Come, please take a look at this. He followed her to the entrance, where he noticed an automatic door. Rachel said, I've upgraded some of the interior features too. I want to give our customers the best experience possible. Karhan examined the device. This must burn through a fair amount of magic crystals. Exactly. But I have to catch up before Lapper Bakery pulls too far ahead. She hesitated, then asked, compared to the bread or desserts at your estate, how do our products measure up? Our house doesn't have a personal pâtissier, so it's been hard to get a benchmark. Karhan asked. Then how did you learn your baking skills? I never officially studied. I read books, did my own research, and tried to figure out what people like best. Lately, I've been considering adding a premium line too. Her voice dropped. Though I suppose that doesn't matter anymore, since you chose Lapper Bakery anyway. As she said that, Karhan stepped towards her. She backed away. He pulls out a wall slam and said, Rachel, you need to rest. She blushed and quickly sits down, getting free from the situation. She blurted, Since you're already here, there's something else I wanted to show you. Just a second, Your Grace. She scurried away saying that. While picking the item, she thought, Wait, what just happened? Did Karhan just pull a romantic wall slam on me? No way, he's trying to flirt. He's maybe just worried about my health. Because I'm his favorite bakery's pâtissier? Yes, that sounds right. She remembers, Karhan's love for sweets was stronger than his love for Euphemia after all. He even cares about the health of the baker who makes his favorite pastries. If I don't know the original story, I might have misunderstood everything. Thank goodness I do. Rachel hurried off, returning with a tray. As Karhan tasted it, he said, This is really good. Rachel said, It's a new menu item I've been working on, and I wanted you to be the first to try it. Normally, brioches are refrigerated at a certain temperature, which also cools the fruit's natural moisture. When you eat them together with the sweet custard sauce on the brioche, the flavor is just right. The chilled whipped cream and fruit help cut through the sweetness, so it doesn't feel heavy even after a few bites. He remained silent as she chattered, then asked, You love this work, don't you? She beamed. Of course I do, sir. This is the one thing I love doing most in this world. He paused at her wording. This world? Is she talking about the Leseltein house? Come to think of it, he had noticed a wreath earlier from Count Leseltein. It had simply read, Make it big. Oh, you noticed? Rachel said lightly. I took them down pretty quickly. But yes, my father wants me to succeed more than anyone else. Karhan flinched upon hearing that. He had heard how she was treated by her family, and yet even while carrying the weight of their expectations, she poured so much of herself into the things she loved most. He tasted it and said, Remarkable. He couldn't even imagine how many loaves she must have baked just to perfect this balance. Is he getting emotional over more than just the brioche? Rachel wondered. Well, never mind, there's something more urgent right now, she said quickly. There's something I'd like to ask of you, sir. Something only you can help me with. She set out several plates. I'm narrowing it down to just 2 fruits for now. I can't stock too many, or I'll take a loss. So first, try the strawberry one again. Perfect, he said after tasting. She went on. Okay, next up is mango. He tasted it. Not bad. And raspberry, well, there are quite a few, actually. Blueberry, kiwi, melon, green grapes, grapefruit, pineapple, orange. I've tried a mixed fruit one too, but that's not ready for sale yet. He tasted them and said, "We'll go with strawberry." Rachel smirked. I knew it. He always loses objectivity with strawberries. And melon, he added, because it's hot these days. Her eyes lit up. Excellent choice. With the heat, the juicy melon will feel refreshing. Those were exactly the two I had in mind. He felt shy and blushed. Cheeks tinged pink. Wait, Rachel said, tilting her head. Did you ride a horse here again today? You seem a little flushed. He averted her gaze. I took a carriage. I naturally run warm, she quickly said. Ah, I see. You can have some lemon water then. He nodded. She then smiled brightly and said, Thank you for the advice on the new items. As a token of thanks, I'll stamp your loyalty card. Stamp? He echoed. She replied, I'm starting a coupon system tomorrow. When you collect enough stamps, you'll get a free Americano or iced tea. He replied, A fine system. Where's my card? She replied, I'm going to make them now. As he watched her gather supplies, Karhan blinked in disbelief. She's making coupons that go into effect tomorrow, right now. In the middle of the night? He called out, Wait a second. Yes? Rachel blinked as Karhan suddenly stopped her. He asked, Do you even know what time it is right now? She glanced at the clock. HM. 11:30 p.m. If you wait just a bit, I'll whip yours up real quick. You won't have to wait long. Let me help, he offered, picking up a pair of scissors and paper. I enjoy cutting things with scissors. Really? Then would you mind helping just for a moment? Rachel's eyes brightened. Thank you so much, sir, he replied. My pleasure. As they worked side by side, he glanced at her. Don't you ever feel like resting? I don't want to rest, she answered softly. Not yet, he smiled. I see. Then they continued working. Rachel thought, to Karhan, I must have seemed a little strange, but an honest pâtissier he can't live without. No matter how I look at it, Karhan isn't truly the crown prince's loyal ally. Even in the original story, he only followed the prince because of Euphemia. So, as long as he doesn't do her harm, maybe I really can keep trusting him? The next day, trouble brewed across the street at Lapper Bakery. You're out of the Choco Bomb macarons? Are they sold out? A customer asked. Nope, Matilda replied flatly. We just didn't make them, the customer asked. Then what about the tiramisu? She replied. Didn't make that either, he said. But you had them yesterday. Matilda cut him off. No, I said we didn't make them, the customer huffed. All right then, have a nice day. As he left, he thought, what kind of customer service is that? There's that bakery across the street. Maybe I'll try there instead. Matilda looked uneasy. He looked like someone with money, so I got nervous. Anyway, the operation's going smoothly. Meanwhile, the crown prince entered. Greetings, your highness. Still no sales today? He asked sharply. Worse than yesterday, actually, came the nervous reply. The prince frowned. The bakery across the street had a whole line out front. What's going wrong here? I'll have to check for myself. Matilda remembers Rachel's word. The imperial pâtissiers will definitely come up with new flagship items. Probably chocolate pastries and high-end desserts. But His Highness usually has so much on his plate, he wouldn't notice unless someone told him. And since he can't come by often anyway, we only had to do two things: keep the best sellers a secret and give terrible customer service. Matilda thinks in her mind. I didn't think Lady Rachel's plan would work this well. They're way more careless than expected. Just then the prince called out. Hey, Matilda. It's Matilda, she muttered under her breath. Yes, your highness? He asked. That customer who just left, what was he looking for? He wouldn't leave empty-handed for no reason, she replied. He asked about a 2-tier whipped cream cake. I told him we only take orders in advance for those, so he left, the prince replied. I see. The prince left the bakery and said to his subordinate, I've got an order for you. Follow that person who just left. Find out why he walked away without buying anything. Across the street, Rachel's bakery bustled with life. Rachel called out, Welcome to Rachel Bakery. Our strawberry and melon brioches are fresh out. Let's start by displaying the ones with whipped cream, please, a servant replied. Yes, ma'am. At the counter, a cheerful customer said, I'd like to pay, please. I'll use my coupon for an Americano. Sure, I'll take care of it right away. Rachel smiled, though inside she was gasping for air. I'm so swamped I can't even breathe. Which means, Lapper Bakery must be dead quiet by now. Looks like Matilla's doing her part well. The Crown Prince must be panicking. But he's no fool. He'll catch on soon enough. Sure enough, at Lapper Bakery, the Crown Prince turned on his staff. Why did you tell customers we weren't making the popular items? What are you talking about, Your Highness? Matilla stammered. He questioned. And how were you supposed to treat the customers? She replied. Politely? With kindness? He slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Yeah, right. But people are saying Lapper Bakery is doing the exact opposite. Matilla replied. What? That's the first I've heard of it. I worked diligently under Lady Rachel as well. Hesitantly she added. Then, don't tell me. Your Highness is the one who… Me? His eyes narrowed. That's ridiculous. A servant who betrays their master is of no use. You're fired, Matilla. Later another servant told him. Your Highness, I don't even know what kind of bread to bake tomorrow so we don't end up tossing it out. The prince sighed. Being near the coast, people here naturally prefer light, fruity flavors over heavy chocolate. I failed to analyze that properly and made chocolate the main focus. Even without the poor customer service, this bakery wouldn't have lasted long. He stood in silence, then finally declared, Lapper Bakery is closing. Wrap up what's left, and let's return to the capital, he said to himself. Once again, it's my total defeat. Rachel, while returning to her place, Matilla thinks, I really thought I was finally going to make a ton of money this time, but… She recalled the scene where she gets fired and thinks, unlike the Crown Prince, who couldn't even remember my name to the very end, Lady Rachel has always called me correctly, Matilla. But now, with my credibility shot, I would probably get kicked out of her shop too. She wondered, how am I supposed to survive now? I've got so much to worry about. She reached her place and opened the door. She decided, I guess I'll have dinner first and get ready for work tomorrow. As she went in, before she could act, a person puts a knife to her neck. She freaked out and plopped to the ground. The sharp voice cut through the air. You'll pay the price for betraying His Highness. Please, spare me! Matilla gasped. She closed her eyes in fear, but something else happened. She heard another voice smacking. She opened her eyes and saw Sir Sharp there standing, who apprehended the assassin. She gasped. Sir Sharp? She's just unconscious, Sharp replied. Please get up. My charge is looking for you. Sir Sharp escorted her to Rachel. Seeing her, Rachel said, so the Crown Prince made his move this quickly. Thank goodness I asked Sir Sharp to keep an eye out. She added, Are you okay, Matilla? You'll sleep here tonight, my lady. Tears welled in her eyes. I'm so sorry and thank you. I'll make up for my mistake by taking a salary cut for a whole year. Rachel blinked. What? She gets startled. A salary cut? A whole year's worth? Matilla replied. Yes. Rachel studied her. Matilla, who's obsessed with money, is offering to take a pay cut. She must really mean it. Rachel replied. I can see you're truly sorry, so calm down for now. And no, there will be no pay cut. Matilla asked. What? But why? I did something awful, Rachel replied. Why? Because everyone deserves to be paid for the work they do. You'll make up for your mistake by never betraying me again. Got it? Matilla felt touched. Oh, my lady! You're the best. I'll never betray you again. I'll be your loyal dog for life. Rachel smiled inwardly. Perfect. Mission accomplished. Matilla is completely mine now. The next day, Rachel's shop was lively. Matilla greeted the customers. Welcome to Rachel Bakery. Customers noticed immediately. The automatic door and serving magic tools are gone? Oh, those were just for events, Rachel explained. Our pastries always taste amazing though. And indeed, Matilla was working with infectious enthusiasm, bustling about so much that Rachel felt at ease. Now I can focus on other things. Welcome to Rachel Bakery, Matilla greeted again. A man entered, and Matilla froze. The customer recognized her. Huh? You're the weirdly rude staff from Lapper Bakery. It's that rich customer, Matilla whispered. Rachel asked. Matilla? Do you know him? She hesitated. Well, the customer grinned. Aha! So you were originally working here? Rachel crossed her arms. Well, I just took back a staff member who'd been stolen. That's all. The man chuckled. If you don't mind me asking, have you ever worked as a pâtissier for the palace or a noble family? No, I haven't, sir, Rachel replied. He asked. Then, how would you like to become my personal pâtissier? Rachel asked, confused. Pardon? He explained. The melon brioche here is simply divine. I tried it yesterday, and I can't get it out of my head. I'm Kuzan, the second prince of Heracles. I can guarantee you a comfortable life and a generous salary. Feel free to reach out whenever you'd like. He extends his card to her. Later at night, while preparing for sleep, Matilda was brushing her hair. Rachel said, I never imagined I'd meet the second prince here. It's possible, my lady, Matilda whispered excitedly. Denave Port is the empire's largest, after all, and the second prince does work in trade. Plus, it's the academy break season. They say the sea in Heracles is emerald green. Do you think that's true? She asked. If you end up going, you'll take me with you, right? Instead, Rachel replied. Matilda, is that why you insisted on brushing my hair, even though you're bad at it? Matilda asked. You noticed? Rachel replied. Of course I did. Now, hand it over. I'll do it. She giggled. Hee hee, only if you promise to take me with you. Rachel laughed. I haven't even decided if I'm going yet. Aha! Matilda laughed. Prince Kazan, meanwhile, savored another bite. This really is delicious. Before I return, I might buy out the whole batch. I bet Euphemia would love it too. Don't stay up too late reading romance novels. Rachel fussed as Matilda was about to leave. She only smiled faintly and replied, Good stories make you healthier, even without sleep, my lady. Matilda murmured softly. It's been so long since I last saw you smile like that. You look cute and innocent, just like someone your age should. She imitates her. You smile like this all the time, you know. Rachel blinked, flustered. What are you talking about? Stop saying nonsense and go get some sleep. Yes, my lady. Matilda agreed with a grin, then skipped off. Rachel shook her head, amused. Oh, Matilda, what am I going to do with you? Her thoughts drifted back to the offer from the second prince. He said he'd return before leaving in 2 days. I should just get some proper sleep and think about it tomorrow. Thinking that, she drifted asleep. The next morning, Matilda knocked on her door and said, My lady, I'm sorry to wake you, but the head of the Denave Guild is here. Daniel? At this hour? Rachel sat up in surprise. Daniel stepped in soon after. Did you come right away after receiving my letter? She asked. I was going to talk to you once I went up to the capital, he replied. I happened to be nearby on other business and received your letter earlier than expected. I rushed over though in hindsight. It's quite a late hour. No, not at all, Rachel said warmly. It's always good to see a friend. Daniel's expression hardened slightly. I just heard from your attendant that you were offered a position. Rachel hesitated. Well, I haven't decided yet, but I have thought about going abroad someday. Abroad? His brows furrowed. You mean outside the empire? He added. In fact, I'd like to hire you first. I'll pay you more than that, more than whatever the second prince offered. Once the diamond business settles, I'll have more opportunities to visit Avir Kingdom. So, please don't go, Rachel. She laughed it off. There are plenty of delicious bakeries out there already. Do you really like my pastries that much? He stammered. Well, that's true, but... She yawned while saying, if I relied on your help that much, I'd feel like I owed you something. She shook her head gently. I'm sorry, Daniel. I really need some sleep. If I take something, then I have to give something in return, so... Her voice trailed off as drowsiness overcame her. Without noticing, Daniel laughed. I know, but... He raised her head, seeing her coughing. Rachel? Rachel! Daniel called urgently, but she had already collapsed. When she opened her eyes again, Matilda was at her side, fretting. My lady, are you feeling okay? Rachel replied, It looks like I fainted for a bit. Where's Daniel? Matilda told, My lady, you've been asleep all day. What? Rachel's eyes widened in shock. The doctor came by, Matilda said quickly. He said you need to rest at least a week. It's not just a cold, sleep deprivation, overwork. My God, how could you let yourself get like this while I was gone? You were clearly sick yesterday too, and you didn't even show it. Rachel sighed weakly. If we're pointing fingers, you switching over to the crown prince's side is what made everything harder. Matilda gasped, horrified. Now that you mention it, I shall atone for this sin with my body and soul. I don't need that, Rachel replied. Just do your job properly. Determined, Matilda rushed off to change the towel. Here, please read this in the meantime. Rachel picks it up and said, "This is? Daniel wrote this?" Rachel unfolded the letter. "Please don't push yourself. Get plenty of rest and recover well. P.S. If you ever wish to leave the Empire, just say the word. I'll support you in every way I can." "Wasn't he the one who told me not to go?" Rachel murmured. Matilda chimed in. "The Knave Guild Master carried you to bed himself the moment you collapsed. He kept changing your towel until just a little while ago, too." "Daniel nursed me?" Rachel muttered, blinking in disbelief. "He must have just been worried he wouldn't get to eat madeleines if I fell ill." "Well, that's true," Matilda admitted sheepishly, but still. Rachel smirked faintly. "I suppose I am kind of irresistible when I bake." Her thoughts turned inward again. If the story goes as it should, Euphemia will return from studying abroad and start all kinds of ventures. That will inevitably pit her against the Leseltein family. And then, I'll be cast as the Villainess. So maybe, going to Heracles really is the right move for me. A country where central authority has collapsed, where royalty is only symbolic, freer than the Empire. The prince offered me a fortune, plus support settling in. Honestly, it's the perfect opportunity to build my own business. "What are the other letters, Matilda?" Rachel asked suddenly. Those are all mine." Matilda winked. "I need to maintain my own connections too." Matilda quickly brightened. "Oh, right. Irene was too shy to write this in her regular report, so she asked me to tell you directly. She says you're her role model, my lady, and that you're the coolest person in the world." Rachel blinked, taken aback, before smiling softly. "Here's a fresh towel." Matilda rushed back in, putting a dripping cloth on her forehead. Rachel cried out. It's soaking wet," Matilda asked. "Should I wring it out more?" "Just a second." "Hey, water's dripping," Rachel exclaimed, dodging. "Okay then, get some rest now, my lady." Matilda beamed proudly, as if she had solved everything. Rachel leaned back, her gaze softening as she thought, yes, this empire is already full of things I built, and things I'll continue to build. I'll protect them, the things that matter to me. "You're back, Kazan?" Euphemia greeted lightly. "Did the trade go well?" he replied. "Of course, my beautiful princess, Euphemia." "Princess? Stop joking." She arched a brow, but he only smirked as he handed her a document. "Here's a copy of the trade invoice, Princess Euphemia." She shook her head at his theatrics, but before she could chide him again, he added with a more thoughtful tone. "Honestly, I'm not sure the Knave Guild is worth investing in." "Still," Euphemia countered, "doesn't it seem like there's infinite growth potential?" "Thank you again, truly. Don't mention it. Anyway, try this." He offered her a small parcel. "Oh right, what did you bring?" she asked, curious. He added, "You're interested in the baking business too, right?" "I tried to scout the owner of this bakery, but she turned me down." "The bakery's called Rachel Bakery." "Rachel Bakery," Euphemia echoed, tasting the name. Kazan offered her a bite. "Here, have a bite." The moment she tasted it, her eyes widened. "This is delicious. Why did she turn you down? You must have made her an offer hard to refuse." Kazan shook his head, recalling. "Well, I'm sorry. She told me this bakery means so much to her that she can't leave it behind." He added, "That's what she said?" Euphemia fell into thought, then murmured, "I see. Still, I really want to meet her someday." Imperial Capital, Rachel Bakery, main store. When Rachel visited her main shop with Matilda, a boy approached them. "So your name is?" Rachel asked gently. "It's Jade. I want to work here," the boy declared eagerly. Rachel asked, "Huh? All of a sudden?" the boy asked. "Don't you remember me, ma'am?" she replied. "Of course, I saw you in front of the auction house," the boy added. "Thanks to you, I was able to find courage. At first, I didn't think I could leave my friends behind. They're all younger than me, but still. Thanks to Irene and Duke Hessen, everyone's doing well now at the foster home," Jade explained earnestly. "It's all thanks to you. You're amazing, ma'am. The best boss ever. I want to work and repay you somehow." Rachel softened. "But, you're a little too young to hire. By imperial law, kids your age can only help with household farming." "What? Can't you bend the rules somehow?" "I'll work really hard, okay? Please." His eyes pleaded desperately. Rachel faltered. "Don't look at me like that. It reminds me of my little sister," she sighed. "For now, how about I make you some warm bread?" the boy asked. "What should I do first?" "Nothing. I'm making it myself," she said firmly. Before she could turn away, a bright voice rang out. "Oh my!" Catherine exclaimed. Rachel turned and saw Catherine. "It's been a while, Rachel! I miss you!" Catherine welcomed her warmly. "I heard the news you opened a second shop in the Denave territory? That's probably why you look a bit tired," Rachel replied. "Maybe it's from the long carriage ride." Catherine turned to the boy. "And, Jade, you snuck out again, didn't you?" "Don't trouble Rachel," Catherine muttered. "I'm sorry," he admitted. "So he did sneak out," Rachel thought with a faint smile. "It's so good to see you again, Catherine. I'll drop by the foster home sometime soon." "Please do," Catherine replied brightly. "Come see the kids you helped rescue. They're all doing well," Rachel replied. "I didn't do much, really. I heard Duke Hessen and Iron did most of the work." "That's true," Catherine admitted. "I had to argue with Carhen for a while to stop him from taking this one. I knew he'd teach him swordsmanship, but Jade wanted to learn baking instead." Rachel paused, tilting her head. "Catherine, are you close with Duke Hessen?" "Pardon?" Catherine flustered, nearly caught off guard. Rachel asked. "You sounded pretty familiar with him just now." "No way! Oh ho ho ho!" She laughed nervously, coughing into her hand. "Are you okay, Catherine? I'll get you some water." Rachel moved quickly, but Catherine waved her off. "It's nothing. Actually, I just remembered something urgent. I should go. Let's talk more next time, Rachel." And with that, Catherine hurried off in a rush while taking Jade with her. "Didn't she come here to buy something?" Rachel wondered after she left. Then Attila smugly added with a huff. "Humph, so the little guy wants to learn to bake, huh? That's too bad. We can't reveal our bakery's secret recipes to just anyone. You don't even know them yourself," Rachel retorted, exasperated. "You've only worked the counter and run errands so far." Attila flinched but fell silent. "Anyway," Rachel sighed, "let's get going." At night, Rachel returned to her home. Annabella called out crying. "Rachel!" She burst in with sparkling eyes and flung herself at her. "I miss you so much." "I miss you too, Annabelle." Rachel laughed, hugging her back. "By the way, is it someone's birthday today?" Rachel asked as the servant were prepared for an event. Annabelle replied, "No, why?" Before she could answer, another voice asked, "Rachel, you're home." "I'm back, Father," she answered in surprise. "But what's with all the decorations?" Just then curtains flutters written on them. "Rachel is back. Congrats. Welcome home, Rachel Leseltein." "Congrats," her father said. "Welcome home, Rachel." Everyone clapped for her. Rachel gets surprised. "Huh!" Meanwhile in the palace, the crown prince was walking. "Brother, you're back," Reuben called out. "Yes," came the curt reply. Normally, his brother would smile warmly and say something like, "Ah, my dear Reuben, how have you been? I miss you." But today, his tone was clipped, his expression dark. "Did something happen in the Denave territory?" Reuben asked cautiously. The prince flinched and said, "Just go inside, Reuben," Reuben replied. "Okay, brother." After the prince left, Reuben turned to the nanny. "Nanny, why is he so pissed off?" "Your Highness," she gasped, "please watch your language." "But that's something he says all the time," Reuben argued. Nanny thinks in her mind, "If he's going to pick up harsh words elsewhere, I'd rather soften them myself." The nanny said, "Well, I only heard it through rumors, but apparently there's a young lady named Rachel from Count Leseltein's family. Recently, she's been nicknamed the bread baking witch, and apparently she won with her bread." "What?" Reuben's eyes widened. "Don't tell me, the witch attacked my brother with bread?" she replied. "What?" "Oh, something like that." Then she added, "You should also cut down on sweets for now, Your Highness. You might get cavities, so." Reuben thinks in her mind, "So she baked this terrifying bread strong enough to defeat my amazing brother. I won't forgive her." Reuben clenched his fists. "Unforgivable, you witch." At dinner, the grand hall was full of festive decorations. "Welcome home, Rachel Leseltein," voices cheered. The count said, "I told them to prepare lots of delicious food. Come now, let's go have dinner." Rachel blinked in surprise. "Yes, but how did this welcome party end up happening?" "Samuel suggested it," the count explained. "Since you were coming home after a long time, he thought it'd be nice to throw a welcome party." Rachel raised a brow. "Samuel." Just then Raymond added, "Samuel came up with this ridiculous idea?" "No, forget that. What I can't believe is that father actually agreed to it," Raymond said. Leave me out of dinner. Raymond, that's... The Count began, but he cut them off. Rachel thought, well, good. If I had to eat with him, I'd probably lose my appetite. Hey, Ray, I mean, brother, Rachel stammered. Raymond froze. Did you just call me Ray? Ugh, I misspoke. Reuben panicked, feeling disgust, but she calmed down and said, anyway, you knew, didn't you? The Lapper Bakery building, it was built by Leseltein Construction under commission from the Crown Prince. The Count asked. What are you talking about? Why would Leseltein Construction be handling another bakery's building? The Count turned to him. Raymond, don't tell me you went ahead with this behind my back. It's all right, father, Rachel interrupted. He should know better than anyone how that bakery turned out in the end. Let's just eat dinner now. Just then Annabelle asked, Rachel, what's that you're holding? Oh, this? She smiled. A new item we made at the second branch. I brought a few since I was stopping by the main store. The Count exclaimed. You didn't have to go through all that trouble. You must be tired, you could have come straight home. Rachel replied. I thought we could share them as a snack. Let's eat them after dinner. You're the best, sis, Annabelle cheered. Rachel thought while enjoying the cake with her family, this is strange. It actually feels like I've come home. But I shouldn't feel like this. I'm still an adopted daughter, and someday I'll be the one with less protection. I can't let myself get too comfortable. The next day Matilda beamed as she officially entered the bakery's kitchen. She exclaimed with excitement, Thank you, everyone. I'll continue to be your loyal dog. Calm down, Matilda, Rachel said firmly. I'll be baking the important things, so just focus on supporting me. And absolutely no leaking recipes, she replied. Yes, my lady. You can count on me. Rachel guided her patiently. The heavy ingredients are on the lower shelf, the light ones up top. If we run out of cake decorations, check the storage under the display counter. You'll memorize it all as you go. Oh, and there's flour in the shed out back, but don't go there. Some knights are blocking it for reasons. You trust me, right? Is it haunted or something? I'll never go near it, Matilda squeaked. All right, let's start baking our new item, Rachel said. Something cool and refreshing for summer. Our new item, baby shoe. They gathered the ingredients: flour, eggs, butter, baking powder, powdered sugar. As Rachel whisked, she sighed. Ugh, my arm hurts. Come to think of it, why don't we have an automatic whisk? Magical tools cost a fortune to develop, Rachel explained. And the rich don't really need something like an auto whisk. I hope you get rich soon, my lady, Matilda said brightly. Soon the kitchen was filled with a sweet, creamy aroma. Sweet and creamy custard, done, Rachel announced. It's so yummy, my lady, Matilda exclaimed. You already tasted it? Rachel scolded. Matilda asked, but do you think I'll be able to make this on my own? Rachel replied. Don't worry. Until you get the hang of it, I'll guide you. However, later another presence approached the bakery. Reuben said, this must be the place. The bakery where the witch who defeated my brother lives. He was with two of his guards. The boy in disguise stood tall. Only you follow me. And don't you dare call me Prince. Huh? Then what should I call you? His companion asked. Reuben said, My name is Ben. And you are my father? His guard asked in shock. Pardon? Reuben went on. When going undercover, one must always hide their identity. That's what my brother told me, the boy declared proudly. They moved closer, weeds brushing in front of them. Those weeds are blocking the path. Cut them down and clear the way, the boy ordered. Both of his guards asked in disbelief. What? You just said you wanted to hide your identity, Your Highness. Inside they were baking different things. Wow, this is a masterpiece, Rachel exclaimed. The fresh cream is nice and cool, perfect for a day like today, right? I made the custard a little sweeter on purpose, Rachel said with a hopeful smile. How is it, Jade? It's really yummy, Jade replied without hesitation. Matilda said. As expected, my lady, Jade interjected. You're the best. You've got magic hands, Rachel, he chuckled softly. I'm so glad I came by today. Rachel, Matilda cut in, frowning. Jade quickly corrected himself. I mean boss. Seeing that, Rachel said to Matilda inwardly. Isn't it a little too early for you to be acting like a supervisor? Before Rachel could reply, a strange sound came from outside. SHK, SHK. The group froze. What are those noises? Rachel asked. It's not just me, right? I hear them too, Jade confirmed. What's going on out there? Rachel whispered. She peeked outside only to see a group of strangers trimming weeds in front of the bakery. All of them gets shocked. What is that? Rachel blinked. Looking outside, Rachel thought, why are strangers trimming weeds in front of our bakery? They're not going to ask us for money later, are they? Matilda muttered suspiciously. Jade tilted his head, watching them carefully. They're all doing such a great job, Rachel added. Instead of just standing here, maybe I should offer them something to cool off. Suddenly, one of the strangers stepped forward and shouted, voice trembling with righteous fire. Show yourself, witch! All of them get startled. Rachel went to the bot and greeted. Welcome to Rachel Bakery. Looking at him, she thought, a customer? Right in the middle of all this? Reuben's guard said, we did see the holiday sign at the front, but Rachel said calmly, today is our day off. But since you came all the way here in this heat, would you like to try a new product we're developing? No, Reuben shouted. Who knows what tricks the witch has put in it? Witch? Rachel echoed. That's right, the boy insisted, fists clenched. I've heard the rumors and came here myself to expose you. After the ancient dragon who shared its power died, all true magic vanished from this world. Sure, there were still witches who could use magic, but they were the ones who killed the dragon to hoard its power. They were punished and perished long ago. Now all that's left are magic crystals that gather mana from the air, and magical tools that let us tap into that power. But now a witch has shown up again. This is unforgivable. Rachel blinked, then offered a small smile. Wow, you know all those legends? You're very smart, sir. The boy flushed red, clearly not expecting praise. However, Rachel continued gently, I'm not a witch. He flinched. What? She replied. People just like calling me that for some reason. Is that so? I can't believe it, the boy muttered. I'll have to see for myself, Rachel replied. Then please wait a moment. I'll show you the magical trick I used. She took them inside and shows him her trick to bake cookies. Tada! How about that? Magical enough to cause a little misunderstanding? One of his guards said. For safety, I'll taste it first. He took a bite. His eyes widened. It tastes like pure, sweet freedom bliss. Is it really that good? The boy asked, amused. As he took a bite, the boy nearly shouted. It's so good I can't even describe it with the words I know. This pastry is amazing. I'll buy a whole box. Will this be enough? He reached into his pouch with frantic hands and pulls out money. Rachel raised her palms quickly. No, this is just a test batch. It's a bit much for sampling, but for your help with the weeds, I'll give you a box. Next time, come with your brother. I'll have another tasty treat waiting for you then. While leaving, the boy exclaimed, all right. So it wasn't witchcraft, it was just something really tasty. His escort knights sighed in relief. Thank goodness, your highness. Rachel's staff exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. So it turns out they were all escort knights for that little guest. He's probably from a powerful family, right? For someone his age to know so much about magical history. This might be a new VIP client in the making, Matilda whispered excitedly. Maybe at the very least, Rachel said with a sigh of relief. No one around that kid will call me a witch again. Not that there was ever any real reason to in the first place. Boss, you're super popular with kids too, Jade cheered. I bet his brother will fall in love with your baking too. Then Matilda said, your plan to turn one customer into two was genius. Plus, you dodged the whole potential weed clearing invoice thing. Rachel laughed, exasperated. Oh, come on. Let's go get something to eat already. Later elsewhere, hushed voices spoke in secrecy. Daniel said, looking at the documents. So, once preparations for export are complete, we'll reveal that it's a diamond mine. Rachel asked. Do you think we can fool the Crown Prince until then? Daniel replied. It won't be easy to fool him completely. Things would be simpler if we weren't in such a hostile position. But I heard a rumor that you told the Crown Prince you'd never sell him the painting. Yes, Rachel said firmly. And I still have no intention to. Then he asked. In that case, Rachel, how long do you plan to keep Dawn? Well, Rachel's eyes softened. Until someone who truly needs it comes along. Reuben took the cookies that Rachel gave to his brother. The prince asked. Where did you get this, Reuben? He replied innocently. Well, it was so good that I wanted to share it with you, the prince advised. Don't eat food from outside the palace so carelessly. If it's not verified and something goes wrong, it could be dangerous. Reuben humped in his brother's lap and snuggled. He said, "Yes, brother. But don't worry. One of the knights tasted it first." The prince giggled. All right. By the way, where did you buy it?" he replied. "From Lil Frost. If you have time, I'd love to go with you next time. The owner said she'd give us something on the house," the prince replied. "Of course, Reuben. How could I not make time for you?" Reuben exclaimed. "Yay!" The prince thought, so it was Lil Frost again. Back to Daniel and Rachel's conversation. Rachel imagined the crown prince was probably furious right now, but he wasn't the type to break the rules of fair play. "If I stay firm and play it straight, he won't keep targeting the painting," Daniel questioned. "Then who on earth are you?" she replied. "That, you'll find out later. Anyway, I've still got work to do, so I'll get going now." She stood up saying that. Daniel offered, "It's dangerous at night. Allow me to escort you." She refused. "You're busy too, Daniel. I brought a guard, so I'll be fine," Daniel added. "Then at least take this jacket. The temperature drops at night," she replied. "I get hot easily, so I'll be fine without it." Suddenly he pulls out an ice pack and said, "Then I'll get you an ice pack," she asked. "You've got something like that? Seems like you're the one who needs it more." He placed it across her face and said, "It's a new magic item we're distributing through the Denave Guild. I'm fine without it. Let's just trade something instead," she exclaimed. "Ooh, this really is cool. Then I'll bring you a whole bottle of lemon syrup," Daniel asked. "Lemon syrup, is that a new menu item?" Rachel said. "Our one and only VVIP customer picked it as the next new item." Hearing that, Daniel flinched and asked, "One and only VVIP, you say?" She replied, "Yes. We finally have one. You're still gold tier, but if you work hard enough you might get there." Daniel asked, "If they're a VVIP, it might be someone I know," she replied. "Maybe, but I promise to protect the customer's privacy," he asked. "So if I become a VVIP, will you make something just for me?" She smiled warmly and replied, "Of course. Not every VVIP gets custom items, but you're a valuable business partner and a friend. So start thinking about your menu request," he replied. "All right. I'll look forward to it. Just don't overwork yourself for my sake." Later, one of Daniel's subordinate hound reported, "As instructed, I've been refilling the flour stocks so that Lady Rachel wouldn't notice any shortage. She doesn't seem to have suspected a thing," Daniel replied. "No, I doubt that. Rachel has sharp instincts and a good head for business. She's probably already noticed the amount. Find and destroy the records. Burn them if necessary. Just make sure it doesn't interfere with operations," he replied. "I'll take care of it promptly." Then Daniel tapped on the table asking, "Who is the VVIP customer of Rachel Bakery?" Hound gulped then. He replied, It's Duke Karhan Hessen," Daniel asked. "Is that true?" He replied, "Yes. When she was at the first shop, he didn't place any advance orders, but once she moved to the second location, he disappeared for a while." Upon hearing that, Daniel thinks in his mind, "So he's even followed her to the second location?" he asked. "Have you ever seen them speak directly?" His subordinate replied, "No. They usually talk inside, out of sight." Daniel thinks in his mind, "I was there from the beginning. Every time something came up, I stepped up to help. I thought I was the only one truly supporting Rachel. But," he recalled Rachel saying, "not every VVIP gets custom items, but you're a valuable business partner and a friend." He continued thinking, "Which means that VVIP customer must be someone with a similarly close bond. Maybe even closer than I am. More than I, a valuable business partner and a friend. And it's Duke Hessen? He's not even interested in bread or pastries. Then, he hasn't been working as the Crown Prince's right hand at all. He must be using the bakery as a cover, pretending to order just to seduce Rachel." Later, inside the bakery, Rachel said aloud, "Today, I need to sterilize the bottles for the fruit syrup." Just then Matilda came and said, "My lady, there's an emergency." Rachel turned to her. Matilda said. "The strawberries, they look way too delicious," Rachel said. "Ah, right," Matilda asked after picking one. "Can I eat one?" Rachel replied. "You can have two." Then one of the guard also asked, "Then may I have just one as well?" Rachel replied. "Of course, have three," he replied. "Thank you. Then I'll happily have three," Matilda remarked. "You must have picked some really good strawberries. They're great." Looking at them, Rachel thought, why does it feel like I'm playing house with a bunch of kids? I miss Irene. Just then Daniel's subordinate came and said, the ledger with the inflated flour stock has arrived. Rachel said, thank you as always, Hound. I've just washed some fresh strawberries. Do you want a few before you go? He replied. No, I'm fine. Then I'll be off to get back to work now. Saying that, he hurriedly left. Rachel smiled, then looked at the ledger. She said in her mind, Hound really has no talent for acting. He does that every time he hands me a falsified ledger. While looking at the ledger, Rachel thinks in her mind, I'd already realized the ledgers had been tampered with. Even if the forgeries looked meticulous, they always left traces. I only pretended not to notice because I couldn't figure out the motive. If it were something ordinary, Daniel would have told me directly. Instead, he's been replenishing flour we should be depleting. And now the Crown Prince has built an entirely new bakery just to challenge me. I thought I understood the main characters better than anyone, but right now, I really have no idea what they're thinking. She was looking at a note that Karhan sent. I'll stop by today to pick up the new item we discussed. While thinking about him, she smiled. Well, some people are easier to read. In the original story, Karhan played the Crown Prince's loyal dog because of Euphemia. A successful dessert offering changed his mind. Which means, once Euphemia appears, this bond might start to fade. At Rachel Bakery, the strawberry latte was finally ready for launch. The recipe itself was simple, just layer sliced fruit and sugar in a jar. Later she does a taste test. She present 2 serving, one to Matilda and other to the guard. She said, I want the ingredients to stand out. Which one tastes the freshest? But when she asked which fruit tasted the freshest, both insisted they were all delicious. They couldn't decide. Rachel giggled and thinks to herself, okay, I'll figure it out. With the 2 of them bustling around the shop, at least I'm not lonely. She continued planning. The upcoming tiramisu and strawberry latte combo should be enough to attract customers, but before that, I'm planning to start baking mint chocolate chip cookies. I wanted to tell Karhan as soon as possible. Then she turns to her helpers and asked, by the way, you're both really going to leave work with me today? They replied in unison, yes. Rachel said, a VIP customer was about to arrive. Won't it be awkward? Matilda replied, I'll just pack bread while you 2 talk. And your carriage is comfy and doesn't shake. The other replied, I'm a guard, so of course I should escort you when you leave. Moments later the bell rang. Rachel said, he must be here. The door creaked opens. Rachel peeked from the kitchen saying, welcome, cuss. She stopped mid-sentence as Karhan was soaked wet. She rushed to him and asked, why are you all soaked? Karhan replied, it was raining. Rachel said, but you have an umbrella. But she flinched as he extends his hand with flowers on it. He explained, embarrassed, that he wanted to give it to her before they were all gone. Just then the guard and Matilda were also looking at them. The guard spoke, those flowers wilted ages ago. The customer must have been. Matilda stopped him by smacking at his face. Then she came with a towel and presents it to Karhan. He thanked her softly. Then Matilda excused herself while holding the guard with her. Well, we'll be heading out now. When the others stepped out, he hesitated. If you don't like it, I apologize. Rachel was dazed looking at the flowers. She assured him. And no, it's not that I don't like it. She explained, I tried to understand my customers' preferences, so I usually care more about what others like. On the other hand, people don't really pay attention to what I like. She asked him, did you know I like marrow flowers? He replied, when we set up our code. In those situations, people tend to think of things they like. Rachel's face reddened. She asked him, you've really learned a lot about the things I like, he admitted. It just ended up that way. I'll keep learning more. Our tastes are similar after all. Rachel thought he liked the desserts I made, but was that really all it took for him to do all of this? Just as she was overthinking, she backed away a little, due to which a strawberry latte was about to fall, but Karhan stepped up and instinctively caught that. As he grabbed that, he came so close to Rachel as he was hugging her. Both of their hearts raced as they looked at each other eye to eye. In the next moments both backed away. He said, it just ended up that way too. Rachel stammered, thank you, customer. Then he noticed the drink in his hand. By the way, is this strawberry latte? Yes, that's right, she told him. I made it with our new strawberry syrup. I've been fine-tuning the flavor because it's a gift for a very special customer. Karhan blushed as he heard that, then said, thank you. Rachel thought, looking at him, wait a second, Is he reacting to the strawberries? He completely lost his composure over one strawberry latte. Karhan really did love my desserts. Later she brought strawberry latte to her home. Annabelle squealed after gulping one down. Yummy. Rachel smiled. I'm glad it suits your taste. Annabelle said, yeah. Then her father also drank one and said, thank you for bringing this, Rachel. She told him, I left a few extra in the kitchen, so you can have more anytime. He smiled after hearing that and said, as someone who values fair business above all, how could I keep accepting these for free? Rachel asked. Pardon? The Count said. I'll pay for the strawberry compote you brought. Tell Samuel how much you want for it. Rachel got surprised. How much I want? When she went to Samuel, he said, His lordship told me, he instructed me to give you whatever amount you name. You arrived earlier than expected. Are you sure you don't need more time to think? No, Rachel replied. I want the deed to Lil Frost's 7th. What? He gasped upon hearing that and asked, asking for the 7th in exchange for strawberry compote? Isn't that a bit much? She replied. I know. Father has never once spoken about the value of Rachel Bakery's products. Not once. This is the first time. She inhaled deeply. So I'm taking this proposal to mean, Father is finally acknowledging my business. She thought to herself, even if he didn't mean it that way, it doesn't matter. The words of Count Leseltein carry weight. He must have calculated everything when he told me to name my price. It's time to stand tall and show what I'm aiming for. Her gaze sharpened with resolve. She said, I'm sure this will be an investment without regrets. The steward hesitated. Come to think of it, back when you built the second branch, why didn't you accept help from your family? She replied. Because the one in charge of Leseltein construction is my brother, Raymond. He wouldn't have given me even a scrap of support. And if Father had found out, he would have ordered him to help me. But that would still mean I was relying on Father's influence, wouldn't it? She declared. I want to be recognized on my own terms. I want to show that I've come this far with nothing more than my initial starting support. The steward blinked. Don't tell me, you're aiming for Leseltein construction? No, Rachel said. What I want is Leseltein transport. After a split moment, Samuel replied. Understood. I won't report this conversation to the Count. Upon hearing that, she smiled. So he's willing to help. He'll make sure I can take charge of Leseltein transport. Her imagination raced. Franchises across the empire, exporting recipes and magical devices overseas. She was one step closer to her plan to conquer the world with bread and pastries. The renovations on the main bakery that she had been slowly working on were finally complete. The interior felt brighter, cleaner, comfortable. She breathed out. She smiled, thinking, I feel relieved now that the big things are falling into place. She murmured, Today's so peaceful. Right, Brioche? I'll finish you up soon. Just then they heard a shout. Come out, shop owner! The shout cut through the kitchen. Rachel blinked. That voice, Matilda said. Isn't that the little customer from last time? The guard came in and said nervously, Be boss, I'm afraid you should come out. Matilda offered. I'll keep an eye on things, Rachel said. Okay. Thanks, I can't step away right now. Fresh cream melts quickly at room temperature. Moments later, Matilda's voice trembled. My lady, I really think you need to come out. All right, Rachel said, confused. Please take care of this for me. While getting out of kitchen, she wipes her hand, thinking, what kind of situation is so scary that even Matilda is afraid? She stepped outside and flinched after seeing Crown Prince there. The prince faintly smiled and said, It's been a while. Rachel greeted back. Greetings, your highness. What brings you here so suddenly? Then he picks up his little brother who was beside him. Tada! The Reuben chimed. I personally brought my brother, the Crown Prince said. Reuben de Thien, my one and only little brother. What? Rachel stared. That little customer was the Crown Prince's brother? Reuben asked cheerfully. You've prepared something for us, right? She replied. I'll have it ready right away. Would you like to pick out some bread as well? Bread? Reuben's eyes sparkled. I'll buy everything you have. Rachel nearly choked. That's good when business is slow, but right now we're in a boom. If I sell everything to him, the regulars will leave empty-handed. If that keeps happening, they'll stop coming altogether. Maybe once is fine, but if this becomes regular thing. The Crown Prince noticed her hesitation and smiled. He then turns to his little brother and asked, Who do you expect to eat all this? Reuben replied, I just wanted to try everything with you, brother. He smiled and added, Then I'll pick out only what I want to eat. Both Rachel and Matilda's heart mesmerized at his innocent face. Rachel thought, he must want to look mature in front of his brother. Matilda chuckled adorable. Rachel cleared her throat. Hey, I mean, Your Highness, do you like milk? The Crown Prince said. He doesn't have any allergies. Rachel said. Since he tried the cream puff before, I figured as much. The prince said yes, he got so hooked on that puff that he brought me all the way here. Rachel thought, so he's the type who can be dragged around. As Rachel was busy in her work, the prince suddenly straightened. Typically, adopted daughters of high noble families work in the palace. Rachel Leseltein, would you consider becoming Reuben's personal pâtissier? I'll pay more than you could ever earn here in your lifetime. That's an incredible honor, she said carefully. But I'll have to decline. I'm happy where I am, she said inwardly. My goal is to succeed on my own and spread my bread and pastries far and wide. No matter how much the palace offers, the Crown Prince said. 10 million kroso a month. She gets taken aback. Excuse me? I'm not the type to negotiate, he said. But if it's something you truly want, I may consider it. Moments later, they had to pack everything as Reuben again ordered everything. Matilda stacked up all the boxes and said, Then, including the complimentary latte, that's everything, sir. The Crown Prince turned to his little brother. You really swept up everything, Reuben. I just wanted to try everything I haven't had yet, he mumbled innocently. And I ended up buying some for you too. Next time, Matilda said, smiling. I'll pack everything up even more carefully for your highness. Rachel watched her with a conflicted expression. So the prince's cuteness outweighed your memory of nearly dying, Matilda. We have something else to settle, Rachel, the Crown Prince said while leaving. I won't wait long. After he left, Matilda asked thoughtfully, it still feels weird. The cute prince being doted on by the Crown Prince, who tried to kill me. Rachel then said, Let's close the store for today, Matilda, she replied. But there's still dough left in the kitchen. Rachel said, a little saddened. I'll finish baking that, and deliver it to the foster home myself. When she went to foster home, Catherine greeted her brightly. Rachel! Catherine! Rachel brightened. Catherine squeezed her cheek, saying, You look so exhausted again. Don't overwork yourself. No one will blame you for slowing down, okay? That's exactly why I came, Rachel said. I wanted to hear you say something like that. You sweet thing, Catherine caressed her. Then at least come empty-handed. That way it won't feel like a business transaction, Rachel said. This is just how I express gratitude with bread and pastries, Catherine exclaimed. Gosh, I can't argue with that. Rachel smiled. I already received so much from you. If it still bothers you, could you help me when I need advice? Catherine replied. Of course. It's finally my turn now. Thank you. Rachel began. Actually, she told her about the Crown Prince's offer. At the end, Catherine asked, You've received another offer? Rachel replied. Yes, from the Crown Prince. I was going to refuse after all. I have responsibilities here, and the Leselteins have always stayed neutral. But the offer is so tempting it's making me hesitate. The Crown Prince, Catherine muttered, thinking to herself. I really don't like him, Rachel asked. Catherine? What did you just say? But Catherine waved it off. What about signing an additional contract with the imperial family instead of an exclusive one? The Empress really likes your soybean items, doesn't she? Rachel thought. That's true. I recently signed a direct deal with the Empress, she said aloud. If I hire more staff, I might be able to make it work. Whatever you choose, Catherine said firmly. I'll support you. Rachel cheered up and said, Thank you, Catherine. But the biggest issue is, the moment I show even a crack, the Crown Prince might pressure me into a contract, she thought, clenching her hands. I felt the same way when I borrowed money from Daniel. I don't trust myself to negotiate a profitable deal without getting pulled in. She clasped her hands. If only I could propose a deal myself on my own terms. When she was about to leave, Catherine said, I'm sorry, I couldn't be of more help, Rachel replied. No, you really put my mind at ease. I'm glad I came. They were abruptly interrupted by the shouting of kids nearby. One shouted, What are you going to do? The other yelled, I don't know. It's all your fault. Rachel rushed to them. Hey, what's going on? Why are you two crying? One pointed at the other. He tried to steal my croissant. The other shouts. You took a bite of mine before too. All right, calm down, Rachel said. Let's take a breath and think about what to do with it. First kid said. It's too late. He already dropped it. The other yells. You pushed me, the first said. Well, you stepped on it, the other bickered. I didn't mean to, the first one said. Neither did I. Just then an idea crossed her mind. Rachel said to Catherine, Catherine, I'm really glad I came today. Catherine gets confused. Huh? Kids, hush now. Rachel knelt to their level. I'll bring you more pastries next time, one child replied. But Rachel Bakery doesn't have croissants. Not right now, she said with a confident grin. But we will soon. Later in her bakery. Phew, I got everything baked this morning, she murmured, taking a breath of relief. Then she turns to Matilda and said, The rest is just the routine tasks. You can handle things on your own, right? Of course, Matilda chirped. Leave it to me, my lady. I'm your favorite apprentice, after all, Rachel said awkwardly, right? Then she gets ready to leave. While getting on carriage, she said, Make sure you eat lunch properly, and don't miss the carriage I'm sending. Matilda waved, saying, You're the best, my lady. Amazing employee care. Rachel gave a cheerful chuckle. You have to win this one, Zakal, she said, turning. You said you're getting off early today, right? He replied. Yes, that's right, but, he added enthusiastically, I'll be working hard until then. I'll refill the packaging supplies first so the boss won't be inconvenienced, Matilda replied. Ah, okay. After Rachel reached home, she prepares for her meeting with the Crown Prince. Today's finally the day of the contract meeting. The latch clacked as she gathered her things. The Crown Prince is a genius arcane engineer, the head of the Arcane Engineering Society. Someone like him will surely make this work beautifully. She looked at the same documents and thought, my final project in my past life was an export plan for a waffle maker. I know the blueprint. I know the marketing strategy by heart. With this, I can finally propose a deal on my own terms. The corners of her lips curled upward. The next new item at Rachel Bakery will be croffles. Later, Matilda was alone in the bakery. She gulped down a strawberry latte aggressively and thinks, I really don't like how things have been going lately, she muttered under his breath. Why are more and more people trying to get on my lady's good side? I'm her #1 favorite. The indignation puffed her up like a ruffled bird. If they want to stay by her side, they'd better at least be the Empire's top knight at least. Just then the Empire's top knight walked in. She brightened up. Hello, sir. I've been waiting for your visit. He blinked. She seems unusually happy to see me. Karhan asked. Is Rachel not in? Matilda replied. She left early today for an important meeting. His tone sharpened. An important meeting? Rachel replied. Yes. His Highness the Crown Prince made her an offer. He wants her to become his exclusive pâtissier. His expression chilled. It isn't wise to reveal your master's personal affairs. But your Duke Hessen, she insisted. I used to work with the Crown Prince, after he recruited me, but when he no longer needed me, he cast me aside and tried to have me killed. She swallowed hard. I'm sure nothing like that would happen to my lady, but I can't help worrying. Since you're close to both of them, I thought you might know something. Karhan felt chills and thought. There may be a difference between a servant and a family member of House Leseltein, but anyone can become a piece on the board. And the Crown Prince has always held a certain disdain for the Leseltein family. The Leselteins controlled many of the Empire's key industries. Their neutrality kept them out of politics, yet that very neutrality allowed them to remain influential. If Rachel were to serve under the Crown Prince, her carefully built reputation would be reduced to nothing. Rachel added, Whatever, my lady said she's considering the offer positively. And then no one else will ever get to eat her strawberry desserts again. As she was saying that, Karhan left hurriedly. Matilda thought, well, maybe I didn't even need to bring up the strawberries. She came outside after him. As he rode off his horse, Matilda thought bitterly, Crown Prince, go ahead and try getting interrupted for once. Trying to buy off Our Lady with a mere 100 million crore, so unforgivable. When Rachel finally met the Crown Prince, she bowed. Rachel Leseltein greets Your Highness. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I thought I could make it on time. There is still a little time before the appointment, he replied. The Crown Prince, famous for strict punctuality, arrived early? She was stunned. The prince added, I thought I should at least show this much courtesy by waiting. She replied, I'm truly humbled. Then I'll give you my answer. Then she began. Regarding your offer to appoint me Imperial Pâtissier, I would like to decline. It's an honor far beyond me, but I have unavoidable personal circumstances, the prince asked. And may I ask what those circumstances are? I'm sorry, she said gently, but it's a personal matter. He asked, what about selling the recipes instead? she replied, since my items are very dependent on my own touch. Even if I explain the recipe, the taste won't be quite the same, he remarked. That's quite the confidence. She brightened. Instead, I'd like to offer Prince Reuben VIP customer status at my bakery. He blinked confused. She continued, I only extend this to a very select few. It's not easily earned. Here are the benefits. She handed him a neatly prepared document. He skimmed it. VIP status is based on visit frequency, purchases at branch locations, separate tallies for strawberry menu items. That's a lot. It would only be achievable if someone really loved your bakery, or really liked me. It'd be difficult to reach. Just then she recalled Karhan. Her heart thudded unexpectedly. Why is my heart pounding? Of course Karhan loves the bakery, he conceded. I suppose it's not the same as having an exclusive pâtissier, but I could consider it equivalent. She concluded. He's playing it safe, she thought. Then now's my chance. She drew out her final proposal. This is a very important project that will help highlight our bakery's uniqueness even more. She handed him the documents. He takes a detailed look at the documents, then asked, in exchange for the VIP upgrade, I'm supposed to design a magic device blueprint for free? She replied, No, Your Highness. I already have the blueprint. He gets surpsed. What? She thinks in her mind. If I commissioned it, I'd have to pay royalties. But with my knowledge, there's no need for that. She said, I already submitted a request as part of the preparing the project. He leaned back and smiled. Normally, apprentices or external firms handle common device production. Even if you managed it alone, the quality wouldn't differ much. That's why I need the Imperial Magic Association's Grapevine seal, she explained. It has a reputation for reliability and excellent quality. Customers love it, and I understand you continuously invest in maintaining that brand power. The idea is clever, he admitted, but I'm not convinced it's feasible. Of course it is. Your Highness can turn the impossible into possible. Her voice brightened. You stand at the top of all arcane engineers. I believe you'll create the finest product. He let out a quiet sigh as he was feeling a little shy from all the flattery. She decided, I knew it. He's strict and cool-headed, but he also does like flattery. But then he said, Still, by your description, I'm essentially a subcontractor. She winced. Ah, so he noticed. The prince thought. Even so, it's a proposal that could benefit me if it succeeds. Then he added, You do know, right? Until now Leselteins have never collaborated with the imperial family. She replied, Don't worry about that. She said inwardly, People already say the Leselteins and the imperial family are terribly strained. This could be seen as a reasonable step toward reconciliation. The prince thought. That's true. So she asked, Then may I have your answer to my proposal, Your Highness? This is everything I've prepared. I have no other tricks left to tempt you. A beat of silence. After that the prince stamped the documents with his seal. Her face lit up. Thank you, Your Highness. The waffle maker contract is officially signed. A few moments ago Karhan also reached the Imperial Palace. An attendant informed him. His Highness is currently speaking with an important guest. Karhan asked. Is he in the drawing room? Then attendant replied. Yes, Your Grace. But if it's urgent, I can go in and ask, Karhan said firmly, settling outside the door. I'll wait right here, the attendant said. Yes, Your Grace. He folded his arms, jaw tight. He thought, she might be under unfair pressure. That's the only reason I'm worried. I can't let her end up like I did. He was about to knock the door. Inside, Rachel was finishing her pitch. This is everything I've prepared. I have no other tricks left to tempt you. Karhan's eyes widened. Rachel is trying to tempt the crown prince? If she's not under pressure, then I have no reason to step in. He exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders loosening even if something in his chest tightened instead. Karhan thinks in his mind. You've learned a lot about the things I like. We shared a secret. Maybe I thought that meant that we had a bond beyond that of a customer and a baker. Karhan's heart sank. I was never someone special to Rachel. A moment later, the prince agreed. Rachel and the prince shake hands. Rachel said, Then I look forward to working with you. He replied politely. Likewise. Just then Karhan knocked the door. Come in. The prince called, noticing Karhan at the door. What is it? Rachel gets her hand free and said, Then I'll be leaving now, Your Highness. Wait, the prince said. I'll see you off. Rachel blinked. What? He usually hates wasting time like this. I'll escort her out, Carhan said quickly. Shall we, Lady Rachel? Rachel replied. Thank you, sir, I mean Duke Hessen. As they left, the prince sat there looking at the proposal. He said to himself, I can smell such an intoxicatingly sweet scent. You never disappoint me, Rachel Leseltein. Meanwhile, Carhan and Rachel were walking from the corridor. It's awfully warm for full dress armor, she said, glancing at him. Right now? It's customary when visiting the palace, he said. My opinion doesn't matter. She thought, smiling, Carhan really is old-fashioned. That's totally my type. No, get a grip, she scolded herself silently. He's our valued customer. No weird thoughts. She noticed him sweating. She quickly rummaged through her bag and offered an ice pack. Here you go, sir. These are ice packs that have been popular lately. A friend gave them to me. They're really cooling. She offered them to him. He asked, Aren't they heavy? I can handle it, she grinned. It's better than being hot. She flexed her arm. I've gained some muscle running the bakery. See? Right here. He blushed and quickly averted his face. She said, Huh! Don't laugh. Sure, I don't have as much muscle as you, but I'm sturdier than I look, okay? Go on, touch it. Carhan froze. She stopped. Oh, you weren't laughing? Wait, are you sick? Your face is red, he replied. I'm fine. While getting on carriage, she said to him, Anyway, you'd better head back. His Highness is probably waiting. She started to turn away, but he murmured almost too quietly to hear. Rachel, that rumor about you and the Crown Prince, was it true? That rumor? She echoed. It was true until recently, but it's fine now. Was it a lover's quarrel or something? He asked stiffly. I'm glad you made up. As the door shuts, she wonders. What? She nearly tripped trying to correct herself. And no, wait a second. Lovers? I thought you meant the rumor that we didn't get along. She flailed. If you meant the rumor about me having feelings for the Crown Prince, that's ancient history. But he wasn't able to hear her. Carhan looked devastated. She thought, oh no. He looks so heartbroken. No way. Does Carhan like the Crown Prince? She shakes those thoughts. No, that can't be. Love knows no gender. But still there's an original story. The more likely explanation dawned on her. He must just be shocked. I'll definitely clear this up later. Later, Daniel visited her at the bakery. Rachel made them a test using the waffle maker. Matilda exclaimed, Wow! This is delicious! This is remarkable, Daniel admitted. I first thought, why bother when we already have an oven? But leave the distribution to me, Rachel asked. So you think it's marketable, huh? He replied. With the grape seal on it, customers will trust it immediately. I'm still debating whether to sell the dough alongside it, or open a specialty store with a refined, niche flavor. Either way, both would help each other, Rachel said. Sales would definitely increase. That does sound likely, Daniel agreed, but a little depressed. They're all good ideas. Matilda, Rachel said quietly. Just a second. She quickly left, understanding her master. Why, yes, my lady? Then Rachel asked Daniel. I won't get hurt, so please be honest. I thought it was a good plan, but maybe it isn't. She stared at him. This way, you can get rid of the flour quicker, right? Lady Rachel, he said slowly, horror dawning. Are you saying you want our contract to end quickly? She froze. I was going to casually bring up the falsified wheat ledger. What's this now? She said. If this dragged on too long, someone might catch on. Still, it would be better to distribute the wheat gradually than dump it all at once, Daniel said, setting his glasses. I'll keep that in mind when we renegotiate the extension in the future. Just then they heard a beep. Rachel said, Oh, the waffle's done. If you spread apple jam and fresh cream over it right after it's baked and fold it, it's delicious. And since it's made from powdered mix, it stores much better than raw dough. He tasted it, and his eyes lit up. This is excellent too, he added. You really like fresh cream, Rachel. I find myself eating fresh and delicious cream more often lately. She replied softly, I suppose so. The scent of the homemade jam is fantastic, he added. And the pastry, so soft and moist. Rachel noticed and asked, You're being unusually generous with compliments today, Daniel, she added. I mean, you used to say there were plenty of good bakeries out there. I don't think that way anymore, he said firmly. In my opinion, Rachel Bakery is the best. Aha, are you saying that because you're worried I might close the shop? She laughed. I'm not going anywhere. So don't worry and keep investing. He hesitated. And the money you've been saving? You've already paid off the debt you owed me, haven't you? She replied. Well, between the waffle blueprint costs and the deposit for the Imperial Magic Tool Association, he said. In that case, I think it's time to find a diamond jeweler, she asked quickly. You've secured a lead? He replied. I have, but it would also be wise to prepare something for next year's Avir spring social season. You'll need funds to hire a jeweler, which means, he emphasized, you'll need liquid capital, Rachel. Have you found someone to sell Dawn to? Andreas is incredibly popular these days, he noted. They say he captures the sunlit waters of Denave beautifully. His mentor, the master André Poix, is gaining attention too. Now is the perfect time. I hear Andreas often gifts you paintings. Perhaps you could sell a few? I'm still looking into a few things, she said. I think I'll wait until I've secured a jeweler before selling Dawn, Daniel said. We've talked about jewelers before. Yes, she said. You told me that after you contacted Count Dutchen, Karhan promised to invest in his business the very next day. I was worried he might know about our mine, but that doesn't seem to be the case, he suggested. I suppose we should look for another jeweler, she agreed. Okay, I'll research it myself as well, he asked. Will you be all right on your own? Of course. And take these when you go. She handed him a neatly wrapped basket. I set aside some madeleines for you. Don't skip meals just because you're busy. At the door when Rachel said him goodbye, Matilda came and asked, Are you finished talking, my lady? Yes, she said, turning. Let's close a little early today. I have a quick stop to make, so head back to the mansion first, Matilda asked. Okay, is everything all right? Rachel replied. It's nothing serious. Just an errand. While going back, Rachel said in her mind, That's a lie. It is serious. Duke Hessen and Count Dutchen signing a contract? I have to stop it. Count Dutchen was completely unfit to handle anything important. In the original story, Euphemia turned him over to the city guard, but now it's up to me. I may not have concrete evidence yet, but I'll find a way to persuade them. 1 week later at an illegal gambling den. Tisk, filthy bastards, the Count Dutchen muttered to himself. They cheated their way to the pot. But it doesn't matter, I still had funds left. Most northern knights carried magic crystals. There was even a legend of a knight who, on the brink of death, was saved when the pendant he wore reacted at the last moment. Researchers insisted it was a coincidence, something about the monster's traits interacting with the tool, but the rumor persisted. So research on. Magical tools that repel monsters continues to this day. Count Dutchen proposed to Duke Karhan, what if we embedded magic crystals directly into weapons? Then knights wouldn't need separate accessories, the magic would affect the beasts. Karhan objected, but magic is a blessing of Saint Jagrita. You can't make weapons with magic crystals. But Dutchen dismissed the taboo with a sneer. With my newly developed technique you can. A blade that shatters in combat is no weapon at all. Using that principle, swords embedded with magic crystals will revolutionize combat. He muttered to himself, smirking. What a load of crap! They cling to the myth that crystals will save them. So what's the harm in slipping in a few fakes? It's not my problem if they die relying on them. Even after skimming profits, Dutchen still had plenty of funds. He looked smug. Life is good, huh? Just then his eye caught a croupier. The dealer said, You look pretty confident. Care for a round? Sure. Dutchen smirked. I'll clean you out this time. Moments later. No way! You cheat! The man shouted. Give me my money back! Rachel ordered coolly as the Dutchen was dragged out. Get him out! Rachel sighed behind her disguise. How boring. Few moments later the gambling den owner came and said nervously, We placed plenty of plants around him and followed all your instructions. Now, about you turning a blind eye to our operation, Rachel said. When I used the disguise tool you lent me, Count Dutchen fell for it completely. But tools of that level require royal authorization. You didn't get it, did you? Judging by your face, you definitely didn't. Rachel smiled. Better hope the Crown Prince shows you mercy, you criminal, she said inwardly. And I can't just leave an illegal gambling den like this, either. The owner panicked. Damn it, she's with the Crown Prince? In that case, I'll take her hostage. He lunged and grabbed her arm, but she didn't budge. The owner thought. What, she's not budging at all? Rachel tightened her grip. I need tough dough every day, and I lift 45-pound sacks of sugar and flour on my own. I'm not about to be overpowered by one man just because he's bigger than me. The owner is getting desperate. She's not even budging? He thinks before declaring. Then I have no choice. He pulls out a dagger. Rachel is shocked. A dagger? I didn't see that coming, she thinks, but before she can react, Karhan appears out of nowhere and knocks the owner out cold with a single blow. Karhan's eyes are chilling as he orders, "Take him away." Outside, Karhan asks Rachel, "Are you all right, Rachel Leseltein?" Rachel is relieved. "Of course, thank you. It was perfect timing, really. I was so relieved the moment I saw you." Karhan notices the injury on her arm. "You're hurt, Rachel." Rachel tries to downplay it. "Well, I've always had a few scrapes. You get burned or nicked all the time baking bread." Karhan is not having it. "Didn't you promise me you'd just stall for time, without getting hurt?" "A few days ago, at Duke Hessen's estate," Karhan asks. "Count Dutchen has been gambling? Is that true?" Rachel confirms. "Yes, I'm sure we'll find something if we dig deeper. I don't have hard proof yet, but," Karhan filled in, "I'll have him followed and investigated immediately." Rachel gets surprised. "Even without solid evidence?" "I may be sure of it, but to you, it's just a baseless suspicion," Rachel says. Karhan pauses. "But, Rachel Leseltein, I have no reason not to believe you." After that, they cleared up the misunderstanding. Rachel brings up a contract with the Crown Prince, and Karhan immediately began tracking Count Dutchen. As expected, it was discovered he'd recently bought large quantities of tilk. Tilk is a gemstone that looks almost identical to a magic crystal. Rachel explains, "He was probably planning to cash in and flee the country. We should wait until he acts. Catching him in the act would lead to more serious charges." Karhan agrees. "That is true, but the magic crystal is meant to be a last resort. Knights of the North train so that such a moment never comes." Rachel realizes something. The reason Karhan follows the Crown Prince is to prove he poses no threat so he can avoid getting eliminated. Though Karhan holds immense power, he willingly handed the leash to the Imperial family. But since the Imperial family still sees him as a potential threat, they might overlook Dutchen's crimes as a means of controlling the North. Rachel has a plan. "Then how about we arrest him for something the Imperial family can't ignore? We can catch him red-handed at the gambling den. I'll go. I've picked up a few tricks here and there," she said inwardly while playing with cards. Actually, they're the original Rachel's memories. Karhan is worried. "This is too dangerous for you to handle," Rachel replied. "But trickery isn't exactly your thing, is it? How are you going to act like it's not a trap? If you hire someone in a rush, word might leak, and if Dutchen wins big, he might bolt right then." Karhan sighs. Then, he looks at Rachel. "Don't get hurt, Rachel." Rachel smiles brightly. "I promise." Karhan remembers what she said before. "You said that, remember?" Rachel reassures him. "Don't worry too much. It's not bad enough to keep me from baking." Karhan thinks to himself, "I want to break that man's wrist myself," but Rachel helped bring him down. "I need to stay calm and wrap this up." He pauses. "Wait, Rachel, weren't you the type to get hot easily?" He flips the coat with which she was hiding her wound and gently touches it. "You're hurt here too." Saying that, he lifts her up and said, "You need to be treated right away. We're going to my mansion since it's close from here." Rachel is shocked. "What? But my bakery is near your estate," Karhan insists. "If that wound gets worse, it could be serious. You need proper treatment from a physician on standby." Rachel relents. "Well, thank you, sir." Karhan carries her away. Rachel is a little embarrassed. "I didn't expect you to carry me like this. Is this part of your workout? You're really strong. I'm pretty heavy, you know. Have you ever thought of engaging in baking?" "I'm kidding, of course," Karhan says. "Let's go quietly." Rachel agrees. "Okay." They arrive at Karhan's mansion. Rachel insists, "I can walk on my own now." "Thank you." Karhan is still concerned. "Be careful." Suddenly, they hear a rustling sound. Rachel turns towards it. Karhan recognizes the figure. "Mother." Rachel is stunned. "Mother? Is she the Dowager Duchess Hessen who's said to be in seclusion?" The Duchess says. "You're here, Kar." But she stopped as she notices Rachel and quickly adjusts the cloth covering her face. Rachel greets her politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Your Grace. I'm Rachel from House Leseltein," the Duchess replies. "Nice to meet you, Lady Rachel. I'm C.A. Heslin Hessen." Rachel thinks she's so shy. Then she said, "You were tending your own garden. How wonderful. Your Grace, you must really like tomatoes." The Duchess responds, "I suppose I do." She hesitates. See, could I have a moment alone with Karhan? Rachel is happy to oblige. Ah, of course. She thinks, even in seclusion, she's still influential in high society, and she grows her own produce. How admirable, Duchess says to Karhan. You should have told me we had a guest, Karhan explains. It couldn't be helped. Rachel is injured, you see. Heslin gets surprised. What? Then Karhan explains it to her. She asks Rachel, do you happen to enjoy tomatoes, Lady Rachel? Rachel replies with a smile. Please feel free to speak comfortably. I do like tomatoes, the Duchess offers. Then have some before you go. Our chef makes excellent tomato dishes. But first, let's get you treated. Rachel is puzzled. Huh, that's strange. I've never met her before, but why does she feel so familiar? Karhan explains, the family doctor is out, attending to the orphanage under our duchy's care. Rachel's impressed by the Dowager Duchess's kindness. Karhan adds, she rarely invites guests she's just met to dinner, but quickly assures Rachel, if you're uncomfortable, I can make an excuse for you, there's no need to feel pressured. Rachel beams, not at all. I'll absolutely be there. Ever the gentleman, Karhan suggests they treat Rachel's wounds before dinner. He gently takes her arm, but she exclaims, ah, that's cold. Karhan chuckles, I'm really glad I didn't just let you go. Then he notices. And the wound on your neck, he suggests. A bandage would be best. Rachel stammers, huh, I don't think it's serious enough for a bandage. Karhan reaches out to touch her neck, and she flinches. Does it hurt a lot? He asks, concerned. She replied, and no, it's fine. It just stings a little. Rachel's inner monologue goes wild. Her heart raced. I only said that out of embarrassment, but he's applying it so gently. Why is he so sweet and kind? Panicked, she thinks. I need to say something, anything, to change the mood. She blurts out. What if people find out you like my bakery? Karhan replies calmly. Our duchy is known for offering excellent desserts to the staff. Treating the owner of a bakery could be seen as an extension of that welfare. Rachel's eyes widen. Our bakery has that much presence in the duchy? She added, excited. That's all thanks to you, our VVIP customer. Karhan smiles. You really do light up when you talk about your bakery. Even your tone changes. Rachel, flustered, asks, really? Karhan confirms with a gentle, yes. As she reaches too close to him, she realizes, Rachel, now blushing furiously, cries out, I think that's enough treatment. Karhan, startled, tries to stop her. Wait, if you stand up too quickly you might fall. As he fears. They both tumble on the sofa. Rachel's shocked as she finds herself straddling Karhan on the couch. Karhan apologizes. And my apologies. I'll get up right away. Rachel panics. Arg, wait, my hair, she warns. Don't put pressure on your arm. Just don't move for a second. In chaos, Karhan's shirt rips open, revealing his toned chest. Rachel is speechless. Karhan, mortified, crosses his arms over his chest. She said, I am sorry, he replied. It's all right. Later, Karhan has changed, and Rachel is now dressed in borrowed clothes. Rachel thinks to herself, so now even Karhan had to change clothes because of me. At dining table, a maid presents a plate of tomato canapes. We have tomato canapes with homemade cheese. Rachel is impressed. Who knew you could make such a feast out of tomato dishes? I only ever thought of things like tomato jam or soup, the Duchess offers. Shall I send you off with some tomatoes? They're fresh, tasty, and homegrown. Gardening is a hobby of mine. Rachel's eyes light up. I'd be so grateful. I've been thinking of starting a small garden at our bakery too. Could I ask you for advice sometime? Karhan pauses, seemingly considering. The Duchess replies, there's no reason you couldn't, however. Rachel begins, flustered. I must be intruding, joining your meals so suddenly. The Duchess, still veiled, responds. Oh my, not at all. Rachel wonders to herself. Does she always wear a gardening hat at the table? Then the Duchess asks. I heard you were injured. How are you feeling? Would you be up for tea after the meal? Rachel replies. I'm fine, really. It's nothing serious. Yes, I'd be happy to join. A maid was paying attention to everything Rachel was doing. Her sister Irene works at Rachel's bakery. She remembers Irene saying, Lady Rachel, she's perfect. The maid thinks. After Irene started working at the bakery, that's all she ever says. The maid continues to think. She's so kind, so maybe she's being fooled. What if she's actually being horribly mistreated? The maid reaches for a glass of red liquid, but it stumbles and fell on Rachel. Rachel is covered in red liquid. The maid is horrified. She stammers, "I am so sorry." Rachel smiles, trying to reassure her. "It's all right. I've had plenty, so I'll excuse myself a little early. May I borrow one more set of clothes, please?" The Duchess responds, "Oh dear. I'm so sorry. You're welcome to use anything you need." Rachel replies, "Thank you." Then, the maid presents a new dress to Rachel. "It's done, my lady." Rachel smiles. "Thank you for the help." The maid stammers, "And my lady." Rachel turns to her. The maid apologizes again. "I truly apologize. I'd like to say sorry again." The maid thinks, "What if she turns out to be really scary? She's going to scold me so badly." Rachel smiles gently and said, "Mistakes happen when you're busy. It's just part of the job. Actually, one of my staff once dropped an entire tray of eggs." The maid is shocked. "What? That's terrible." Rachel reassures her. "It happens. What matters is we cleaned it up and moved on, right? So really, it's okay." The maids are touched by Iron's kindness. The maid with pink hair says, "Actually, my sister works at your bakery." Rachel gets surprised. "They're Iron's sisters?" One of them said, "When she said you were perfect, I didn't quite get what she meant, but now I do." The other apologizes. "I'm so sorry for misunderstanding you." Rachel smiles. "I didn't expect you to apologize for that as well." "Thank you." The felt relieved and says, "My lady." Rachel laughs and thinks, "Why is everyone treating me like I'm so amazing? I literally just tore Karhan's shirt like 5 minutes ago, guys." Karhan's mother sighs with relief. "I can finally breathe a little." He notices her strange behavior. "Why the sudden change, mother? You've been speaking in an unnaturally low voice." She brushes it off with a smile. "There's no particular reason. I just felt like doing so," she suggests. "Shall we start wrapping up the meal? I think today's tea time would be best enjoyed in the greenhouse." Then, she adds, "I'd like to freshen up a bit, so go ahead and wait for me there." Karhan simply replies, "Understood, mother." As she walks away, Karhan's mother thinks to herself, "I was wondering why he made such a show of buying those desserts he used to sneak in. I just thought it would help Rachel's business anyway, but my son clearly has feelings for Rachel." She muses, "They say meddling in young love isn't wise, but a little nudge shouldn't hurt, right?" Karhan and Rachel are already at the table in the greenhouse, which is overflowing with delicious pastries. A maid informed them, "Her ladyship says she'll need a bit more time to get ready, and asks that you enjoy the refreshments first." Rachel then turns to Karhan and said, "Now is the time, customer. Hurry and have these desserts. I can pretend I ate them." Karhan, a little taken aback, responds, "I'm fine. Isn't this a good chance for you to try another pâtissier's pastries?" Rachel, surprised by his consideration, exclaims, "How considerate of you!" before adding, "Then how about this one? I already know how it tastes." Karhan relents, "Well, then I'll accept it gratefully." As they begin to enjoy the treats, a maid approaches them again. "A telegram has arrived, my lord." Karhan tells her, "Leave it here. I'll check it soon." He and Rachel are both sneaking bites of the treats. He catches her in the act. "Why are you sneaking bites too?" Rachel giggles. "I got carried away by the mood." Then she turns serious. "Shall we finish our talk before her ladyship returns?" Karhan replied, "Yes, let's. This telegram is about Count Duchan's sentence." He places the telegram on the table. Rachel said, "Oh, please check it." Karhan flips it open. After reading it, he frowns. She realizes, I guess it's not good news." Karhan replied, "The imperial family still seems reluctant to let him go. They must think the empire would suffer too much of a loss. They say Count Duchan is incredibly skilled, after all. No one's been able to replicate his method of forging mana-infused swords, right?" She replied, "Not yet. Though I still don't think that justifies ignoring his illegal gambling. What if he's involved with illegal substances too?" Karhan said, "Then the imperial family wouldn't be able to go easy on him." Rachel looks worried. "In that case, I have a favor to ask. Please keep protesting and pushing back so the verdict isn't finalized," she added. "I'll try to gather more evidence somehow." Karhan felt touched for a moment, then asks, "I will, but why are you going this far to help me?" She stammers, Because I need your wealth to make a living for myself." Rachel asks, "By the way, when will her ladyship arrive? You should finish eating before she gets here." Meanwhile, Karhan's mother is scheming. It's good for the young ones to have time alone. I hope Rachel becomes my daughter-in-law. At night, Rachel went to an intel organization. There she reads a document. She exclaims, "This is," and then she gags. "Bleh," the intel provider says. "Ah, come on. I just replaced that carpet." Rachel apologizes. Sorry. The content was just too disgusting." The other person replies, "Well, fair enough." She reads and realized. Illegal drug distribution, an endless web of affairs funded by that money, and a whole mess of crimes to cover it all up. But the most shocking truth is, the gemstone work wasn't even done by the Count himself. It was his son's craftsmanship all along. When the wife tried to protect their son from being exploited, the Count locked them both away in separate places. Rachel is horrified. The original story didn't get into details, but now that I've gathered them, it's horrifying. I need to tell Karhan right now. The intel collected through the informant was delivered to the Imperial Knights through Karhan, so Count Duchin could no longer escape heavy punishment. He barely avoided the death penalty by surrendering all his amassed wealth to the Empire. Newspapers are printed. Headlines read, "The two faces of Count Duchin, who really crafted your jewels?" and "Duchin endangered the Empire." One article has a picture of Rachel, the bakery owner behind the Duchin case. Rachel Leseltein. Who is she? Rachel reads the article. "This isn't how I meant the interview to show on the papers. Kind of embarrassing." She then receives a letter. The letter reads, "Dear Lady Rachel Leseltein, thanks to you, I was able to see my mother again, and I didn't lose all the chances left in my life. The pain I've endured so far won't disappear all at once, but I'll try to cover it with better things going forward. From now on, any request from Duke Hessen or Lady Rachel will be my top priority. This is the best I can do, though it hardly repays your kindness." Rachel thinks to herself, "And just like that, I've got the Empire's best jeweler on my side." Samuel brings Rachel the letter, so she said, "Thanks for bringing me the letter, Samuel." Samuel replies, "Of course." Then he adds, "I was so shocked when Duke Hessen carried you in himself. Because of that you have been on semi-forced rest for days. Honestly, you needed it." Rachel says, "Well, thanks to that, everything's ready now." He is confused. "Ready? For what?" She smiles. "I guess I can at least tell you this, Samuel. Soon, Dawn will be shown to the world again." Later at the Imperial-affiliated Clary auction house, the auctioneer called out, "Now for the next item. It's what you've all been waiting for. Dawn!" The painting is revealed, bathed in light. "Starting bid is 84 million. People in the crowd thinks, "That's the painting the Crown Prince still hasn't given up on. This might be the perfect chance to build some connections." Before we begin, an important note, the auctioneer announces. "As you all know, this is a work by the late Master André Trois. The seller deeply admired him, and has requested a special condition for the auction, a quiz prepared by the seller. After the final bid is confirmed, the first person to answer correctly will be awarded the painting." Murmurs ripple through the audience. What kind of condition is that? What if I raise the price but can't answer? What if this whole thing is rigged? The crowd wonders. But the auctioneer explains, "There's no bid limit under this condition. Moreover, no prior collusion is possible here. Please remember, this house operates under the Crown Prince's patronage." He's got a point. "Now let's begin," he says, ready to start the bidding. Number 4, 92 million Croesus. Number 7, 93.3 million. Number 32. The Crown Prince offers 500 million. Silence falls over the room. The auctioneer looks out at the crowd. "Anyone else?" Then he slams the gavel. "Final price confirmed at 500 million. Those not intending to continue, please lower your paddles." The auctioneer glances at the painting. "And now, the question for the remaining 4. A portrait of André Trois in his younger days appears. At the tavern where André Trois had his 8th drink at the age of 20, among its 7 tables, how many people were seated at his? The crowd is baffled. What kind of question is that? Who could possibly know? One bidder guesses. "And maybe 5? Another shouts. "Drinking's more fun with a crowd." "I say 20. Crown Prince smirks and said, "I'll go with 2. He thinks in his mind. There was someone he was especially close to. It was. Just then someone called out, "One person." The Crown Prince flinches. The person continues, "André Trois drank alone, embracing solitude." The Crown Prince turns to the person and wonders, "Why is he here?" The auctioneer exclaims. Correct. The new owner of Dawn is Viscount Mendorf. Viscount Mendorf looks saddened. So it really was only me who knew. But how did that lady predict this? Half an hour ago. Outside, Rachel walks with Viscount Mendorf. He turns to her and said, So you tracked my movements and came when I was alone. Is that because I hold a key position in Leseltein construction? Viscount Mendorf turns to her, annoyed. If you're here to push your way in like this, you'll get nowhere. And if you're planning anything foolish, Rachel interrupts him. Please calm down. I came for something entirely different. It's about André Trois. Viscount Mendorf looks troubled. Rachel explains. The late master left a will asking for all his paintings to be burned. And just as he wished, you've been collecting and burning them, haven't you? The Viscount said. Only a handful of people know about that will. Rachel smiles. I heard it from Andreas. He's a huge fan of André Trois. He and others who admire the painter. Well, you've gained quite the reputation among them. Then she said, This is going to take a while. Come in. Inside, Rachel states. First, let me be clear. I want you, Viscount Mendorf, to have Dawn. Of course, the Crown Prince is trying to acquire it, but if he doesn't win it himself, he won't care what happens to the painting. That's why I'm planning to add a quiz to the auction, something only you would know. Would you be willing to share a memory, a moment that only the two of you shared? Viscount Mendorf hesitates. I don't know if we have anything quite like that, but when I first met him, he was surrounded by all kinds of people, regardless of status. He seemed like someone living a very different life from mine, which was not very sociable. We properly met and talked for the first time at an exhibit of works by unknown artists. He recalls seeing one painting in particular. This painting. It's incredible. It's hard to believe it's not popular. On a festive day like this painter went to a deserted place just to paint that. Still, it doesn't feel lonely. It feels peaceful. He remembers André Trio's calling him Lord Mendorf. As he turns to him, André Trois said, Please become my patron. I promise you won't regret it. It turned out that the painting was his. Just like that, I was about to become his patron, but I was scammed over funding, and House Mendorf nearly collapsed. I had to disappear for a while. And in that time, André Trois took me in, even though he was struggling himself. I've since regained my fortune, but what does it matter? I never gave back his support, I only received. All I remember of him now is the sight of him drinking alone, quietly painting. That's all I have. I'm not sure if it'll help with your quiz though, Rachel said. You don't seem to be much of a drinker yourself. Viscount Mendorf agrees. That's true. He did seem a bit disappointed about that. I see, Rachel exclaims. You've helped me a lot, thank you. I'll make sure it's a question only you can answer. Later Rachel muses to herself. Now I've built a friendly relationship with Viscount Mendorf too. He's probably burned the painting by now. I think I understand now why André Trois left that final wish specifically to Mendorf, someone who knows you better than you know yourself. That kind of person is incredibly precious. If it were me, I would have fallen in love with him. White bread, tiramisu, cookies, muffins, and more. Rachel is determined to introduce all sorts of baked goods as new items, but since handling oil is tricky, she hasn't tried making fried pastries yet. It's about time she gave it a go. Rachel, ever the enthusiastic baker, explains the chow-making process. First, wait until the butter is completely melted, then turn off the heat. A young boy watches, eyes wide with excitement. Whoa! He exclaims. He's eager to start working right away. Matilda reminds him. Remember, you promised to just observe and learn quietly today. Matilda, having finished her tasks, asks, Is it hard to make churros, my lady? Rachel is ready to teach. She says she'll handle the dough, so Matilda just needs to fry them. I'll teach you as much as I can, though, in case I'm not around. Once they expand into fried goods, Matilda will probably be stationed at the fryer most of the time. Matilda wonders if Rachel is going to make that many. Of course, Rachel declares, listing off sandwiches, sausage bread, and other fried goodies. I'll hire someone new so it's not too much. But Matilda interrupts, fired up. No, don't worry. I'll handle this and that, all of it. Rachel appreciates it, as long as it doesn't exhaust her. She then declares, Now let's make the dough, shall we? She starts by washing the eggs. We'll be using eggs, so first we wash them, then pipe the dough from a piping bag onto parchment paper, keeping the length in straight lines. The little boy pipes up again. I want to try piping. Rachel agrees. Sure, go ahead. Swoosh goes the dough as he tries piping it. He's having some trouble. Boss, it's not coming out anymore. Rachel explains. In that case, use this rolling pin to push the dough from the back of the piping bag. Same goes when you're piping whipped cream or custard cream. Wow, he says as he learns the tip. Once they're done piping all the dough, they check the oil temperature carefully and start frying. Rachel explains that the outside should be crispy, and the inside moist and fluffy. But some are too crispy, ending up like cookies, and others are too soggy, losing their unique flavor. Rachel continues to instruct. Once they've cooled slightly, coat them with sugar and cinnamon powder. And that's how you make delicious churros, Rachel says, winking. Everyone is excited. Now, give it a taste, Rachel exclaims. Just then Daniel came there, standing outside the bakery, perks up, wondering what's that light coming from the bakery. He realizes he finally has a moment to drop by. I must tell Rachel right away about the Duke Hessen's vile intentions. Inside, Daniel tries the churros. This is truly excellent, he says. Rachel replies. Having it with ice cream gives it a whole new flavor, right? I'm thinking of importing an ice cream machine from the Eastern continent next. They say it's a traditional dessert there, and it tastes even better. The little boy chimes in. That sounds amazing. I can't wait. Matilda suggests selling it separately as well. That's a great idea. Rachel agrees. Daniel stares intently, and Rachel notices. She says I was going to share some with the guards. Would you help me? He replied. Yes, I'll lend a hand. As they get outside, Rachel asked. So what is it you want to say? He asks if it was that obvious he was staring. With the way you've been staring, it's hard to notice, Rachel says. Daniel laughs nervously, then began. The thing is, there's someone approaching you with ill intentions. Rachel looks concerned. Ill intentions toward me? Who and what are they after? Daniel continued. I hesitate to even speak of it, but it seems that man harbors desire for you, Rachel. Rachel is taken aback. Huh! I honestly can't think of anyone like that, Daniel replies. I mean him, Duke Karhan Hessen. Rachel is shocked. Duke Karhan Hessen? Huh! Daniel asks. Why do you think the Duke personally visits your bakery? Instead of sending someone else, he comes himself. Rachel stammers. That's. Daniel continues. Right? It seems suspicious, doesn't it? Rachel is conflicted. What should I do? I can't tell him the truth. She recalls what Siren told her. I've heard the Duke's household has great dessert perks. One of my employees I scouted from there told me so. Besides, even if my reputation has improved lately, there are still plenty of people gossiping about me. Who would ever want someone like me? Sir Hound is startled. Meanwhile, Hound and another person were talking, discussing that Lord Denave was supposed to visit today. One asks if he is coming as the bank president. The other replies, no, as the owner of the guild. The other says he'll go check on his whereabouts. Sir Hound carries a stack of provisions outside. Suddenly he heard, everything those people say is nonsense. You understand that, right, Rachel? Hound gets startled and quickly hides, slamming the door. Rachel replies, I do, so I don't really let it. Suddenly, a door slams shut. Rachel is startled. She added, Didn't you just hear the door close? The guards aren't around either. Maybe they're in the storage room. Rachel notices that the door is even left open. As they enter, Hound hides behind the door. Daniel tells her she'll have to reprimand them later. Hound is sweating, thinking about what to do and how to find the right moment to sneak out. The other person wonders where Sir Hound went and notices he even left the door open. He decides he should close it. Then he closes it. Rachel is startled, wondering what was that, and says it must have been the wind. As there was dark inside, she can't see a thing. Suddenly, Daniel staggers and bent down. He is bent down. Daniel? Rachel asks. Daniel's heart is pounding, and he clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the claustrophobia. He trembles, then someone grabs his hand. It's me, Rachel. Her voice cuts through the panic. Let's get out of here together. You trust me, right? Suddenly, there's a flash of light, and Rachel is wincing. Hound, lantern in hand, stands before them. You were inside too, Sir Hound? Rachel, looking relieved, asks this Hound to move closer with the light. Rachel, just then notices the stack and flinches. Wait, were you stacking those flour sacks? Weren't we supposed to use up the flour quickly? Sir Hound stammers. Well, yes, but it's complicated. Daniel interrupts. I will explain everything. If you could wait just a moment, Rachel replied. Okay. First, you should calm down. Let's get out of here quickly. Later inside her bakery, the little boy Matilda and the guard are wondering why they were asked to leave. Matilda figures it's because the three of them have something important to discuss. Rachel, Daniel, and Sir Hound sits in kitchen to discuss. Daniel sits, looking forlorn. Daniel began. The truth is, Rachel interrupts. Are you feeling better now? Daniel replies. Yes? Rachel steps forward. You have claustrophobia, right? Daniel nods. I'll be careful from now on so you're not triggered again. Daniel says, I think this happened because of my own actions. Sir Hound interjects. No, it was my fault for restocking the flour today of all days. Rachel sighs. I didn't know Hound could talk that timidly. She turns serious. Honestly, it was impossible to hide from the start. Do you know how suspicious the ledger looked? Daniel asks. So you already noticed? I'm sorry, what a huge breach of trust. She softens her tone. But you didn't gain anything from hoarding the flour, did you? Why did you do it? Daniel looks away, confessing. Well, I'm not even sure myself. It's just that the bread you gave me was always warm, and your considerate gestures always touched me. I enjoyed the time I spent at the bakery. I was afraid that once the flour ran out, this connection would end. Rachel, a bit surprised, thinks to herself, I was just doing my job as a bakery owner. Could it be the influence of Daniel's childhood? Suddenly, the memory of a slammed door and a child's scream flashes through Rachel's mind. Stay there until you've reflected on what you did. A voice booms. Father, I'm sorry. Please let me out. The scene reveals a closet. Rachel remembers, the former Marquis de Nave was an abuser who locked children in the closet, for the purpose of training heirs. A young Daniel sobs, hugging his brother. Robert, I just want to play. I don't care about being an heir. Robert vows. I'll be the heir, Daniel. Father's doing this to pit us against each other. If I'm chosen as the heir, he won't treat you this way anymore. Remember how you said you want to travel all around the world? Live freely like that. Live the life that suits you. Robert's hand trembles as he comforts his younger brother. Then what about you? But Robert doesn't answer. He could have asked, but he didn't. And Daniel regretted it for the rest of his life. Robert's hands were trembling when he comforts his brother. Daniel thinks in his mind, then what about you? Years later, Daniel stands by Robert's coffin. His father scoffs. To die from overwork? How pathetic. I can't entrust the house to some wild colt like that. I'll have to adopt a successor from a collateral line, disgraceful as it is. Father, Daniel, resolute, says. I'll do it. I'll take my brother's place as heir. His father replies. How laughable. I've heard you're not that weak in the head. Then prove it. His father declares. It is Daniel de Nave that is dead from today on. You will lead this house as Robert de Nave. Anyone who knows the truth, banish them or kill them. If things go awry, you are no longer a de Nave. Daniel whispers. Yes, understood. Several years later, servants gossip. Did you hear? Young Master Daniel, the one who supposedly died years ago, is actually alive. It was young Master Robert who died back then. They say the truth only came out after his lordship fell ill. The ailing Marquis coughs, furious. Not only have you exposed our family's disgrace, you've also gone so far as to insult me. Daniel says, I still had so much left to show you. What a shame that you're leaving just like this. His father coughs, I gave you a chance, and you repay me like this, you ungrateful little. He collapses, dead. Daniel closes his father's eyes. How could you feel nothing after losing your own son? I never thought it would hurt this much, to see you gone. Now, back in the bakery, Rachel thinks, for Daniel, who lived on as his brother even after his death, perhaps even the smallest kindness felt precious. She tells him, You don't need to worry anymore. Rachel, smiling brightly, asks, Even after the contract ends, we'll still be friends, right? Daniel looks startled, then asks, Friends? She adds, Yes, good friends. He thinks to himself, Becoming friends with Rachel is a wonderful thing. Then why does it hurt so much? Silence hangs in the air as the Daniel sits across from Rachel, who's wondering. Rachel's thoughts are racing. Does he not want to be friends with me? She asks, Is being friends uncomfortable for you? Daniel gasps. Rachel adds, I understand, friends and business partners are two completely different things. Daniel quickly says, It's not that. I, too, have been thinking of you as my friend, he exclaims. Truly? But Rachel's not buying it. I can see it clearly on his face that he's lying. She continues, hoping for a genuine connection. But we'll genuinely get closer as time passes, won't we? Rachel smiles, saying, I'm looking forward to continuing this working relationship. The man says nothing. They shake hands, sealing the deal. He smiles serenely. Me too. I also look forward to continuing to work with you. As anticipated, Rachel's new menu items are a smash hit. Churros, waffles, shaved ice. Business is booming, leading to new additions at Rachel Bakery, cafeteria tables, outdoor seating, and more employees. Matilda approaches Rachel, asking, My lady, regarding our summer holiday, should we start planning it together tomorrow? Rachel eagerly agrees. Yes, let's. Who said they're going again? Matilda lists the attendees. It'll be Jade, Sakal, you, and me. The four of us. She then sadly says. The Knights said they can't go because of the warehouse. It's like their lives depend on flour or something. I can't believe they're refusing to go on this rare company holiday. Rachel suggests. You should have used your vacation days earlier to do some traveling too. You've been working really hard. Matilda winks, explaining. But it's more expensive to be traveling solo, she adds. Come to think of it, you'll be going to take a look at another item you've commissioned with the Magical Artifact Association, won't you? Matilda wonders about the new invention. An automatic dough kneader. I can't imagine at all what it might look like. Rachel grins, prepared to be amazed. I'm off then. Rachel arrives at the palace, dressed. She looks at her commissioned product and asks, So you're saying, this is the magical mixer that I commissioned? It was a shabby-looking piece. The attendant replies, Yes, that's right. Rachel's shocked. I gave them a complete blueprint with my patent, but this is the outcome? The attendant presents another option. Of course, there is another item that we've refined. Rachel observes. This one's fast and stable. The attendant explains. More specifically, the effectiveness of the magic crystal has been greatly improved. This premium magical mixer is 100 million kroso. Rachel pauses, taken aback by the price. She clenches her fist, thinking, this is definitely something only the Imperial Magical Artifact Association is capable of making. She went straight to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sits, holding a teacup. She began. So as not to commit the discourtesy of looking down on your highness, I will sit down. She then asks, Do you wish for me to commission this product elsewhere? Rachel bursts out. I trusted you with this, only to be deeply disappointed, your highness. The Crown Prince replies calmly. If you trusted me to make it, you should trust me and use it. If you commission it elsewhere, the product performance will be far worse. Are you okay with that? Isn't this something you use often? Rachel is frustrated. I don't know why you're playing these games with me. The Crown Prince asks innocently. Games? Why would I waste my time with such? But he stopped as he saw Rachel pouts. How could you? The Crown Prince is flustered, his heart pounding. He averts his gaze and flinches, thinking, Me of all people? Averting someone's gaze? He smirks. Ha! It definitely isn't like me to act this way. That's what's so fascinating, Rachel Leseltein. So much so that it's regrettable that you're a Leseltein. So let me ask you a question. If you answer honestly, I will send you a properly functioning product. She complains, You should be sending me a properly functioning product regardless. The Crown Prince turns serious. No. If you lie or avoid the question, all deals made with the palace will be terminated. He asks, If you become the head of House Leseltein, will you support me? Rachel is stunned. I've never even thought about that before. The Crown Prince smiles. What a pity. I wanted to keep you by my side for years and years to come if you became Countess, Rachel says. What a frightening thing to say, she asks. I answered honestly. So will you be sending me a proper mixer? The Crown Prince replies. That'll be difficult. You see, it's not the answer I wanted. Rachel counters. You said to answer honestly without avoiding the question? The Crown Prince stands. All right. That's all for today, but it'll be in your best interest to bring me the real answer sooner rather than later. Because that'll make things more fun. Rachel trudges outside, lamenting. The sun is scorching today. Oh well, I guess I'll have to rest in the shade for a bit. She sits down near a pillar taking shade. She sighs. I can't quite put my finger on the Crown Prince's intentions. Does he still think I have feelings for him? No, then he wouldn't be trying to persuade me. I'm only a bakery owner, there's no use for me in politics. What on earth is he thinking? Just then someone came close to her. As the person saw her, they plopped to the ground. It startles her. Looking at Rachel, she asks, You're. Rachel gets confused. Rachel is stunned. She quickly gets up and asks, Madam, are you all right? Are you not feeling well? Are you able to get up? The woman manages. Of course. With a rustle of fabric, the woman walks away. Rachel thinks to herself, Oh, is it all right for her to just leave like that? Just then she saw a maid approaching. Rachel called for her. Excuse me. The noblewoman who just went that way didn't seem very well. Just in case, would you mind checking on her? The maid responds. Yes, of course. As the maid leaves, Rachel thinks, that makes me feel better. Rachel looks back at the departing figure. The noblewoman seemed surprised after seeing me. I wonder why. Later, Rachel went back to her home. At the dining table, the Count Leseltein exclaims, It's been so long since the whole family's gotten together like this. Rachel agrees, it really has. I'd love for us to eat together more often. She thinks, To be honest, it's me who rarely comes home. The father responds, You're right. A family must see each other more often to become closer. Don't you agree, Raymond? Raymond replies, Of course, father. To himself, he thinks, I really didn't want to be here today. With all the strange nightmares I'm having and whatnot. She makes me uncomfortable. She shouldn't be here, and yet she's stuck with us. As Raymond stares at her, Rachel notices. There's that intense stare again. Just then Annabelle asks, You like tomatoes, don't you, Rachel? Rachel replies, I do, but your tomatoes are for you to finish, aren't they now? Raymond is shocked when Rachel uses her own fork to feed Annabelle a tomato. He thinks, How dare she? She's using her own silverware to feed Annabelle. Later he approaches Rachel and yells, You've been out living your own life for so long that you've forgotten your table manners, haven't you? Rachel asks, What did I do? Raymond explodes, Is there really nothing in that head of yours? Have you already forgotten what just happened? I'm surprised you're able to run a shop. Rachel retorts, You didn't say anything in front of father. Why are you coming at me now? Worry about what's in your own head, why don't you? He points at her. The Crown Prince, the Denave brothers, and even Duke Hessen. Looks like you've been jumping at every opportunity that so much as brushes past you lately. But do you really think those people will see you as marriage material? Rachel responds, The fact that you only see my business connections in such a light shows me how regrettably low you are. Raymond sneers, Business? You mean that bakery you're barely keeping afloat by seducing men? Rachel grabs Raymond's lapel. You talk like you're someone special, but father hasn't announced his heir yet, has he? I hope you'll help me so that I don't start coveting that position, my dearest older brother. Raymond thinks, Why is she so strong for a girl? Rachel walks away. Raymond sneers behind. Why, you rascal? Rachel internally monologues. What I want isn't the title of countess. I want to find great success in growing my business, though I may be able to use it to threaten any pests that get in my way. A few days later, the automatic mixer arrived with no issues. Rachel thinks, I hope it works. Matilda exclaims, Ta-da! 20 loaves of bread done while working on another task? And they're absolutely delicious. Why, they're ready to be sold as is. Rachel beams. Wow, long live the Crown Prince. But then she points out, But it is slightly chewy. Matilda replies, I don't think it's enough to call it chewy. Rachel says thoughtfully, I'll have to ask Gray to move the bread again. I need to head out for a moment. Matilda asks, Huh? Where are you going? Rachel responds, Just nearby. She insists, Let me come with you, my lady. Rachel opens the door, replies, It's easier if I go alone. She thinks in her mind, No need to pour over the flavor too much. We have a customer with a remarkable palate nearby. Rachel pauses, remembering Raymond's words. Looks like you've been jumping at every opportunity that so much as brushes past you lately. But do you really think those people will see you as marriage material? She said aloud. So that's what it can look like to some people, huh? Rachel arrives at the Duke's estate. The guard approaches. Lady Rachel? Allow me to escort you to his grace. Rachel replies, That's all right. I came without notice. Could you please relay this to him? It's a new product I'm working on, but it isn't sweet, so I wanted to give it to him separately. A voice interrupts. We can try it together inside. It just so happens I have some time. Karhan appears. He says, Come in. Rachel responds, Oh, all right. Inside, Karhan says, I see, so this is the new bread you're developing. It just so happens buying all those sweets were making me feel like my nose was melting off. To think that those are considered welfare. Merely looking at bread that's been stuffed with sweet filling is revolting. Are you sure this is plain bread with no filling? I highly encourage you to develop more items like this one. As the maid who was serving left, Karhan adds, I'm sorry for the harsh words, dear bread. I much prefer sweet pastries. Rachel responds, well, this one in particular is just a plain loaf of bread. He adds, I'm always so grateful and sorry. I'm always talking so badly about the precious bread you've worked so hard to make. Rachel laughs. I know you don't mean it. Karhan then says, my mother was terribly concerned when it came to my cravings. I'm at a position where I cannot expose even the tiniest flaw. I had long given up hope of ever being able to eat as many sweets as my heart desired, but… Rachel smiles. But it's not too bad, isn't it? Karhan smiles. I don't even want to think of my life before you were in it. Rachel thinks, oh dear. I need to be careful, or the rumors might come true. Rachel's reminiscing about when Karhan helped her with sales at the start of her business. Karhan is a customer who helped me with sales during a difficult time at the beginning of my business. She mentally scolds herself. And he's a WIP customer. Get it together. She's a blushing mess. She says, neither can I. I mean, to have met a customer like you is the greatest fortune of my life. At the table, Rachel asks Karhan to taste the bread. But more importantly, please taste the bread for me. One was made using the mixer, and the other was kneaded by hand. After taking a bite, Karhan says, there's no big difference, but if I had to choose, this one is softer. Rachel is thrilled. Isn't it? You can taste it, right? Even if it's a tiny difference, I guess I'll have to use the mixer. Karhan asks, so you're going to use the mixer from now on? Rachel replies, not for everything. Just for more basic breads like this loaf. The Duchess overhears the conversation outside the room. She thinks, thanks to my prying, I was able to come on time. She's determined to help get Rachel and Karhan together. But if I insert myself too much, it might actually backfire, she observes. They seem to be doing pretty well when they're together. I'll have to find them another chance to be alone. Later, Rachel is having a tense conversation with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince said, I thought you wanted to place extra orders, and yet you made me wait forever. She retorts, I said I was on vacation at the time. I wrote to you 6 times while on vacation to reschedule. You didn't reply once. Dylan coolly states, judging by the sender's address, it looked like you were in Waringsford. Rachel is unfazed. Yes, it was lovely. The ocean was beautiful, and I was able to try many different kinds of bread. The prince notes to himself, well, it's one of the 3 great trade ports in all of the empire after all. It's also where the Leseltein transport ships dock. Looks like she's starting dipping her toes into the family business as well. He finally says, I can meet the timeline you requested, but on one condition. She replies, if it's about the private pâtissier, I will politely refuse once again. The prince smirks. No. Make a bread that is solely for me, Rachel Leseltein. She's shocked by the request. Dylan smirks. I like bread more than you think. I opened a bakery, remember? This must be an item exclusively for me. Rachel reluctantly agrees. All right. She thinks, what a load of crap. Sure, you like bread. Back in the kitchen, Rachel was busy making an exclusive bread for the prince. Rachel asks Matilda, when did you get here, Matilda? Great timing. Taste this for me, will you? Matilda nervously replies, sorry? I mean, you know all your creations are delicious to my palate, my lady. Rachel deadpans, I know. That's exactly why I need you. You know exactly when it tastes bad. Matilda takes a bite, exclaiming, bleh! How could I tell you that it's hard as a rock and that it tastes absolutely vile? How do you expect me to tell you that it tastes like burnt trash? Rachel says, I think you've already said it twice. Here, try some of this sauce too. Matilda gets suspicious. Why is the color like that? Is it edible for humans? Rachel replies, I put some food coloring, but I just thought of something even better. I'm going to add some black tea, lemon zest, and cabbage juice. Now that's stinky. It's finally done, Rachel declares. Matilda is horrified. Rachel said inwardly, this is the Crown Prince's punishment. Later, Dylan is eating the colorful bread. Nom nom. Rachel is astonished. He exclaims, incredible. The color, the scent, the taste. All of it. The sauce's flavor in particular is quite impressive. What's it called? Rachel, flustered replies. The newcomer's ping-pong sauce, Your Highness, Dylan asks. And what's in it? Rachel says. It's a secret recipe. The prince continues. I see, the court will be hosting a hunting tournament very soon. The snack supply is going to be decided on a competition basis. What do you think about submitting this? Rachel is aghast. There's no way this will work, she thinks. Is he deliberately trying to ruin me? The prince says. Well, I guess it would be wrong to let others taste this bread that's been made specially for me. Is he being serious? Rachel thinks. What happened to his palate? Dylan thinks. I can see why Mother and Reuben have both given such high praise to Rachel's baking. I guess it's my turn to acquire the taste of her baking. Later in his office, the crown prince thinks while eating the bread, it seems Rachel is dipping her fingers into the family business, whether she's aware of it or not. But my private pâtissier is where she should really be. He looks at a notice about the hunting tournament. He crumples the paper in anger, then storms out of the room. Dylan confronts his mother in the garden. Mother, why is the hunting tournament application being advertised in my name? I told you before that I won't be taking part in anything without prior consent. His mother replies. This is all for your own good. She cuts a rose with a pair of golden scissors. His Majesty has ordered a background investigation on you. It seems he's begun to doubt your usefulness. You should be able to keep Duke Hessen in check at the very least, right, Dylan? As always, we'll have the giant lasso bears weakened beforehand, so just pretend you caught them all on your own. It's something you must do on behalf of the court's reputation. But more importantly, it's been so long since you've come to see your mother. How does a little tea party sound? It just so happens a dessert that I very much love has arrived. Later, while having tea, Dylan thinks. Rachel Leseltein. Baking is not the only thing she's good at. She's building the power of her house while maintaining a neutral stance, and using her own business savvy. She is imperative in building my own independent faction. Even if it requires eliminating everything that stands in my way, I must keep her by my side. How is the Waringsford branch doing, Rachel? Rachel reports that it's running smoothly with a very competent branch manager. But as they're finishing up, a little girl peeks into the room, all excited to play with Rachel. Father? Rachel? Are you two done talking? Her dad confirms they are. Then time to play with me, Rachel. The little girl is practically bouncing with anticipation. Rachel smiles warmly. All right. What shall we play? She asked Rachel. I heard you went on vacation to Waringsford. Tell me what happened there. Her dad seems suspicious. You went on vacation there? He thought she was going for work, which is why he had her inspect the branch. Rachel laughs it off. That's fine. It gets boring if I'm just resting anyway. Her father is internally screaming. I made my daughter work while on vacation. The little girl then asks. Were you put in charge of something important in the family business? Rachel confidently replies. That's right, she said. I would have done the same. Raymond isn't as dependable. Rachel thinks Raymond's image is regrettable. Looking at Rachel, she says. I really wish for you to become Countess, Rachel. Rachel's flattered but practical. That would be nice. But managing not only the bakery but the entire family business would be quite difficult. I plan to grow the baking business. The little girl perks up. You do? Then, later, at the bakery, Irene greets Rachel with open arms. Rachel! Oh, it's been so long, Irene. I miss you. Irene is just as happy to see her. Same. You've been taking care of your health, I presume? Irene gushes. I've been enjoying using the waffle maker and dough kneader you sent me. They've made operations much easier. Rachel's relieved. I'm relieved. I trust you're doing a fantastic job, Rachel then asks. Oh. Have you thought about what I wrote to you earlier? After closing up shop, Irene continues. Of course I have. I would love to brainstorm ideas for the hunting tournament and be a helping hand. Rachel smiles. Thank you. There are going to be a lot of people at the event, so I wanted to prepare a wide variety of items. They start spitballing ideas. If so, how about, Rachel said, sandwiches? But Irene said Laugenbrezel? Rachel exclaims. Heavens, what a great idea! I figured we would lose our competitive edge with just sandwiches. Rachel starts listing the possibilities. Laugenbrezels are perfect as a meal. We can add whatever variety of ingredients we choose: salt, butter, cheese, and more. I was going to put eggs, chicken, and shrimp in the sandwiches. A special handmade sauce made with fresh vegetables will set it apart. Then she suggests, then how about a simple sweet pumpkin salad to go with it? As for the bread, I think it would be nice to go for something like the Good Morning bread, but with less savoriness and butteriness. Rachel loves it. Lovely! As of now, the flavor of that bread is strong enough to eat it on its own. Rachel's got a million ideas now. The ideas are just flooding out of me now that I'm with you, Irene. And she continues, I was thinking of offering coffee as one of the drinks. What do you think? Irene agrees. It's a popular item, so I'm sure it will be well received. The iced Americano would especially be great for people to get energized. But then she hesitates. However, the Empire doesn't get many beans imported. Wouldn't we be at a disadvantage in terms of cost? Rachel's already got it covered. I recently got the contact of a great beans supplier through someone I know. Suddenly, the bell above the door rings. Hello? Rachel is startled. That voice, then it clicks. Daniel? Daniel stands in the doorway. Miss Rachel, it's been a while since you've come to the second branch. Rachel confirms. Yes, I had some business to tend to. Daniel continues. Considering the time and current events, you must have come to evaluate submissions for the hunting tournament. He hit the nail on the head. I was going to place a mass order for the employees working on the island, but I guess that might be difficult. Irene chimes in. I have some tidying to do in the kitchen, so feel free to talk comfortably inside. Awkward silence settles as Irene leaves them alone. Shall we go upstairs? Shall we? Rachel awkwardly agrees. Upstairs, the tension is thick. It's more awkward than I expected, especially after agreeing to stay friends. Rachel tries to break the ice. I'm going to take Irene with me to the tournament, so I'm planning on hiring people to just use the mixers. Will you be around here for a while, Daniel? Daniel confirms. Yes, I have some work to do at the guild. She then asked, I figure you won't be participating in the hunting tournament? Daniel replied. That was my original intention, but I really want to try your bread during the tournament, so I'm having second thoughts. And if I win, I'd also love to dedicate the honor to you, Lady Rachel. Rachel is stunned. Sorry? She stammers. Wait. Daniel looks serious. She asked. Do you know the meaning of what you just said? He explains. I do know that if a knight dedicates his victory at a hunting tournament to someone else, that person must grant his wish. Rachel elaborates. That's right. But more specifically, such a declaration is, more often than not, used as a proposal between lovers, Rachel urgently says. So one must be careful when saying something like that, as it's very easy to get misinterpreted. Daniel, however, is unfazed. There's nothing to be misinterpreted. I really would love to dedicate the honor to you. Rachel is taken aback. What? Daniel quickly adds. As a friend. Daniel's thinking to himself. I thought Rachel would always see me as a friend and nothing more. He smiles softly. But judging by her reaction, have I been on her mind? His heart races. If so, maybe I still have a chance. Just then, Irene comes in. Rachel, a letter's arrived. Rachel is confused. HM? For me? Rachel opens the letter, her eyes widening in shock. She looks at Daniel. Daniel. Do you know of any decent restaurants or lodging around here? Daniel looks confused. Why do you ask? Rachel explains. Well, I went on vacation to Waringsford not long ago. An artist I'm sponsoring lives there, so we met briefly, and they agreed to introduce me to a coffee bean supplier. Rachel adds. But that supplier is on their way here now as we speak. The bell rings again. Boss! A guest is here looking for you. Rachel freezes. Already? At the door, a woman with blonde hair smiles brightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Rachel. Andreas referred me to you. My name is Euphemia Philia. Rachel's got a guest. I'm sorry, this is all I'm able to offer at the moment. Rachel is so sweet, but her guest waves it off, all smiles. Oh, not at all. It's an honor to be able to try it. She pokes at the Madeleine with her fork before taking a bite. Incredible. What an impressive combination of ingredients, Rachel. The strawberry syrup milk is outstanding. Rachel blushes, so happy her guest likes it. Thank you for the compliments. I'll pack some for you to take home as a gift. Then she changes the subject, getting down to business. So, you know Andreas? Yes, we connected when I went to purchase a painting. Rachel seems to be processing all this information. I see. And you know Daniel as well? She replied. Yes. I am backing one of his businesses. Rachel thinks. In the original story, she should still be in Heracles around this time, but all the characters have already met each other. Things are vastly different from the original story, but I guess the female and male leads are fated to meet regardless. But more importantly, Euphemia said, you wish to purchase some coffee beans from me, right? Rachel nods. Yes, I also want to have them in my stores, so I'm looking for a long-term contract. Rachel places a contract on the table, saying, this is a contract I've drafted. Please take your time and take a. But before Rachel can finish, Euphemia is already signing. Wait, you should read it first. You must read it before signing. As she signs, she said. But you don't seem at all like a scammer, Rachel, Daniel said, who's also there. That attitude will get you in trouble, Euphemia. Euphemia sighs, finishing the contract. Then, I have a favor to ask of you. After that, I will finish signing. She looks intently at Rachel. Rachel, may we have a word privately? Just the two of us. Somewhere quiet with no one around. Rachel seems taken aback. With me? Her mind is racing. What on earth does she have to say to me? Rachel leads Euphemia to another room. Can you please restrict outside access for us, Iron? This place should be fine, Rachel thinks. We've only just met today. What could she possibly want to talk about in private with me? After Rachel turns to see Euphemia, she gets surprised. Euphemia suddenly pulls Rachel into a tight hug. Rachel! Rachel is stunned and confused. Euphemia releases her. Rachel! Yes. Rachel replies, still unsure what's going on. Euphemia, flustered, steps back. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I scared you, didn't I? She recovers quickly, though. Let's go back and finish the contract. Rachel, still reeling, can only manage. Okay, Rachel thinks. What was that? Meanwhile, Euphemia thinks, has Rachel lost her memories? Meanwhile, elsewhere, I've completed the investigation and have returned, Duke's assistant said. He continues. It seems all the orphanage records have been destroyed. Supposedly, there was a small fire incident long ago. However, there is one strange factor. A strange factor? Duke asked, curious. I checked with my own eyes, but the records of Lady Rachel's time at the orphanage are the only ones missing. It's as though someone deliberately erased them, Duke said. Please investigate further. The other person orders. His assistant replied. Yes, Your Grace. He takes the documents and throws them into the fire. His assistant said. It's also almost time for you to pick up the bread you've ordered. Seeing as you've just performed a background investigation on Lady Rachel, if you're feeling uncomfortable, I could pick them myself, Your Grace. Turning away from the fire, he replies. No. I'll go. While on his way, he thinks. I want House Leseltein to support me, but it seems the current count wishes to maintain neutrality. Therefore, Rachel Leseltein must become the next count. We must eliminate any variables that are potential hindrances. Find her birth parents and his tone darkens. Eliminate them. That's unnecessary. They just need to be hidden in the north, out of the sight of the court. That way, Rachel will still be able to visit them every now and then. He arrives at the bakery. Two young boys nearby shouts. Put me down! I want to see it finished before I leave, one of them shouts. Other side. I told you. It gets dangerous at night. No, it's not. I climb walls and fences all the time. Gray helps me, the other said. Ugh, that rascal. Duke pauses, thinking. What's this? Something feels out of the ordinary. He pushes open the door to Rachel's bakery. It doesn't smell like bread, but rather like old oil, he observes. He enters, and the scene is chaotic. He sees Rachel collapsed on the table. He asked, was there an explosion? Or a robbery? Rachel sits up, looking dazed, and says, You've come just in time, my dear customer. She gestures around the room. We're in the middle of preparing our submission for the hunting tournament. In the process of developing recipes, we've made 14 different loaves of bread and 20 different sauces. She looks at him pleadingly. If you could please have a taste of whatever you can, I promise I will return the kind favor. He places a hand on her shoulder. No need to repay anything. Just give me 10 minutes of your time afterward to talk. Rachel's eyes widen as he says, If you do that for me, I will be happy to taste anything. After tasting some, he said, This one's a bit sweet. This one would do well with a little less butter. This one, it has the best combination of textures out of everything I've tried so far. He's deep in concentration, tasting away like it's a taste test from hell. Rachel, looking a little concerned, asks, You've had a lot, would you like to take a break? But he's not giving up that easily, putting a hand to his chest and declaring, No, I can eat more. Rachel can't help but feel something as she watches him working so hard. She thinks to herself, I can't believe he's working so hard for me. I could kiss him. And no, I vowed to get it together. She reminds herself. Later, under the night sky, Rachel and the Duke stroll through the garden. This is the tomato garden. I planted the seeds that Madame Hessen gave me. I really hope they grow nicely, Rachel says, looking at the rows of plants. Under your care, I have no doubt. He pauses, seeming to catch his breath. Walking is definitely helping me digest, she asked. So, what is it you wanted to talk about? He stops walking and turns to Rachel, his expression serious. There's something I'd like to ask you, Rachel. Do you not miss your birth parents? Rachel is clearly surprised by the question, her eyes widening. That's so out of the blue. He quickly reassures her. You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable. Rachel considers his question. To be honest, I didn't even miss my birth parents in my past life. Life was too hard for that, she said. I do resent them for giving me up. If they are alive somewhere, I would like to meet them once, but nothing more. Duke listens intently, his gaze softening. I see. It's just the answer I needed. I'll be off now, she said. I guess the next time we meet will be at the hunting tournament. I'm confident you'll win. As he turns to leave, he blushes, saying, If I win, I wish to dedicate the honor to you. He starts to walk away, and Rachel calls out, Sorry? Rachel blushes furiously, realizing the implication of his words. Such a declaration is, more often than not, used as a proposal between lovers. Her heart pounds in her chest. Cut to the hunting tournament preparations. They've all been labeled so people can choose depending on their preferences, Rachel said. Great. Please put the spare ingredients in the castile. The mashed pumpkin too, a maid asked. What about the loaves? Rachel said. Those go under the table. And the beans? We moved them as soon as they arrived. They smell incredible. Rachel then recalled Euphemia hugging her. Euphemia, what was that? Rachel said, Anyway, everything's perfect. We're ready for customers. Daniel thinks to himself, watching Rachel. Looks like Miss Rachel is done with preparations. Maybe I'll head over to say hello. Suddenly he bumps into someone, stumbling. Ouch! All of a sudden there's a row and Duke is the first one. Rachel. Daniel shocked thinks. When did they all get here? Rachel, a little flustered, welcomes him. Welcome. Duke asked, Do you have cold coffee as well? You must be Team Iced Americano. I'm Team Hot Americano. Another chimes in. I like hot Americano too, Daniel thinks. Sounds like he doesn't even know what a hot Americano is, he continues. But what is this vibe I'm picking up? Rachel said to Duke. Please try the hot Americano next time. The deep flavors of the coffee beans really come through. Also, I have something to give you. I prepared handkerchiefs. Duke is confused. Handkerchiefs? Wham! She pulls out a whole case of them, the Duke thinks. Looks like she prepared some promotional merchandise. Rachel speaks. I don't know how to embroider, so it's a bit wonky, but she holds up a handkerchief with VVIP embroidered on it. She said, These are special handkerchiefs for my VVIP customers. The Duke is touched. Thank you, he replies with a warm smile. Rachel beams at him. I hope you win. Meanwhile, Daniel looks on, observing their interaction. Let me tie it for you, Rachel offered. Rachel is taken aback. Oh. What's this? He said. It was handed down to me by my father when he died. Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean. Rachel stammers, feeling bad. Not to worry, he said. To be frank, I need to have this on me to feel secure on the battlefield. It feels like my father is protecting me. Rachel's heart swells. That makes it even more special. He gazes at the sword, a gentle smile on his face. Looks like I have two special keepsakes now. Rachel's heart pounds even faster, as her maid reacts in the background. Afterward, her brother suddenly appears and asks her a question. What about my proposal? She said, Just make sure you don't die. You need to fix my mixer. She then turns to Daniel. Make sure to run away if you see anything threatening, she thinks, after giving out more handkerchiefs and trying to lure in more customers. Suddenly someone rang the bell. The king announces. The Altus Mountains are the fierce protectors of the back of the capital. However, mutant monsters have suddenly begun to infiltrate the area. We cannot let these monsters threaten the ecosystem of the capital and the lives of its citizens. That's why, with the help of all of you, our strongest will defeat them all. Everyone starts clapping. He then announced, Let the hunting tournament begin. Rachel, ever the workaholic, is overseeing preparations for the night's monster sweep. She tells her staff, who are making sandwiches, to remember to save some for the knights when they return. The maids discuss how the monster sweep event always fails, suggesting they should try developing monster products. A male staff member chimes in, explaining that monsters are considered part of nature, so they can't be attacked with magical artifacts. This leaves civilians vulnerable, as monsters often resemble harmless animals to trick people. The maids shudder, clearly terrified. How can they tell the difference? They're good at sensing the smell of blood, so if you go into the forest, they'll find you. Rachel, meanwhile, is already back to work, chopping lemons. Wait, Lady Rachel! I thought we agreed to take a break, one of the maids exclaims. Rachel insists she just wanted to get a little done in advance, but they insist she must rest. As Rachel walks away, she spots something sparkling on the ground. She wonders, her eyes widening. She picks up a butterfly-shaped accessory. Empty, she says, realizing the knights are gone. Well, they're all gone, one of the staff asks. Is something wrong? Rachel tries to brush it off. Oh, it's not. But internally, Rachel is spiraling. Wait a minute, should she ask him to accompany her? She thinks that they don't want to make it seem like they lost their cool because of an accessory. It's a keepsake given to him by his late father, and she shouldn't bother him with it during battle. Maybe I should just stay put, but then she second-guesses herself. However, not having his accessory might worry him enough to cause him to lose. Zakal, can you please accompany me to the hunting grounds? She asks. Zakal is shocked. But it's too dangerous. If you must, you can leave it to me, Rachel insists. I want to be able to do some promotion and cheer them on as well. I'm the owner, so I should be the one to go, don't you think? Zakal, impressed, says. Whoa, you really throw yourself into this bakery. I admire your passion, boss. I will accompany you. Rachel thanks him, then thinks to herself, I'll just deliver his accessory and come right back. And so, Rachel and Zakal head out into the forest. Meanwhile, a monstrous rabbit with glowing red eyes attacks. Duke dodges its attack and throws him away. The rabbit is defeated and a magical artifact plops to the ground. I will collect the carcass and magical artifact, one of the knights says. Another knight complains. All we're getting are these little runts. It'll be impossible to win at this rate, Duke said. Our goal is not to win, but to eliminate the monsters. Of course, winning would be the icing on the cake. He then thinks, I could dedicate the honor to Rachel. Let's move in deeper, he commands. Yes, Your Grace. Meanwhile, Rachel and Zakal are also in the woods. Sounds intense, Rachel says. He said. I think it's too dangerous to go any further. Suddenly, Zakal felt something strange. He creates a magical shield around them. Are you alright, boss? He asks. Rachel is grateful. Thank you, Zakal. Good thing you cast a shield. That was dangerous. Just then, another knight, Gray, appears. What are you two doing here? Rachel asked Gray. Aren't you supposed to be with Robert? Gray responds. I prefer being alone, so I'm moving independently. Rachel, trying to smooth things over, says, Well, I guess you are famous for your intense swordsmanship that allows you to annihilate everything around you. By any chance, have you seen any of Duke Hessen's party? I wanted to give out some promotional materials to his party as well. Gray replies. You came all the way here for that. He continues. I did catch them heading further down that way, but it's too dangerous there. You mustn't go that way. Zakal agrees. I too am against going any further, boss. While there are monsters that use force, there are many others that are crafty and will trick you. Rachel asks. Is that so? Oh well. I guess we should head back then. But how exactly do the monsters trick? She turns back shocked, Gray said in a sinister voice. For example, they make it so you let your guard down, then hit you from the back. Zakal also adds in sinister voice. Or they mess with your sense of direction so you get lost. Sometimes, they can target your weaknesses and make you hallucinate. Rachel stops, looking back and forth between Gray and Zakal, now looking very sinister. She wonders. Who's hallucinating right now? Them? Or me? How am I supposed to know the difference? Suddenly, the monster rabbit reappears. It's that rabbit. Rachel gulps. She grabs Zakal's sword. She then, holding the sword, moves towards the rabbit. Then with a strike she defeats the monster. Boss? Zakal cries out. Suddenly, they're back to normal. Rachel thinks. We're back to normal. So that monster was playing tricks? Gray is amazed. How on earth? How did you know? She asked, confused. What? Gray said. Even knights like us have a hard time handling monsters when we're hallucinating. But you just defeated a medium-large monster. Rachel looks down at the defeated monster lion. Rachel Leseltein succeeds in defeating the Halsey lion. A report comes in of a monster carcass discovered in Zone 13. The species? A Halsey lion, the person shouts, and get this, defeated in one single blow? Who is the powerhouse behind this? Ta-da! It's Rachel. My lady? Incredible! They exclaim. Rachel downplays it. I was just lucky. In my eyes, it only looked like a rabbit, Gray said. It's impressive that you were able to make such an assessment while in a hallucinatory state. Apparently, Halsey lions show their prey what they fear the most, paralyzing them with terror before striking. And this one targeted Rachel. Her escorts wonder, how on earth did you overcome the Halsey lion's hallucinations? They declare, this case should be studied. Rachel stutters. Well, the thing I've always feared the most is a red mask. It's like the rabbit was wearing a mask like a person would. It felt strangely hygienic. She adds, her entourage is confused. She said, it's a thing, don't ask any further. One of them says, all right then, in any case, congratulations on a successful hunt. As of this moment, Rachel Leseltein is in the lead for the win. But she's internally spiraling. How did I end up here? Somehow, she's ended up as a participant in this competition. It's obviously a good thing that I have a sword now, but what if I end up winning? She thinks, will I be dedicating the honor to Karhan then? Boss, Zakal says. He explains that the energetic traces of his grace's sword can be seen here. Rachel says, whoa, I didn't know you could see such things. The footsteps are leading that way. Gray said, he's ventured a lot deeper than I thought. Great, then let's pick up the pace and... Before they can continue, something whizzes past them. Rachel quickly realizes what's happening. Her escorts draw their swords. Suddenly a loud roar came. A massive, horrifying bear monster looms before them. Rachel gasps. That thing is huge! One of her escorts steps forward. Gray drew his sword and attacks the bear. Zakal said, Gray, that thing's weakness is its eyes. Gray replies, I know, but they're too high up. He continues, we have no arrows. And it's too dangerous to try to jump because it's on a rampage. He gulps nervously. He then shouts, you need to run, boss! If you run into any other knights on the way, please let them know what's happening and request their help. She pauses, asking, and what if I don't run into anyone? What about you two? Zakal responds, I'll send a signal. Rachel's face is full of worry. It's not guaranteed that I'll run into any other knights. I can't rely on chance. Her hands tremble as she grips her sword. What would be the best decision here? The best way. And my lady? An escort calls out, but Rachel has already made up her mind. She dashes off in the opposite direction, while her escorts exclaim, where are you going? The exit is in the opposite direction, Rachel said. One thing we know for sure is that Duke Hessen is somewhere in here. Hang on, I'm going to fetch the best knight in the Empire. She runs through the forest, huffing and puffing. I'm feeling nauseous. I'm so out of breath. My legs aren't listening to me. She thinks, I've been running for so long. Where on earth is he? Karhan. She stopped after being tired. Wait, what's that sound? Whoosh. Something huge is coming right for her. She doesn't even have time to react before the monster pins her down. Rachel says. The monster looms over her, ready to strike. The bear roars out loud. Meanwhile, somewhere near, the prince said, we should get moving. Her subordinate said, Your Highness? Those two monsters are very dangerous right now. Their baby was killed after all. The subordinate continues, if you let it rage on, it'll eventually tire itself out and collapse. Perhaps we should wait until... But the prince cuts him off saying, which is why now is the time. This has happened on my parents' name. Don't you think their son should take responsibility? Meanwhile he thinks, frankly, I was opposed to such an idea at first, but the most effective way to gain a person is by saving their life. You know this too, don't you, Rachel? Meanwhile, Rachel stood in front of the monster. Rachel thinks, me? A winner? I was so far in over my head. I had no idea how massive a monster could be. But she looks up, sword in hand. She slashes at the monster's eyes. Hiya! Rachel screams, putting everything she has into the attack. I don't want to die having tried nothing. She thinks. She hits the monster at the right point, and with the hit the monster shouts out loud in pain. Rachel covers her ears with her hands. Everyone got surprised. Her maids, the prince, and Duke, his subordinate said that sound. A giant lasso bear? Rachel turns to run. The bear lunges. Rachel! Someone yells. Suddenly, she's pulled into a tight embrace. But then a gasp of pain. Rachel turns, horrified. Duke draws the sword and defeats the monster. The bear falls with a thud. Carhan staggers, and Rachel catches him, her face etched with concern. Your Grace? She cries. Let me look at your wound. She examines the bloody gash on his back. Why didn't you attack the monster from the beginning? Then you wouldn't have gotten hurt like this, she says, her voice full of worry. Duke Carhan, his face pale, responds softly. Saving you was my priority. Rachel's eyes widen, her cheeks flushed. I wish I'd have gotten hurt instead. She thinks. Carhan could have just run to base camp with me on his back. He leans heavily on her as they walk. I really hope we run into someone on the way back before Carhan's condition passes the point of no return. She frets. They keep walking, but Rachel realizes with growing dismay. So I'm not just imagining this. We've walked in the same circle for the 5th time. She apologizes. I'm sorry, Your Grace. Carhan is looking increasingly unwell. She continues. I must be under a hallucination spell from a Halasi lion. This is already the 2nd time I'm seeing one. Carhan's shocked. What? The 2nd time, Carhan explains. The Halasi lion is a rare monster. I've spent my entire life hunting monsters, and I can count the number of times I've seen them on one hand. Yet you've seen them twice in a row now? She asked. Does that feel suspicious to you? He coughs again. We need to get out of this place now. Rachel, seeing his pain, interrupts. All right? Say no more. We have no choice. We'll have to find a place to rest for a moment. They find a cave. Carhan collapses inside, his sword falling beside him. Rachel kneels beside him, her expression determined. Your Grace, allow me to borrow your sword for a moment. Monsters could barge in here at any moment, he weakly protests. No, you go ahead and get yourself out, Rachel. Rachel stands, looking down at him with a firm gaze. How could I leave you here alone? She thinks, holding his sword. I'm going to protect Carhan now. She notices something on the sword. Oh? She pulls a charm from her pocket, comparing it to one tied to the sword. But the butterfly chain is in my pocket. What's this one on the sword? Suddenly, the hallucination returns. A giant 3-eyed bear roars, looming over her in the cave entrance. Stay calm. She thinks, her voice trembling. There's a high probability it isn't real. Do not fret. Stay calm. She steels herself, sword raised, facing the terrifying vision. But then, what? The hallucination vanishes. The hallucination is suddenly gone? She turns back to Carhan, worry flooding her face. Your Grace! She cries. Please wake up, Your Grace. Answer me. Carhan. Suddenly the prince came. Rachel Leseltein. Rachel whirls around, shocked. Your Highness. The crown prince finds the antidote, declaring. Looks like you need an antidote. Rachel breathes a sigh of relief. What a relief to know Your Highness is not one to abandon his loyal subjects. Seriously? He's smirking, thinking. If that's her attitude even after I've saved both of them from a monster, I guess I have no choice but to give an antidote to my loyal subject. Without any sort of negotiation, Crown Prince said. He's completely lost consciousness. This could be dangerous. She asked, Are you going to carry him out? The prince replies. No. I'm still participating in the hunting tournament, so I will ask the other knights to do it. But in his mind, he's already plotting. All right then. How do I put Rachel in danger again? I need to be sure to completely erase my debts. Rachel is now examining something she picked up. Your Highness, would you happen to know what this is? I thought it was something Duke Hessen dropped before starting the tournament. But it turns out that he already has the same thing attached to his sword. The prince said that's. Then he starts thinking. That's the fake butterfly chain I made. I put the baby lasso bear's blood in the gem so that its mother would chase it and put Rachel in danger, he then said. That's mine. I got matching ones made to symbolize Duke Hessen's loyalty. I guess you thought it was Duke Hessen's. You two must be quite close for you to venture into the hunting grounds just to return it to him. Rachel said, You knew I would enter the hunting grounds? The prince asked. What? She throws it on the ground. She realizes what happened till now and said to him. What you just said confirmed it. This liquid attracts the monsters, doesn't it? That must mean they'll keep attacking me, right? Rachel's had enough. I decline the offer you proposed. I cannot put my trust in someone who deliberately puts me in danger. The prince's face darkens. You're going to regret this, Rachel Leseltein. Rachel thinks. As of this moment, I've completely fallen out with the crown prince. Still, it's a relief he's given me an antidote. I mean, if he hadn't, could he still call himself a human being? She tries to get the Duke to drink the antidote, but, oh no. He can't swallow it. She tries to help him sit up. Your Grace, please try to sit up. It spills everywhere when you try to drink it lying down. I have no other choice. Rachel thinks, just be careful not to swallow. And then she does it. She takes a gulp of the antidote, and then gives the Duke a kiss. A long kiss, and feeds the antidote to him. She said, do I give him more? Then, sweet, the Duke starts to get back his senses. She asked, Your Grace? How are you feel? Suddenly Rachel falls backwards. Duke grabs her and kissed her. She blushed as he said, Give me more, Rachel. Suddenly, Gray! There's a cave over here. Rachel at first was just about to give him a kiss. Then she suddenly realized and pushed the Duke away. She then said, Sorry, Karhan. She thinks. Thankfully, he's still not fully awake. She is still internally panicking. Wait, what did I just have a full-on make-out session with someone who isn't fully awake yet? How is this possible? Am I trying to steal the female lead role or what? I'm sorry, Euphemia. Meanwhile, Euphemia, elsewhere, sits with her lover. What's wrong, princess? She replied, Oh, my ear just started to itch. Is someone talking about me or what? Back in the cave, Rachel is worried. Karhan, I really hope you don't remember this. And even if you do, please don't go to another bakery because you hate me. She then imagined him saying, I promise I won't go to another bakery. Then replied herself, Really? Pinky promise. Then as him, Yes, I promise. Meanwhile, Duke, hearing this, thinks, What are you doing, Rachel? She then calls, Zakal. Gray, they replied, Boss. What a relief you're all right. He thinks, She's so cute. I thought the kiss with Rachel was a hallucination, but the moment I realized it was real, I couldn't stop. If I opened my eyes and look at Rachel face to face, I probably wouldn't have been able to let her go. Forget the tournament. After some time, the winner of today's hunting tournament is Duke Karhan Hessen. He's standing tall. The Emperor approaches the Duke. You've done such great work in the capital this year. The Duke replies, You're too kind, Your Majesty. The Emperor continues, So, Duke Hessen, what is your wish? The Duke replies, If I may, there is something I would very humbly like to ask. Please grant me the authority to investigate the occurrence of mutant monsters. He thinks, what just happened to Rachel was very serious. All those monsters swarming her, like they were trying to isolate her. And the tracks Rachel was following? Apparently, they were fake. I'd never gone in that direction, or so we're told. Leading a hunt in the mountains surrounding the capital could easily be mistaken for plotting a rebellion. The Emperor said, It might not be so easy since there are fewer monsters after the hunting tournament. Are you sure this is what you want to use your wish for? Duke replied. Yes, I really want to investigate it. Meanwhile, he thinks, I need to find out what happened to Rachel. The Emperor said, All right. The Imperial Knights will give you their full support. I hope to hear good news from you. Duke bows slightly, looking determined as he says, Thank you for entrusting this to me. He then glanced at Rachel. Meanwhile, Rachel was standing surrounded by people. She looks thoughtful. The Duke blushes, thinking, at this moment, I'm so embarrassed that I can't look at Rachel's face. He literally covers his mouth with his glove. He then turns while Rachel stands seeing him. Then she thinks, Karhan. I wonder if his wound is okay. He must still be in a lot of pain, she thinks. Also, his wish has nothing to do with me. Suddenly she gasps, releasing something. No more thinking about Karhan. She zips her thoughts away. I need to hurry and clean up so I can get ready to open tomorrow. At her bakery, a poster for a new strawberry roll cake is shown. My lady, should I bake another batch of churros? Asks a staff member, as Rachel adds an egg to a bowl. We have a lot of ingredients left over. I think we can make a generous batch. Rachel whips the batter, but pauses. Huh? How did it separate already? The staff member replies. Because you've been whipping it so much. You should take a break. You seem to be a little out of it today. Rachel looks down. I should. She then saw something fallen on ground. Oh. There's an egg on the floor. The staff member is so done. It was an egg, she shouts. My lady! Have you not been sleeping well lately? Why are you so dazed? My lady, when you were making cookies earlier you used the bread flour, didn't you? And just now you thought the whipping cream was an egg. Are you aware this is exactly the state you were in before when you wouldn't sleep for days developing recipes? Where on earth has your attention gone that you keep standing there like a zombie? I did hear that you were in danger at the hunting tournament, so is it that? Then you should go rest. Why are you insisting on opening the next day and tiring yourself out? Go take a nap or something. Rachel, looking sheepish, says, all right. I'll get it together, then. Oh, right, there was something I wanted to ask you. Her maid looks expectant. If the bakery ever fails, or if I end up on the run, where would you go? Rachel continues. My relationship with the Crown Prince has soured terribly this time around. I wasn't able to consider the fact that a portion of our business depends on the Crown Prince. I am trying to establish some financial independence. But if it doesn't work out, then I need to make sure that all of my employees are taken care of, the staff member says. What are you saying, my lady? Then, with a determined look. Of course, I would follow you. Rachel is surprised. What? Her maid replied, I'm going to follow you. Not that that would ever happen to you in the first place, Rachel replies. But I have no more bribes to give you. Her staff member deadpans. You give me a monthly salary, she adds. Because you took care of the expenses for the new medicine and treatment, my little sister has recovered significantly. Once I am loyal, I'm loyal forever. She then hugs Rachel tightly. Rachel, moved by this, said, All right then, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you're taken care of. The maid asks, But financial independence? What did you have in mind? Then, the scene changes for some tea. Rachel's brother thinks. It's been so long since we had tea with the family after our meal. I wonder what he has to say. The father begins. A few days ago, during the first round of talks between our empire and the Taka kingdom, Leseltein was also in attendance, Rachel's brother asked. Well, we are transporting iron ore from the Taka kingdom. His father said, right, that's why we were qualified to attend, Rachel's sister said. We've maintained a decent relationship with Taka so far. Surely, everything's gone smoothly this time around as well, no? The father says. Well, Taka proposed a major new condition. They said they are raising the price of iron ore by 130%. And the Crown Prince is trying to put the blame on Leseltein for the damage. That'll make things very difficult. We rely heavily on the Taka kingdom for iron ore imports, which is why I'm going to send Rachel to the second round of talks. And if she succeeds in the negotiations, I'm going to hand over the transport operations to Rachel. Her brother is shocked. What? He exclaims. What are you saying, father? That's one of our most crucial family businesses, the father calmly replies. Isn't your plate already brimming with the construction you're overseeing? Rachel has also successfully completed other tasks I assigned her. Not to mention, she managed the ships and business quite well in Waringsford too. She even proposed a new business idea and saw great success. Thanks to that, Taka's party has taken great interest in Rachel during this negotiation, so I'm going to send them a detailed business report. What do you say, Rachel? Do you think you can do it? With a determined smile, Rachel replies. You can count on me, father. Meanwhile in the forests, a knight said to Duke. Your Grace, the carcass of a baby monster has been discovered, but its wounds seem to be human-inflicted. It's highly likely the mother was more aggravated than usual. Should they look into it further? Duke's face grim and jaw clenched, orders them to tidy up the carcass for now. He thinks to himself. There are only a certain number of people who would do such a thing, he thinks. Dylan, this is your doing. Dylan will be accompanying Rachel to the second round of negotiations with the Taka kingdom. He must be scheming something, he thinks. Rachel will no doubt be brilliant, but I keep thinking of that time, and it's not helping. Meanwhile, Rachel is hard at work, worried about all the kinds of accidents that could happen at sea. Worry no more. Leseltein Marine Insurance has got you covered. She's selling insurance now? Get it, girl. Get it now at a special discounted price. But the prince interjects. May we please talk about iron ore prices first? Someone retorts. We have nothing more to add in regards to the iron ore. Oh. The Leseltein party is solely offering the insurance as a part of the negotiation, and for the extra bonus, we will offer you a long-term lease of Leseltein's best boat, the Renoir. The others are stunned. We'd love more details. This Leseltein insurance seems legit. The prince annoyed thinks what the his inner monologue reveals. I was hoping to use this opportunity to blame the iron ore shipment costs on Leseltein. He grits his teeth. I told her I'd make her regret it, and yet I'm the one who's come to regret it in the end. He's confronted by an aide. Your Highness, Lady Rachel has come to see you. We clearly had a falling out, he thinks. Does she want to make amends? He steels himself. Rachel said to him. I, of course, do not wish to reverse my decision, he says. Indeed, I, too, have no interest in holding you down anymore. I'm just curious why you've come to see me, Rachel says. I've come to offer my help regarding the rise in iron ore costs. With a condition, of course. He stares at her, trying to read her mind. I think I know what you're going to say. It wouldn't serve you to be on bad terms with me when I rise to the countship. So you've come to establish a minimum level of relations. Cue Rachel's iconic deadpan. No. She's got other plans. I have no interest in becoming count. He is shocked. What? If you give up the countship, your brother. Rachel cuts him off with a swipe of a document. His eyes widen as he reads the contents of the paper. This is, Rachel smiles, Forest, an agency under the Imperial Court. This diamond appraisal agency is recognized both domestically and internationally. If you appraise the diamonds from the hectare mine, I will do my best to stop the rise in iron ore costs as much as possible during the third round of talks. He stares at the documents in disbelief. So you were preparing for a stream of income, not a countship. A look of reluctant admiration crosses his face. You always surprise me, Rachel Leseltein. The scene shifts to the negotiation table. Which is why I am requesting a price adjustment. Rachel announces confidently. One of the other negotiators thinks to himself. They respond. Since you gave us a discount on the insurance, I will approve a reduction in the iron ore cost. Rachel smirks to herself. Little does he know that I significantly raised the insurance price, knowing I'd give them a discount. The negotiator extends his hand. We'd love to continue to maintain great relations, Lady Rachel. Rachel smiles sweetly. Of course. Thank you so much. They shake hands, sealing the deal. So as promised, at their home, her father said, I will officially hand over iron ore shipments to you, Rachel. We need to prepare for the transfer, so stay a while. Rachel said, Yes, father. Her sister said, We're off then. Yes, it's late. Sleep tight, her father says, and Rachel winks at her. Her sister nods, then heads off to bed. Later that night, Rachel is in bed when her sister says, You know, Rachel, I've thought about it, and I want to become count and inherit all the family businesses. Rachel's response? What? She tries to smooth things over. No need to worry about all that just yet, Annabelle. You can wait until you're older to decide what you want to do. But Annabelle is serious. It feels too risky to leave the family to Raymond. Rachel tries to reassure her. Then do your best to study what father tells you to. But don't forget to have as much fun as you can and get plenty of sleep too. Everything you do now is great fertilizer for whatever you wish to grow. Rachel whispers conspiratorially. If, even after you become an amazing woman, you wish to become count, I'll hand over all of the Leseltein transports to you. Annabelle is determined. Don't worry, sis, I'll become just the right person to take care of this family. She sits at her desk, ready to study. I won't fall behind you either. Newspapers are plastered with headlines. Talks with Taka in the palm of Lady Rachel's hand. Leseltein leads the business scene with flying colors. Transfers of goods and iron ore are both mine. Rachel Leseltein makes swift progress. Is the bakery only a side business? The female lead in original story reading the news said. I can't believe these amazing results. One of them gushes. You love Lady Rachel that much? You're making me jealous. She responds. You know you're my person, Kazan. I simply hope for Rachel to tap into all of her potential, to be free and happy. She then thinks. Unlike back then, time passed and it's the day before the St. Jugrita festival. The third branch of Rachel Bakery is buzzing with activity for its grand opening. The display case is ready, one worker declares. Another responds. Good, we need your help in the kitchen now. We're all stocked and ready for the estimated sales. It's all hands on deck. Two of Rachel's staff proudly announce. All products have been double-checked to make sure none are missing. Rachel is so moved. I'm so glad I scouted you too. You ladies are incredible at what you do. The two maids exclaim. Irene and I were the specialists of the Duke's kitchen, so of course. But more importantly, I can't believe a new theater opened right across from us. This couldn't be a more perfect location for a bakery. Rachel thinks. Though it's all thanks to me, referencing back to the original story. Suddenly, a knock at the window. It's Daniel. Rachel's face lights up. Daniel! Daniel smiles warmly. An early congratulations on the grand opening of your third branch, Rachel. He presents a bouquet. I figured opening day would be too hectic, so I dropped by early. These are congratulatory flowers. Rachel accepts the flowers, flustered. Thank you so much. Then Daniel rummaged through his pocket and, this is the latest ring we've developed. It's the highest quality ring we have yet. He opens the box to reveal a stunning pink gemstone ring. Rachel gasps. Wow, it looks incredible, Daniel continues smoothly. All the other products are ready to be sold. This is all thanks to you facilitating the appraisal process from Forrest, Rachel modestly replies. Oh, it was nothing, we're business partners after all. She then asks, will you be putting this one up for auction? Daniel shakes his head. No, I think we'll keep this one as a commemoration. Rachel seems disappointed. Really? Well, that's sad news for the ring. It won't be able to shine on anyone's finger. Daniel's eyes darken. Indeed. He thinks any other finger than yours would be meaningless. Meanwhile, at the flagship store, the Crown Prince's brother stops in front of the building. Rachel's sister approaches him. Are you here to buy pastries? He freezes, looking nervous. She grins. You've got great timing. The line was very long until just a moment ago, he stammers. And no, I'm here to see the owner. She replies brightly. You mean my sister? She's at the new location to help with the grand opening. I'm holding down the fort here at the flagship. I needed to come check things out anyway. He looks surprised. The owner of your bakery is your sister? Then you must have tried it before. The rock baguette and ping pong sauce. The special that the owner made for my big brother. Though I didn't have any because it tasted so bad. She's shocked. There's no such product. He shouts. Why yes, there is. You're lying, aren't you? The owner's not your sister. If she was, then you would know. I'm a VVIP customer. She shouts back. I've memorized every single item that's made at this bakery. My sister personally explained every single one to me. You shouldn't be spreading false rumors. Liar, liar, pants on fire. Back at the third branch, the grand opening was a great success. Rachel cheers. Great job, everyone. As the crowd thins, one of Rachel's maids asks, Where are you headed now, boss? Rachel replies, Me? I need to get some rest at home. The other maid protests. But you've come this far. Will you not enjoy some of the festival? Who knows? You might get inspiration for a new recipe. Rachel hesitates. Do you think so? Suddenly, both maids pauses and their expressions changed. Rachel asked, HM? What's the matter? They suddenly bowed deeply. We're so sorry for quitting so suddenly. We're going to work really hard here and sell lots of delicious bread. Rachel is taken aback. What are you saying? The Duke's voice cuts in. Don't worry about it. Transferring to a different workplace with good terms is a good thing. More importantly, your employer seems caught off guard, as you were. Rachel's heart skips a beat. Karhan stands before her. What brings you all the way here? The flagship store is open today, Karhan replies. I asked one of your employees. I wanted to belatedly apologize. Rachel is confused. Apologize? Why? Karhan looks away. For what happened in the cave. Rachel blushes furiously. Oh, she stammers. And not to worry. You're alive, Karhan, and that's what matters, he said, and for that I am so grateful. See, come to think of it, will you be returning to the north soon? Karhan nods. Yes, when it gets cold, the monsters come venturing down to the villages to find food, Rachel said. May I tag along? I'd like to scout the area. I'm looking to open a fourth branch in the northern region. Karhan is taken aback. What? The north isn't a suitable place for you to go. Winter in the north is brutal. It's so cold your skin aches, and there isn't much food. Rachel smiles determinedly. Which is exactly why I want to go. Only when we're able to make delicious bread in the north will we truly be a world-renowned bakery. Karhan sighs, lost in thoughts. Rachel said. Wait, that's what I showed you before, isn't it? He starts writing on his palm and she said. Whenever you're nervous or worried, writing something you like on your palm 3 times calms you down. Rachel's face is bright red. Which means you're worrying about me right now. It's fine, I tell you, Rachel smirks. I'm planning on selling tons of exactly what you wrote in your palm just now, so be prepared. You wrote, strawberry muffin. Didn't you? Or strawberry tart. He said. No strawberry, she gasps. My goodness, do you not like strawberries anymore? There's something out there Karhan now likes more than strawberries? Karhan looks at her intently. Rachel, he continues softly. All I want is for you to be okay, nothing more. So if it's something you want, I will do whatever it takes to help you. Rachel's heart pounds. Thank you, she thinks to herself. I barely got myself to decline his offer to take me home. If we stay together any longer, he'll definitely find out my feelings. She looks down, blushing. At this point, I can accept the fact that Karhan is genuinely rooting for me, right? Unlike the original story? Then, would it be possible to change more of the original story? For example, me and Karhan ending up together. Suddenly, Euphemia appears nearby, her blonde hair fluttering in the breeze. Rachel is startled. Wait, that's... What's Euphemia doing over there? Rachel's there, looking around, a little confused. Euphemia! She wonders, then realizes. Right, due to a few intertwining incidents in the original story, she was with Karhan during the festival. Rachel's mind is racing. Did those incidents change or remain the same? She thinks, scanning the crowd. Was this little alley always here? Then she's in the alley, totally bewildered. She thinks, no one's paying attention to what's going on over here. It's like they can't see anything at all. And then a chilling greeting. Welcome, Euphemia. She bowed and said, pleased to meet you for the first time in this episode, Marchioness Seal. It's a secret meeting. We never crossed paths before this. The best we could do is a subtle rendezvous amid the busyness and noise, Sealed asks. So what do you think? Rachel from behind the wall listens them as Euphemia said. Now that Rachel has suddenly returned, do you think it will be possible to stop the regression this time around? Rachel's head is spinning. Episode? I've returned? Stop the regression. What does this all mean? It seems Rachel does not remember the past at all. The silver-haired woman observes, holding a glowing orb. But upon watching her many movements, my investigation tells me she does seem to have her memories from before the regression began. It's possible she's using the knowledge she's acquired when she was in a different dimension. Then the woman rattles off Crown Prince Dylan's political prowess, Daniel Denave's financial power, and even Duke Hessen's military force. Everything has seen incredible growth. Rachel's return has been of great help. Euphemia finally speaks up, hesitant. But don't you think it would be alright if Rachel continues to live on in this oblivious state? She's found her passion and is doing what she loves the most. She's already contributed more than enough to protect the world. Sealed interjects. So are the political, financial, and military powers this time around enough to stop the monsters that will come swarming in on us? Euphemia argues. Up until now, the military was the strongest force in the reality where House Leseltein collapsed. But Rachel died then, Sealed shouts. I don't want Rachel to die either. She's the daughter of my best friend. But even now, Vivian is creeping toward her death next to the world tree. Rachel overhears, eyes widening. Vivian? She steps forward. Are you talking about my mother? Euphemia is shocked. Rachel demands. What are you saying? Is my mother alive? Euphemia tries to interject, well, what we just said, but Rachel turns to her. Euphemia, please explain to me in detail. Do not lie or beat around the bush. Euphemia is clearly uncomfortable. Well, Sealed sighs. This is going to be a long story. Let us take this elsewhere. A book has shown named, Stop Messing with the Side Characters. After finishing her studies abroad in the kingdom of Heracles, Euphemia returned to the Empire. But then, a jarring cut to Rachel's fury. Impossible! I can't believe His Highness favors that scumbag. That wretched man who tried to sabotage the precious business I begged and pleaded to protect. This is unforgivable. I'm going to drag them down if it's the last thing I do. Then another flashback where Daniel shouts on Rachel. Let me take this opportunity to let you know. A clumsy strategy is worse than not doing at all. Euphemia, looking distressed, is told. Are you all right, Euphemia? You should turn in and get some rest. Euphemia thinks sadly. Rachel, she may be lacking in other aspects, but she is still a great businesswoman with brilliant ideas. If we had met under different circumstances, we might have been able to become good friends. But Rachel relentlessly continued her scheming, and in the end, House Leseltein collapsed completely. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Euphemia clashed with other business competitors, had to survive monster attacks, faced political threats, among many other things. In the end, she lived a happy life with her loved ones. That's how much I remember, Rachel said. It was in the original novel I read in my past life. Euphemia said, I see, so that's how it's been safely preserved. I heard that in order to continue living safely in another world, one mustn't completely break all ties. Rachel presses. So what does that mean exactly? Sealed said, Lady Rachel, I know this is all very sudden. You must be in shock. What happened in that book are events that actually occurred before the regression began. To be more specific, before Margarita reappeared and released all the monsters. Rachel asks. Margarita? Isn't that the name of a witch in a fable? And then we get some lore dropped. Margarita, the one who brings the world to ruin, and Jugrita, the one who brings world peace. The two are actually the same person. Sealed continues to drops the bomb. Rachel, they are all your mother. Vivian, long ago, during a time when witches freely wielded their magic, there was an ancient dragon that shared its powers with everyone. But even dragons get tired, you know? I'm tired. I can't believe that. Even at this age, I must still give out power to everyone. I wish to rest. The witches said, you have been through a lot until now. The dragon decides it's time for a change. Alright, witches, I am going to transform into a different being and distribute mana that way. And just like that, the dragon transforms itself into the world tree, sequestering itself in an isolated location. But here's the catch. To maintain its form, a witch had to remain in isolation with the world tree to manage it. And this caretaker? They called her Jugrita. But what happens when no one wants to be the caretaker? What? You want me to be the next Jugrita? Looks like someone's not happy with their job prospects. That's absurd. I don't want to spend the rest of my life chained to the world tree. I'm going to live in freedom. Margarita makes her escape. Margarita. But the other witches are not surprised. Is she going to tyrannize a human village again? Her nasty temper isn't anything new. They decide to let her go. Let her be. Sooner or later, the people will end up hating her, and she'll come crawling back here. But Margarita did not return. Not even when so much time had passed that witches became oppressed and went into hiding. While other witches were sending their magic to the weakened world tree, one witch went looking for her friend. I went looking for my friend. In the witches' village, people were saying that Margarita was dead, and that another candidate for the new Jugrita had to be trained, when the witch finds Margarita, but not in the way she expected. You! What are you doing? Margarita is strolling along with a handsome man. The witch is shocked. Margarita's companion asks, Huh! Who is that, honey? Do you know her? Margarita stammers. Oh, she's a childhood friend. That was when the witch found out that Margarita had changed her name and married a human. Look, it's a portrait of me, my honey, and my kids. Aren't they so adorable? Margarita beamed, showing the portrait. Her friend said, They are adorable. They look just like their mom and dad. Margarita said, I'm really happy right now. If possible, I want to continue living this way. I'm going to research ways to die of old age like an average human. Her friend replies, Right. She thought, if Margarita was happy, then that was enough. However, trouble is brewing. Margarita's husband is unwell. Thankfully, his life isn't in danger, but he could experience discomfort in his daily life moving forward. Margarita tells the doctor. All right. Please continue to monitor his condition. Yes, madam, the doctor replies. But that's not the only problem, she said. It's bizarre the rate at which the number of monsters have increased, a colleague says. It's because the power of the world tree is waning. That's the force that keeps them at bay. That's why we nominated you to be the next Jugrita. You are the most powerful among us. Margarita realizes she can't be selfish. I wanted to live happily ever after with them, but I guess I'm not in a place where I can be selfish. So, Margarita began to fake her illness. It was her plan to fake her own death and return home. And that was how your mother accepted her fate. This revelation hits Rachel hard. Does that mean I am a biological child of Leseltein? Then why did everyone say I was adopted? She confronts her mother's friend. Do you know how much I suffered? What was all that for? The witch hesitates. That's because the regression. Rachel interrupts. You're saying things I don't understand again. I need to get back. Goodbye. Rachel storms off. Rachel strides through town, troubled by the revelations. Rachel asks Euphemia, Why are you following me? She responds, WL, the Marchioness is telling the truth. She was your mother's closest friend after all, just like you and I were. Rachel relents. Come with me. They arrive at Rachel's bakery. Inside, Rachel is in her element baking. She bakes a cake and said, TADH. It's a cranberry cake. Try it. Rachel offers the cake, saying, This was offered for pre-sale exclusively to our VIP customers, but I want you to try it. Rachel is happy as she eats the cake. She continued, So the barrier-like thing I saw earlier was not caused by a magical artifact, but by actual magic? Her friend confirms. That's right, Rachel explains. Earlier, I was so flustered that I got angry. I know there's no reason for you two to deceive me. I would like to hear the rest of it. Euphemia smiles. Baking has lifted your mood, hasn't it, Rachel? She continues. That would happen when we were friends too. Though that is a timeline that's disappeared with the return of the regression, Rachel asks. Oh, right. You said that the regression must be stopped. What is that about? She continues. I always thought I'd reincarnated into this person, but you're saying that I was Rachel from the very beginning? Her friend replies. Yes, so what happened was. But she pauses. Wait. Before we get into that, once I finish telling you the story, you'll probably come to understand that we were very, very close, won't you? Rachel responds. Probably. Euphemia continues. Then, afterward, may I speak comfortably? Rachel replies. As sure? She asks. Please go ahead. After all the trials and tribulations, the original story came to an end. And then, ding dong. It's a wedding. Dylan extends his hand to Euphemia, saying, Give me your hand, Euphemia. She takes it. Wait. Suddenly Euphemia is looking shocked. Euphemia? He exclaims, as a bright light emanates from her. She said, There's a strange light coming from my body. Then, BM. A mysterious lady appears above them. It's Margarita. Margarita? What are you doing here? Marchioness shouts. If you stay here, both you and the world tree will perish. She grabs Euphemia's arm. Help me, save my daughter. Euphemia cries out as a flash of light engulfs her. When the light fades, Euphemia is sitting alone in a carriage. Wasn't I just at a wedding? She wonders. She thinks, I was completely bewildered by having gone back to the past and experiencing the same things all over again. So, I secretly sought out someone I thought might know something about this. And that's when she met the Marchioness. That was the answer, Euphemia said. In a nutshell, this is the extent of what I think happened. I think Margarita used magic to turn back time. Marchioness said, while you may have no awareness of this, there is a tremendous magical ability latent in you. You probably regressed with Margarita because she drew out some of your magical powers to use them. Euphemia is shocked. You're saying that I'm a witch? The Marchioness confirms. Yes, and a very powerful one at that, Euphemia tells. Margarita said, Save my daughter. What could that mean? It's probably exactly as she said. The Marchioness bows her head. We ask this favor of you, Lady Euphemia. Could you befriend Margarita's daughter? I will set an opportunity for you two to meet soon. Euphemia said. It's always nice to gain a friend, but isn't it so sudden? Wouldn't she feel uncomfortable? Later, Rachel is in the kitchen. Try these, Euphemia, she says cheerfully as she presents a tray of pastries. Euphemia replies, Thank you. I just hope she doesn't hate me in this timeline. Euphemia takes a bite and her eyes widen. What an impeccable harmony of flavors, Rachel beams. I practiced every day. It was my dream since I was a child to have a bakery in my name. Back to present, Rachel said, I guess I liked baking even in the original story, from the beginning. It was my favorite hobby in a different world as well. She suddenly remembers something. Wait. Didn't you say we dropped the honorifics with one another? Euphemia nods. Later, we did. Let me finish, Euphemia explains. While I succeeded in saving you, Rachel, more troubles came our way. Karhan failed to subdue the monsters, so all the nations started to crumble. It seemed he didn't have enough time to train because he was busy courting you. Rachel is stunned. What? Karhan and I were, Rachel asked. Didn't Karhan like you at first? Euphemia responds. Well, I was the one running the bakery at the time, so that's probably why he liked me, Euphemia adds. You're so skilled at baking, and you're so lovable. He liked you in every timeline where you weren't the villainess. Meanwhile, Daniel lives his life completely smitten with whoever can wrap him around their finger, while Dylan constantly gets swept up in the large-scale political conflicts within his family. One's heart changes with the given circumstances. Euphemia muses. If there's someone who loves you so consistently, wouldn't you open your heart up to them? That's exactly why I love Kazan. Rachel asks. Are you going out with Kazan? Euphemia confirms. Yes. We live together now, Rachel asks. Was he at your house earlier? Euphemia recalls the awkwardness of Kazan meeting the Marchioness. Of course. I asked for some refreshments to be prepared. He should be enjoying them with the Marchioness about now, Euphemia continues. Anyway, as a result, there was such an influx of monsters that it felt like it was the end of the world, and I failed to save you. And then, another regression began. To that point, you started retaining your memories. It was then that your magical powers finally awakened. We were going to unite forces and try to defeat the monsters together, but Karhan couldn't keep his heart from falling for the good woman you were. Euphemia explains. So as you yourself proposed, we sent you to a different world before you were regressed. That way, you wouldn't die, and Karhan would get the opportunity to learn and grow. But I was shocked when you returned. Could it be that when you died in that world, your soul rode the connection back to this one? Shocked Rachel thinks. If Karhan and I got together, we were unable to defeat the monsters. Rachel speaks up. I have a question, Euphemia, she replied. Yes? Rachel asked, by any chance, among all the past regressions, was there a time when I hid my identity and fled? Euphemia responds. And no, there hasn't, but if that's on your mind, I want to stop you. In this life, you're doing what you've always wanted to do, Rachel replies. But aren't we all headed for ruin in this direction? Euphemia gets saddened and answers. All right, Rachel, I'll help you the best I can. Rachel is surprised. Are we already dropping the honorifics? Meanwhile, in town, a rumor spreads. Have you heard the rumor? What rumor? Lady Rachel disappeared after the festival. It's been 2 days since Rachel disappeared, and someone's not taking it well. Liar! Whether she's gone on a trip or to scout a location, she would have told me no matter what, Rachel's brother asked. Where are you going, father? But her father replied. This won't do. I must get permission from His Majesty to mobilize soldiers for a search. He leaves her crying. Her brother thinks. Damn it, I thought it would be for the better if she disappeared. Why is this making me uneasy too? 4 days after Rachel's disappearance, the Emperor is in a rage. He slams his fist on the table. How dare you, Leseltein! I grant you permission to deploy soldiers, and you dare increase their numbers without end? Dylan nervously reports. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The Emperor is furious. Why are you here alone? I told you to come with Duke Hessen. Dylan remains silent. Get out! Now! As he leaves, he said, I will submit my report in writing, Your Majesty. While walking through hallway he thinks, recruiting Duke Hessen won't stop Leseltein. He will only try to help. His Majesty is only surrounded by sycophants, so he isn't receiving the correct information. He glances at the document in his hand. Meanwhile, Rachel has completed a thorough handover of the contract before she left. She's been planning this all along. And she still dared to enter a contract with me. 15 days since Rachel's disappearance. Whispers fill the halls. They say a witch kidnapped her. I heard she ran away with her lover. She probably fled because she wasn't able to handle all her businesses. No, Daniel is lost in his thoughts. Everyone everywhere is talking about Rachel, while I did help Rachel with her disappearance, after belatedly learning that she transferred ownership of the mine to Andreas. I can't stop worrying. It'll be alright, right? I didn't dig my own grave, did I? He collapses onto his desk. I need to check my letters. He shuffles through the papers and reads. Huh! We lost Rachel's trail? Meanwhile, Rachel is on a ship. She thinks, I spent the rest of the festival preparing for my escape, handing over the contract with the Crown Prince, transferring ownership of the mine, sorting out finances. I received Daniel's help on the condition that we stay in touch, but it would be safer to avoid any interaction with key figures. I'm sorry I lied to you, Daniel. I miss Karhan. She shakes her head. And no! Get it together! It's impossible for me to screw this noggin on straight, isn't it? And she thinks. Anyway, Daniel thinks I'm headed to the Avir Kingdom, but upon coming into contact with the Taka Kingdom, I've changed my destination. Thus, I will be able to go completely into hiding. To my real destination. My dear Catherine. A letter begins. We see a map of Heracles. I'm doing well in Heracles. It felt strange at first, but I'm adjusting. The climate is warm all year round here. The streets are always bustling. Sometimes, I run into bands playing. Other times, I sit on a bench, close my eyes, and rest. I'm fully enjoying my leisurely time here. If possible, I would love to invite you here someday. You see, I've opened a bakery here too. 1 month since Rachel's disappearance. Someone reads the letter. There's nothing with strawberries on the menu. But strawberry pastries are Rachel's specialty. What compelled her to so meticulously erase her past? Is it my son's fault? Was he too forward, like his father? Once he sets his heart on something, he dives headlong without turning back. She murmurs. Perhaps I should make a trip to Heracles sometime soon. Karhan overhears. You're going to Heracles, mother? Startled, she says. How long were you standing there, Karhan? I was just thinking of the coffee is all. The coffee Rachel used to sell at her bakery was sourced from Heracles, remember? By the way, I heard you've decided to scale down the bakery operations, he answers. That's right. Tonight, we'll be holding a meeting at the flagship store regarding the search. I'll do my best to make some progress, his mother thinks. His state has worsened as of late. I'm sorry I can't tell you that I'm secretly in touch with her. This mother of yours is on Rachel's side. Karhan walks outside. Every step I take, I miss her. I want to hear that voice one more time. I want to reach her. At this point, I can't help but to admit it with confidence. I'm deeply in love with Rachel. Later, the staff is surprised overhearing the ongoing conversation. What? You help Rachel in secret? Are you toying with us right now? Daniel replies. Wouldn't all of you have done the same, if she pleaded with you with those glimmering eyes? Her brother snaps. That's not the problem. Now we have no idea whether Rachel left on her own accord or whether she might have been kidnapped in the middle of her journey. What if something terrible has happened to her? Duke Hessen warns. Careful with your words, young Master Leseltein. Daniel adds, nothing can happen to her. Nothing, Dylan says. Then we must expand the scope of the search to outside the Empire's borders. I will head to the Taka Kingdom. She has friendly relations there, so it's possible she receives some kind of help, Daniel said. Then I will head to the Avir Kingdom. I know the language and have some connections there, her brother said. I will start at the Zeus Kingdom, Duke Karhan Hessen said. He thinks. The coffee Rachel used to sell at her bakery was sourced from Heracles, remember? He concludes. I will head to the Heracles Kingdom, Heracles, home of Euphemia Bakery. At the bakery, Euphemia calls Rachel with a secret nickname and said, I'm so sorry to keep calling you in on your days off, Lise. Rachel is all smiles though. Not a problem. I have nothing else to do anyway, Euphemia said. Thank you so much. I need to pay you for your extra work. Are you able to see me after? Rachel responds cheerfully. Of course, boss. Later, Rachel and Euphemia are sitting down for a chat. So what's the situation? Euphemia explains. The witches who live among humans keep trying to make contact. Rachel is surprised. Really? Euphemia continues. Oh, and the Empire is desperately looking for you. I mean, it would be weird if they weren't. It's you of all people. More seriously, she adds. Anyway, regarding your mother and the world tree, at the end of each regression, your mother always appeared. You met her yourself in the previous regression. Flashback to Rachel kneeling before her mother in a fiery landscape. Rachel cries out, Why did you do it, Mom? Why did you lie that I was adopted and make my life miserable? Her mother leans down, whispering something inaudible. Tears stream down Rachel's face. How could you? Back in the present, Rachel looks thoughtful. Wow, I can't believe I asked her that in the midst of everything, Euphemia said. Maybe it's because you've experienced life in another world before coming here. But this episode has the most variables now. Persuading the witches will help with our plan. The regression is affecting everyone, so you won't miss the opportunity to speak with your mother. Suddenly, Euphemia perks up. So tomorrow, I'm going to set you up on a blind date. Rachel is shocked. What? Euphemia explains. Bart Garçon is the son of the most powerful witch in Heracles. He's a human and isn't aware of all the witch's secrets, but I ask that you keep this a secret from Marcianus sealed. They aren't on good terms. She wasn't having it with all the bragging about her son or something. Anyway, they say he also loves pastries, so with consistent contact, you'll be able to reel him in. But for that to happen, you need a natural point of contact. So after the blind date, just stay as friends. Rachel, still processing, says, Oh, okay. But inside she's thinking, I'm not exactly in the mood to entertain a blind date, but I have no choice if I want to survive and stop the regression. Meanwhile, in the town square, the Empire's knights came. People nearby whispers, What are knights from the Empire doing here? Another whispers, Maybe someone important has gone missing. A third adds, Oh dear. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looks like the capital is going to be busier than usual for the time being. Back at the bakery, it's almost opening time. 10 minutes until opening. Is everything ready? A lady exclaims. We just got a bulk order from the Imperial Knights. The baker is alarmed. Already? I don't think we have enough ingredients. What is this in the cupboard? Strawberry compote? The lady replies. Oh, Lise made that to take home. Lise is off today, right? The assistant confirms. Right, she isn't here today. The baker pauses, thinking. He opens the jar of strawberry compote. Sorry I can't ask you in advance, Lise, but I'll take this opportunity to convince the boss to give you a fast-track promotion. Elsewhere, someone is exhausted. Duke Carhen bursts opens the door. He said, I'm off on a round of patrol, Dame said, but it's still time for you to rest. Duke responds sternly. There's not a second to lose. I won't be resting after this either. I'll be out searching, so keep that in mind. Dame is cowed. You understood, he thinks to himself. He's becoming more and more cranky as the days go on. He was never one to use his sword on anyone, but he used it to catch a thief earlier today. Not only that, after continuously wandering through dangerous terrain, His Grace's combat abilities have improved significantly. Where in the world are you, Lady Rachel? Please come back before His Grace turns into the devil. A maid came and said, Excuse me, Dame? I've brought today's bread. Dame smiles. Thank you. I will deliver them to His Grace. The maid said, Oh, actually, I've already given him one on the way up. Meanwhile, Duke Carhen thinks, the bread I just had, I'm absolutely sure of it. It has to be Rachel's bread. Duke Carhen is lying on the bed, as he thinks, she's alive. I'm relieved she's well, but this also confirms it. Rachel left the Empire on her own accord. I'm sure she has her reasons. But that begs the question, should I even be looking for her? Back in town, at a cafe, Rachel sits, looking annoyed. She thinks, what the? I've been waiting for 30 minutes, but no one's here. Meanwhile, Annabelle sat in front of the bakery, which is closed now after Rachel left. She sat in front of it sobbing her little heart out. Her nanny said, Don't cry, Lady Annabelle. You haven't had a bite to eat. At this rate, you'll collapse. Annabelle sobs. I'm not crying. Wah, Rachel, Nanny thinks. It breaks my heart to see her coming to the bakery every day, and everyone else is having a hard time as well. Then with the sound of footsteps, the little prince saying, I know. So I'm trying to see what's going on with my own eyes. He asked her, What are you doing here? Your sister isn't even the owner of this place. Annabelle is furious. Yes, she is. He hands her a handkerchief. Here, wipe your tears. The handkerchief is embroidered with the name, Reuben de Thien. The maid is shocked. And Annabelle said, Reuben de Thien. Thien is only a name for the imperial family. You'll be in big trouble for impersonating a member of the imperial family. But since you're letting me borrow your handkerchief, I'll keep it a secret for you. The little prince replies, You can keep the handkerchief. I'm not impersonating anyone. You know, we keep accusing each other of lying. When the owner comes back, we'll all be able to stand face to face and see who's telling the truth. Later, Rachel is in a cafe, seemingly waiting for someone. That Bart supposedly graduated from the academy at the top of his class, but I guess he never learned not to be late. Suddenly, someone bursts in. Ash. I can't wait any longer. Is this woman out of her mind or something? She bumped into a man as she leans backward. Their head crashes into each other. Butch, the man stutters. Excuse you. Rachel, annoyed, says. Excuse me? Excuse you. Rachel noticed 2 cups in front of him as he was waiting for someone. He hesitantly asks, Are you Lise? She asks. Are you Bart Garçon? The man smiles. Pleased to meet you, Lady Lise. I'm Bart Garçon. I work as a public administrator in Heracles. Rachel replies. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sir Butter. He said. It's Bert Garçon, not Butter. Rachel, flustered, says. Oh my, forgive my mistake. I just meant you are as deep and rich a person as Butter. She thinks, it's all thanks to that greasy exterior of his, he then said. Anyway, I'd like to get straight to the point. Rachel thinks. He's in a hurry. Bart's expression turns serious. I'm actually interested in Miss Euphemia, not you. But as you may very well know, Miss Euphemia is so bright, lovely, and kind that there are always many people hovering in her midst. I've been trying to find a weakness of hers so I can approach her, but it's proven difficult, Rachel said. Euphemia already has a partner. Bart says. Just because there's a gatekeeper doesn't mean you can't get past the gate. She said. Euphemia is a person, not a building, he said. If you're interested in talking more, follow me. This conversation is not one to be had in public. Rachel is thoughtful. It's that serious? Whatever he's planning, it'll be harmful to Euphemia. I need to figure out what he's up to and stop him. Rachel agrees. Fine. Let's go. As they walk, Rachel asks, Mr. Bart Garçon, how far are we? Bart replies, I didn't think you'd be so quick to come with me. Meanwhile, Euphemia is in her room when someone arrives to speak with her. What do you mean? Bart Garçon was attacked? Yes, he was hit over the head and went unconscious. When he woke up, he found himself in a place he couldn't recognize. Supposedly, his last point of contact was you. Euphemia looks worried. The witch adds, "What is it that you exactly told him to do?" Euphemia is shocked. But Rachel said she met with Bart. She thinks, was someone impersonating Bart Garçon on the blind date? But why? I hope Rachel is okay. I need to ask the witches for help. I'll also report it to the safety patrol. She bumped into Duke Carhan Hessen in her way. She asked, surprised. "Duke Hessen," she pleads. "I need your help," Duke Hessen responds. "What?" He looks concerned as she said. "Rachel. Rachel is in danger." Back in the dimly lit room, Rachel wakes up. "Where am I?" Nearby, the men are talking. "You don't look anything like Bart Garçon. I can't believe you fooled her." Others said she's never met Bart Garçon before. The man continues. "But will Euphemia actually come to rescue her?" The person who was impersonating Bart Garçon said, "Most likely. She cares deeply for her employees, and that's when our inquirer will come swooping in for the heroic rescue." Rachel, tied up, thinks to herself, what are they talking about? So that man wasn't Bart, and it's not him but an inquirer who likes Euphemia? "I need to get out of here," she said. "Sleep tight, my little smoke." The man there starts to dazing off. Another man shouts, "Hey! Wake up! What's going on?" And then the others also fell unconscious. Rachel, still tied up, thinks, good thing I wore a necklace that releases sleeping gas. Now that I've used the necklace, Euphemia will have received my location. She'll realize that I'm in danger. I just have to get myself to a safe space and wait to be rescued. Suddenly, the man grabs her wrist. "How dare you, rebel!" he shouts, trying to grab back the knife. "Give me back my sword!" The guy tries to grab Rachel. She thinks, I am going to get caught. Then, boom! The wall behind gets shattered, and Duke Carhan Hessen enters with a mask on his face. He shouts, running, "Rachel!" He throws away the guy, asking Rachel, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Rachel, relieved, says, "I am all right. I'm not really hurt," he replies. What a relief. He gently removes his mask and confesses to Rachel, "I've searched the entire continent for you. Finding out you were safe gave me peace of mind." He continues, "I figured you had a reason for leaving, so I contemplated for a while whether it would be alright for me to go looking for you." Suddenly, someone shouts, "Over here, mother!" Duke admits, "When I found out you went on a blind date with some fool, only for things to go sideways, I got so mad that I couldn't even see straight." He continued, "I couldn't think of anything else but you." One of his aides said, "He almost ran out without getting dressed. I don't know what he's going to do about diplomatic matters." And then, the big confession. "Rachel, I love you so much. Even more than sweets or strawberries." They both stood silent for a moment, blushing. Then he shyly admits, "I know this isn't the best moment for a confession, but..." Rachel doesn't hesitate. "Carhan." She's already hugging him. "I love you too," she says, nestled in his arms. Later, Bart is saying, "The sixth prince will be facing a strict trial for the trouble he's caused. My mother is very angry, but this is very important to all the witches, so I will try to persuade her to help you, Miss Rachel." But more importantly, Carhan and Rachel are sitting down, and he's asking, "But we love each other. Why can't we start courting each other right away?" She hesitantly said, "Well," he asked, "are you not happy with the date location? Should we circle the whole empire for starters?" She replied, "People don't even do that for their honeymoons," he exclaims. Honeymoons." And Rachel blushes, thinking to herself, he's so cute. But then she asks him, "Anyway, what time do you have for courting anyway?" "You have to work and train," Carhan declares. "Forget all that. From now on, I live my life for you and you only, Rachel." Rachel said, "Oh. How are you this adorable?" "Oops. I didn't mean to say that out loud." Then she finally explains, "Anyway, the reason I left is a long one, but to put it in a nutshell and pack a punch, you, Carhan, were too weak." Carhan is shocked. "Rachel, I swear on my life that among all the men you've seen so far, I have the strongest body. I'm even stronger than him." Rachel retorts, "Don't compare your body to someone else's," she said. There's no way I could convince you right now. Please focus on your work and training for now," he sadly replies. But," she said to Bart. "Sorry, he's not a bad person. He's just in love," he replied. "Not at all. I'm quite satisfied having seen such an impressive build. He might be the best out of everyone I've seen in my entire life," Euphemia said. "He's that good?" "I think Kazan is more impressive," he replied. "Haha, Everyone has their own unique tastes. A woman with a bird on her shoulder walks by. The bird said to someone. They said they must seek help from the witches. The person asked, so Garcon was a witch, eh? Another adds. That's the information the spy was able to obtain during a brief breach in security. The first one said, damn it. I knew at the moment that wench established a republic, even when she was nothing more than a commoner. Finally, an opportunity to reclaim the throne. You should have asked me sooner for help with the threats, son. The other person said, but it's just a testimony, we don't have proper evidence yet. First one commands. It doesn't matter. Start spreading the news immediately. This is my chance to reclaim the throne. A republic? The people? Don't be ridiculous. All Heraclesians are my subjects. Subjects who must pay taxes. Someone narrates internally. A man like this as king? The country will head to ruin. Newspapers are flying with headlines. Witches have been living among us. Will Heracles be taken over? And, from a kingdom to a republic, was this all the witch's plan? Bart said to her mother. There's a crowd of reporters outside, mother. Another headline reads. Heracles' Academy is in the palm of the witch's hand. Euphemia, a top scholarship student, is actually a witch. Her identity is revealed during a mission to rescue fellow witch Rachel. Rachel's father reads the paper in shock. What? Rachel was in Heracles all this time? Another headline shouts. Rachel's bakery is actually a witch's bakery. Witch and aides currently held in custody. And the big question. Witches still exist? Servants are whispering. No wonder, people don't just turn a new leaf out of nowhere. She's definitely put those around her in a trance. More whispers. Did she kill the mistress just so no one would find out she's a witch? A senior maid yells. Shut your mouths! The lady did have a terrible temper at one time, but she was never one to do anything that horrific. I would know. I've been by her side the longest, a younger maid replies. We want to believe you, Matilda, but your opinion of the lady changed out of nowhere. The only explanation would be that you were put in a trance, Matilda protests. Anyone who finds their true passion has no choice but to shine. For me, that was being in service of the lady, another maid chimes in. Now that I think about it, that is true. If she had any ulterior motives, she wouldn't have obsessed over pastries and desserts the way she did. Everyone was discussing, before they took a break from business. We only got bread from that bakery because it was clear they paid attention to every little detail. To be honest, I didn't care much for it at first, but I somehow stuffed myself at the hunting competition. All their pastries were delicious. Rachel's bread was the real deal, Dame states. Thanks to their behavior and conduct this whole time, public opinion isn't bad at all. But as long as the press continues to attack them, it won't last for very long. Duke recalls Rachel's words. Hurry, leave through the secret door. People will be here soon. Things will get blown out of proportion if the Duke gets caught up in this. Also, I have a favor to ask of you, Karhan. After you return to the Empire. Back in the Empire, Dylan says. So, why are you all here? Duke replies. We can't exactly gather at the bakery given the situation, don't you think? He said. No, I mean, why did it have to be here? Never mind, Duke said in a serious tone, Your Majesty. Duke continues. That's what you wanted to be, wasn't it, Your Highness? Rachel has a proposal she would like to make. Upon interrogating Rachel and Euphemia, the kingdom was able to locate the village where the witches were. Sekshapam Lake, located in the northern region of the empire. The emperor became enraged and publicly announced that he would eagerly cooperate with the purging of the witches. Duke Hessen quietly gathered his troops in order, while Daniel tracked the flow of funds to find where the witches were hiding. Someone bursts into a room. The little prince shouts, Brother, he asked his brother. Is Rachel really a witch? His brother confirms. Yes. She's being transported to the north to open the door to the witches' village. The little brother is desperate. Please stop the emperor, brother, he said. I found out that the girl I like is Rachel's younger sister, he continues. If Annabelle becomes an imperial princess, then we'll be family. His brother is stunned. What? Rachel and I? Family. Meanwhile somewhere, a carriage arrives. The people gathered around starts whispering. There are witches in there? Sure, be quiet, or the witches might cast a spell on you. Supposedly, they've already subdued a few people with magic. My friend who lives in the kingdom also. The carriage door opens, and a voice orders. Step out. Rachel and Euphemia came out of the carriage. A guard said, Hey, stop giving each other glances. But before he could finish, he fell unconscious. What the? One of the guards exclaims. The witches are using magic. Retreat! Retreat! Rachel's restraints break, and Euphemia raises her hand to cast magic. The ice cracks, and magical circles appear as she gestures. We're floating? Rachel stutters. Euphemia reassures her. Don't worry, we'll be on the ground soon. Suddenly, they float over the gate of a village. Euphemia! Rachel! You've arrived, a woman says, greeting them. Rachel replies, Thank you so much for the favor. The witch replied, It won't be long until the monsters invade again anyway. You're really back, Rachel, another witch says. I heard you have no memory of us, Rachel said. But this time, things feel different. I'm looking forward to it. I don't want to regress into a life I can't remember anymore. It's meaningless. Let's look around the village before the regression begins, the witch suggests. Rachel is excited. Yes. Hopefully, I can wander around here freely next time. But suddenly, something happens. The magic is draining. Already? One witch exclaims. Suddenly Rachel's mother appears. The witch declares, Everyone! Begin! They starts casting magic. Chains appear and wrap around Rachel's mother. Euphemia thinks. We've failed long ago at trying to tie her down to have a conversation. The more we force ourselves closer, the faster our magic drains. She thinks, Rachel, what are you going to do? Meanwhile, Rachel gets close to her mother saying, Mom, but she passed by her saying, Let me try something. She runs towards the crack made on the tree. Her mother turns towards her saying, Rachel. Suddenly Rachel is floating in air somewhere not familiar. She opened her eyes and said, I did it. I'm actually inside the world tree. What's this? She wonders, seeing bubbles around her, then taps a bubble. What's this? She says, confused. A voice echoes, Welcome. She looks up at a huge, white dragon with golden horns. Are you the dragon that used their magic long ago? Rachel asks. The dragon replies, I am. The dragon explains, While the witches have tried time and time again to force a new Jagrita, not even I have thought of the idea of throwing oneself into an empty post. After all, most witches are well aware of the dangers when magic goes awry. You were brave to come here. Great work. Rachel replies, Thank you. But are you ill? The witches said the world tree is in bad condition. The dragon replied, It is simply that the time has come. All living beings in this world are bound to die. Because I am the one who made the witches, the longer they've been alive, the deeper their attachment to me tends to be. The current me must die and be born again into a new body. However, all Jagritas have refused to take the seed out with them. It's a relief to see that someone like you, who has no memory of being a witch, is the one to have come to this place. Once the world tree is reborn, it will be able to subdue the monsters with great ease. With this, the chains of destiny can be broken. Rachel looks at the seed in her hands and said, I'm sorry that your death does not affect me. I see now that the reason my mother kept regressing was to try and save you. Will she be disappointed if I take the seed? The dragon continues, I'm not sure. Since coming here, Margarita has done nothing but get angry. Rachel is surprised. My mother? Margarita, an ungrateful child? The dragon says. But you can see why Margarita acted the way she did. The answers are right there next to you. Rachel looked around and realized. She said, These bubbles, are they my mother's memories? The dragon had said to Margarita. I'm very sorry, Margarita, for making you part ways with your friends and family. Margarita shouts. Geez! I was finally enjoying my freedom. I come all this way because you're ill, but the best you can do is ask me to end your life for you, and not all those witches are my friends. After extensive research, I was able to uncover the magic of time regression. It was something considered impossible until then. However, I wasn't that close to the other witches. After finally breaking free from the village that I had come to dread, I met a man and started a family. But because the world tree would fall without my protection, I had to return to the village in the end. I hoped that paying the price of giving up my happiness would at least allow my family to live happily ever after. However, he collapsed from overworking to numb the misery of losing me? No. That makes me suffer here meaningless, she thinks. I need to create a fake memory for him. A memory of another woman who isn't me. Little Rachel asks, Father, were you thinking about Mother? Rachel and her brother holding her hands stand seeing their father. Rachel noticed something. Her father said, No, this is not Vivian. Her father fell on ground in grief and her brother cries out, Father? Margarita continues in her thoughts. But because Rachel's uncanny resemblance to me was a constant reminder of my absence, I ultimately made everyone remember her as an adopted child, so no one would remember my face. After using magic at such a large scale again and again, I don't have enough mana left to regress. Margarita steels herself. It's fine, everything should be fine now. But the unthinkable happens. Rachel is dead. I need mana for a regression. An immense amount of mana. How many more tries will it take for me to be able to save my daughter? Rachel stands before her mother in a scene engulfed in flames. Rachel, Margarita vows, I will save you next time, no matter what. I love you, my daughter. Back to present the dragon said to Rachel. Now that you are the new Jagrita, Margarita will have forgotten all her memories of this place. I will now open the door for you to leave, he inquires. What are you going to do after you return? Rachel smiles, tears still in her eyes. I'm going to do all the things I want to do, all while being with the people I love. The dragon said. I hope you do. Rachel runs through a bright, sunny field. Euphemia calls out. Rachel, why did you jump in there? I was worried about you. What if something happened to you? Rachel said. I appreciate the concern. What about Karhan? Did they arrive safely? Euphemia replies, startled. Why yes, just like we talked about. He brought a well-organized army with him, over there. Rachel thanks her. Thank you, Euphemia. Euphemia watches her, thinking. Did she just stroke my hair like she used to do in a past life? Suddenly, a massive white bear attacks. Karhan swiftly draws his sword to defend. Karhan! Rachel exclaims. He replies. Rachel, the place that Karhan must protect. The place where the most monsters flock to. This is where the new seed should be planted. Rachel plants the seed. The bear is repelled. Karhan smiles, wiping away some snow. Rachel gazes up at him. Karhan, she asked him. Will you be mine? After the new world tree was born, all the dangerous monsters of the north disappeared. But just to be prepared, a temple was built around the world tree. However, many people did not believe that a witch saved the world from ruin. One man exclaims. That's absurd, Your Highness. Those witches devised a scheme to avoid any trouble, the Crown Prince asks. Then are you all looking to cut down the world tree or something? But the monsters did, in fact, disappear, and the witches had been a great help in developing magical tools, so the Crown Prince's faction became the first to acknowledge the witches. Meanwhile, Rachel hugs her father. I'm back, father. Come, let's go eat, he asks, seeing Margarita. But who is? She smiles, casting a spell. Tears well up in her father's eyes. How could I have forgotten you all this time? Vivian! Mother broke free all who had been under the memory erasure spell. At the table, surrounded by delicious food, Rachel's father exclaims. Honey! It's so delicious, honey! Margarita replies. He said. No wonder you would always appear in my dreams. I thought you were a stranger, so I would run from you every time, she says. I'm sure Annabelle and Raymond also dreamt of me before regressing. Raymond adds. Rachel especially made frequent appearances in my dreams. Or perhaps nightmares? She asks, concerned. Nightmares? Annabelle declares. Raymond hates Rachel, mother. Margarita is shocked. What? I guess I have had some part in that, Rachel assures her. You were just trying to save me, mother. I hate him too, so it's fine, her father says. Still, he's your older brother after all. Now that Vivian's back, how about you two finally reconcile?